Welcome along to Snetterton Circuit for day 2 of this British Racing and Sports Car Club race meeting, with every single race streamed here on the BRSCC Facebook and YouTube channels. We've got a full day of racing. We've got the Ford Fiesta Championships back again, the Fiesta Championship, the Fiesta Juniors and the STXR Challenge, as well as you can see behind me the BMW Compact Cup. More about them in a moment. We're joined today by multi-class, multi-marque racing to add some flavour into the mix. You've got the Track Attack Race Club sprint races and the longer races for the Clubsport Trophy and from the Aston Martin Owners Club GT Championships. The first race of the day, though, are the BMW Compact Cup, backed by Nankang tyres. On pole position is Stephen Daly, who won yesterday, and alongside him is Mikey Doble. It's a massive grid of cars, and to talk you through it in the commentary box, I'll hand it over to Scott Woodworth.
Thank you very much, Josh. Welcome along once again. Good morning, everybody, to day 2 of the BRSCC Summer Festival race weekend. We've had fantastic racing already on the Saturday. If you missed Saturday's action, first of all, where were you? And secondly, you missed an absolute belter of racing throughout the day with Fiestas, BMWs, 3 cracking races from the CityCar Cup, and also the ETSL STXR Challenge. And of course, they'll be back, apart from the CityCars, everyone else will be back out once again, of course. And as Josh alluded to, we're also going to have racing from the BRSCC Clubsport Trophy at the end of the day, and a 50-minute race for the Aston Martin Owners Club's GT Challenge, GT4 Challenge and Intermarque's combined grids. Some very tasty machinery there, so be sure to stay tuned for that one as well. But we're about to get racing underway on the formation lap for our first race of today. It's the second of the weekend for the brilliant Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. One race yesterday which was set by yesterday with the grid fill, the second race being set by the outcome of race number 1 is Ian Jones with a rather vigorous way of warming up the tyres off the line. So as the 31-strong field makes its way almost just about off the line altogether, let's see if we can run you through the grid then for our first race of the day and the second of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, and it looks like this. Stephen Daly then, 4-time defending champion and championship leader for this year and race 1 winner yesterday, starts on pole position by virtue of his win. It was a photo finish to the line between Mikey Doble and Ben Huntley for second place, but Doble just picked it up, so he starts on the front row of the grid. Row 2 is then Ben Huntley and Rhys Claydon, one of his best performances of recent times, with 4th on the grid. Then it's Ian Howes and Guy Davis on the 3rd row, followed by Paul Maguire and Ian Jones on row 4. Top 10 is then completed by Matt Flowers and Simon Welton from Jim Barrett and Mike Doble, as in Doble's senior on the 6th row of the grid in 12th. Then it's Lee Dendy Sadler and Ray McDowell, who's got some work to do in the Masters contest. He came into the weekend 5th overall in points, but second in the Masters contest. Lots of work to do in a weekend that's not really gone his way in 14th. Then Richard Sutherland and Russell Cage come next on the 8th row of the grid in 15th and 16th positions. Row 9 is Thomas Langford, making his first appearance of the season this year. Alongside him is Ross Stoner. Then it's Martin Gadsby and Thomas Middleton to round out the top 20, followed by Chris McGinley and Cliff Harper, then Pete Smith and Gregor Pryor, to make sure that we have the top 24 made up in 23rd and 24th positions on row 12. Row 13 then sees us go towards the back of the grid with Stephen Somerville and Gareth Claydon, Matthew Adcock and Henry Cook. And it's Tom Evans, Peter Parsons and Ian Shepherd who rounds out the 31-car entry for this weekend. And they're getting set for their second race of the weekend. Well, yesterday we had slightly brighter conditions, and while we're anticipating possibly some quite heavy showers throughout the day, at the moment it's stayed dry, rather overcast and rather humid. Temperatures are still around about 18 degrees. It's quite hazy out there this morning, so I imagine that if it is going to have a little bit of sunshine, it might start to burn that off. If not, we might be prepared for some rather wet weather later on. So, but with these little rear-wheel drive 1.9-litre BMW E36 318 Ti compacts. They all run a spec Nankang tyre. They run a spec ECU from Hybrid Tune. They run gas shocks and a Safety Devices International roll cage. You can pick one of these cars up as a donor car to build one yourself, around about roughly £500 or less if you look in the right place, and then build one altogether for around about 4, 5, 6 grand. You can pick a decent race car up for about 6 or 7 grand itself that's turnkey and ready to go. And it's always an ever popular championship. There are regular grids of 30 plus, even 40 plus cars on the grids at some venues, and it's a wonderful saloon car championship that has breeded some fantastic drivers. One of the more notable drivers of recent has been a couple of drivers that have graduated onto the TOCA package in recent years, one being former British GT champion James Gornall, or Jiggy as he's known. He's moved on to the Mini Challenge and also did a season last year in the British Touring Car Championship. Likewise on the TOCA package this season is former multiple-time BMW Compact Cup champion Steve Roberts, who's also done Formula Fords. He's done Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, and this year's trying his hand at the Ginetta GT4 Super Cup and performing quite well with some very strong top fives. But among that, there are other drivers that have also done well and progressed. Another one of note that has been a former Compact Cup racer is last year's Mazda MX-5 champion Joe Wiggin, who is now into Mini Challenge. But it does prove a nice breeding ground for some really nicely talented drivers, and is even a father of an ex-British touring car driver on the grid, being Ray McDowell. He is the father of touring car racer turned GT racer Alex McDowell. So it's good to see that the McDowell name is still out there in club racing and competing hard. And there's always a handful of new drivers that come in throughout the year and cars that change hands throughout the seasons, and it's always nice to see new faces pop up to come up against the established challengers. So the cars then make their way up towards the grid. It's the second of 3 races this weekend. The third one is going to be double in length, because we're going to have a double length 30-minute race, the first ever 30-minute encounter for the Compact Cup in its history. And they will be very much up for that one. That will certainly be a test of both tyre life and how much fuel the drivers will be able to put in, and just the longevity, because these races are usually 15 minutes in length, short, sharp sprint races. What that does bring, usually with the short, sharp 15-minute format, is it does bring very, very close racing. BMWs also usually race on a one-day format with qualifying and 2 races, but as it is our summer festival this weekend, we've managed to squeeze in 3 races, with that third one being that 30-minute race. So be sure to watch out for that later on. So, are we going to get the status quo as we had yesterday, with Stephen Daly looking to make it 2 from 2? That will be, if he manages it, his 5th win of the season, because he picked one up at Croft, he even picked up 2 at his home race weekend at Scotland, at Norfolk in Scotland. He's already had 1 to his name here at Snetterton. If he can do so today, it will certainly be one that he'll be quite pleased with to try and extend his lead in the championship. But it's some of his pursuers who want to try and close him down. One driver we need to watch out for, who's a bit further back than he would like to be, is Ian Jones. He is back, just hiding behind the purple and yellow car of Guy Davis there, the black and pink machine, car number 59. Watch for him from the 4th row of the grid. I can guarantee he will not stay there. He will be getting higher up the grid as quickly as possible. Race begins to rise, and we're underway for the first race. Not a great start for a couple of the cars. They got very slow starts, so something we won't pay attention to this morning. On the grass as they charge down towards Ritchie's corner. They're 3 and 4 abreast as they turn down towards the first turn for the first time. And in turn 1 they go, and it is going to be side by side between Stephen Daly and Mikey Doble. There was quite a few cars that either weren't concentrating or just looking the other way, because they didn't anticipate the lights to come off that quickly. Either way, everyone appears to have got through safely despite that. And now they head down towards Wilson for the first time. And despite trying to get his nose in front, Mikey Doble hasn't got the lead from Stephen Daly. And now he's under threat from Ben Huntley now for 2nd place, the man he fought so hard with over that runner-up spot. And despite them going side by side in a photo finish at the flag, it was Mikey Doble who just managed to hold on. And he has still held on for 2nd place here as they exit out of Palmer's for the first time. So Daly leads the way in. 2nd place for Mikey Doble, who's already challenging Daly down towards the Agostini hairpin. The rest of the field comes streaming through down towards this middle part of this 300 complex. I think as they came through the shot, it looks like Daly has held on to his lead, as Ian Howe's going side by side with the 164 Thomas Middleton. As they now come up towards the left-hander at Hamilton, named after Sir Lewis Hamilton, and into the Oggies corner, which is always quite a tricky one. It's an early apex which you turn into, and then it opens all the way out on the exit towards the short straight, but towards Williams, and then a long drag down the Bentley straight, where we'll see the first little moments of slipstreaming. I think Ian Jones in the mix there has dropped a few spots there. At least that's possibly Jim Barrett, I think, going further back. Going up the inside of him is Ian Jones, so I told you to watch out for him. He will certainly be a driver to get his elbows out and pick up as many points as he can. And off the Bentley straight for the first time. Ian Howe's at the back of Cliff Harper already, as they go 2 by 2 on the run towards the complex. Don't make that 3 abreast, because it looks like it's either Matt Flowers or Ray McDowell are in there, Jim Barrett, and I think Ian Jones is in there too. Leaders make their way into the complex, and they're going to have to try and sort themselves out here. It's Ian Howes battling away with Russell Cager and Ray McDowell. It looks as though Howes has stayed in front. Cager remains in front of Matt Flowers. And Jim Barrett there in the ex-Matthew Parks machine, which I saw something on Facebook earlier on where he'd driven that car from, he qualified, I think it was 33rd at Castle Coombe a couple of years ago in 2018, all the way up to 2nd place in a brilliant weekend's driving. So that car now in the hands of Jim Barrett, and certainly trying to do it justice as he makes his way in the mid-pack now ahead of, it's now Henry Cook, because He's now lost a position. Ian Howes has lost a position to Henry, so as they come out of the... sorry, Ross Stoner, forgive me. Henry Cook's a bit further back, but across the line they're going to end the first lap of racing for today, and it is Stephen Daly who leads the way then from Mikey Doble in second place, Ben Huntley is third, it's Paul Maguire fourth, and it's Rhys Clayton in fifth position, sixth for Guy Davis. The rest of the pack goes streaming through. There is Thomas Middleton making his way into Ritchie's for the second time at high speed, so we'll get a first proper flying lap as a representative in terms of pace that we've got so far in this initial stages of the race. Everyone just starting to settle down now, going line astern as they head through. There's lead Andy Sadler, former Fiesta Championship racer. So moved from a front-wheel drive Ford Fiesta to a rear-wheel drive BMW Compact in the last couple of seasons, and certainly been treating him well. He's had his ups and downs, but certainly enjoys life in the Compact Cup paddock these days, and he's a bit mid-pack at the moment, so trying to make a bit more progress in the race car consultants repair machine. Matt Flowers is diving up the inside of that's Richard Sutherland with Russell Cager. So Russell Cager trying to make moves here, trying to make a move on the Scotsman, who comes into the weekend top 10 in points. As we now head down towards the left-hander at Hamilton's. Make their way towards Oggies. Another big move up the inside as now Ian Howes tries to get back up past Russell Cager. So whilst Cager was trying to do the passing on Richard Sutherland, it didn't quite work out for him that way. Now it means he seems he's under threat from both Ian Howes and Jim Barrett as they turn their way through. So it looks like Matt Flowers has got through. So whenever attempting trying to make to get past, it hasn't really worked for Russell. So now he's lost on pace, but he's now in danger of losing more if he continues to make mistakes like that throughout the course of the rest of this 15-minute encounter. The rest of the pack makes its way through. Here are the leaders, still Stephen Daly, who's not being allowed to get away as quickly as he was in race one. He's being kept honest by Stephen Daly. Change on between. That is the car number 6. I should know who that is, but that's Nankang. That is, I think, car 6. That's Simon Welton getting his elbow stuck in. So he's now going toe-to-toe and side-by-side with Ian Jones. Also in there too is Guy Davis. As the breakaway 5 lead away at the front of the field for 6th position. It's still side by side. Oh, they're bumping doors to come into the complex at Murray's. But Ian Jones holds firm on the outside line, says not in your life, sunshine, and holds on to the position. And now Guy Davis is going to get his elbows out, and he's going to get stuck in to take another position too. So lots of action going on here as the leaders come across the line to end the second lap. So still that battle goes on. Looks like Ian Jones, now he's been released from behind the battle with Simon Welton. He's trying to pull away and close in on that leading 5. He's got enough time to do it, so he'll be pushing on now to try and close that gap. His last lap for record in terms of pace was a 2:24.927. Fastest first flying lap around off the grid is Mikey Doble, 2:23.142, as Simon Welton runs wide into the hairpin and loses the position to Guy Davis. That was probably one of the easiest passes that Guy will make all weekend, I think. So I'm making it a little bit too easy there as he just missed the braking point a tad and ran a bit too deep into the Wilson hairpin. It's quite a wide corner, so you can take full advantage of that. Now, I think there's been an issue for Ben Huntley somewhere, because he's now under threat from both Paul Maguire and Rhys Clayton as they head down towards Agostini for the 3rd time. But a headlight flashing going in the mid-pack. I think that was lead Andy Sadler, I think, trying to distract Jim Barrett, who in turn is chasing Ian Howes, who in turn is chasing Russell Cager, who in turn is chasing the battle between Richard Sutherland and Matt Flowers. So lots of action in the mid-pack going on. Ross Stoner there in the bright orange car with the grey stripes, just ahead of, that's Jim Barrett's car possibly. Out through Oggies once again, and Ian Jones, whilst his idea was to try and start closing in on the top 5, he hasn't really been able to do it too much because Guy Davis is sort of going with him really. Striking cars on the grid, guys, machine. You can't really miss it. There it is. Fluorescent yellow, purple, and pink. That's a livery to stand out. Try and spot something on track. That's the one you go for. Certainly control as he heads down in 7th position. And he has been up there making some good starts, particularly when it's wet and when it's in damp conditions. I remember back at Thruxton a couple of years ago. It might have been as recent as last year, in fact. He was really up there contending for a podium place. So when he's on song and the car's on form, he can pedal it as quick as anyone else. Through the bomb hole for the 3rd time. So Mikey Doble starting to break away with Stephen Daly, and Daly is now starting to gap him by a car length or two as they head through the long right-hander at Coram. And Rhys Clayton has managed to squeeze his way up to 3rd place. Whilst we've been watching Ian Jones and Guy Davis, there has been a switch around for 3rd to 5th. So Rhys Clayton now he stays where he is, I think it'll be his second ever podium, because his first one was at Silverstone a couple of years ago. That is 104 machine off the road. That is Tom Evans having a spin up at Brundle Nelson, but he gets going again with the car looking relatively unscathed. And now down into Ritchie's again for the 4th time. Daly leads, Doble second. It's on for third between Rhys Claydon and Ben Huntley, with Paul Maguire holding on. Paul Maguire as well, still the top Masters driver at the moment in 5th. He's the defending champion from 2020. There isn't a separate point structure for the Masters. It's simply whoever is the top Masters driver within the overall points becomes the Masters champion. So Paul Maguire certainly befitting his champion status in that one. Oops, off the road's gone Ross Stoner. Oh, another car's gone off as well. Now that was a yellow compact, and I want to say potentially it might have been Matthew Adcock, the 129. Let's see when he came across the line, the 22 car. Who was he near? He was near... Just try and check some of the cars around him, because there was Thomas Middleton's car who's orange. There was Thomas Langford and Gareth Clay and Chris McGinney, so it was one of those cars that also went off. We'll be able to tell who it might have been when we see another car going down the timing screen, because he went off in sympathy or he was involved in that issue. Change on between Richard Sutherland and Ian Howes, so there's that switch of position as Ian slots his way through. That will be him moving up into the top 10. Despite Richard's best efforts to try and get him back on the exit, it was a good enough run off the corner for Ian that's allowed him to stay ahead of Richard as they head back towards Hamilton. Loggies. Oops! Oh, that's contact. That's Mikey Doble Senior. They've both got identical looking cars, so I panicked for a second thinking it was Doble Junior. It's not. It's Doble Senior that's got involved. So Mike Doble, who is the father of Mikey, who got involved in that incident, and also looks like they're running wide with Richard Sutherland. So there's all sorts going on, and he was involved there with the 17 of Pete Smith up at the Agostini hairpin. So whatever really happened there, whether it transpired between both of them, I'll have to keep tabs. Although looking where they were, I wonder if possibly Doble went off and then he was in a pack with a lot of other cars. When he came across the line, it was pretty close between Mike Doble in 22nd down to Pete Smith in 25th. There was about roughly 6 or 7 tenths, about a second and a half covering those 4 cars. So I wonder if there's been a bit of a skirmish, which hasn't worked out in Mike Doble Senior's favour, along with Pete Smith. Mikey Doble, his son, is still going, thankfully. He's still in 2nd place. But he is being closed down a little bit now by one of Stephen Deddy's teammates, because Rhys Claydon there in 3rd position is starting to kind of come back towards him a little bit, and he's bringing Ben Huntley with him down the pit straight. Paul Maguire still 5th as they complete lap 4. And new fastest lap of the race has gone through for Stephen Daly. The gap has gone out by a further 4 tenths of a second between the leaders. It's up the inside, making him a dive for 3rd. Goes Ben Huntley into Ritchie's corner. Nice clean pass from Ben, although if Rhys has got anything to say about it, he'll stick round the outside, which he does. There's enough grip on the outside line from the qualifying, the rubber thrown down by the qualifying sessions. It's going to help him out here. Paul Maguire thinks I fancy a bit of that too, going round the outside, but he's not going to make it just yet. And so Rhys Claydon does hold on for the moment, but Ben Huntley's on the hunt, no pun intended, with Maguire in 5th position, in car number 5. And I wonder, again, we saw this yesterday with plenty of battles in other championships. The more that these guys fight amongst each other, the easier it's going to be for the top 2 to continue to break away. So really, these guys have to start working together a bit more and thinking, let's not fight and squabble amongst each other. Let's see if we can work as a trio and catch up to the top 2 in front, because otherwise, Stephen and Mikey are just going to run away with this and hold on to the top 2 places. There's your top 5 in screen. Daly turns into Hamilton first, with Mikey Doble following him. Then it's Claydon, Huntley and Maguire. Still in 6th position is Ian Jones from Guy Davis. I've noticed, I think Simon Welton has a time penalty by the looks of it. He's got an exclamation mark next to his name, and it is... It's either going to be 5 or 10 seconds, I think. I didn't see on the race control messages if there was a warning for track limits, but even though it could even be possibly a false start sometimes, because it doesn't come straight away. I don't know how big the time penalty is, but he has got an exclamation mark next to his name on the TSL timing, live timing. So we'll see whatever penalty he gets towards the end, and whatever penalty it is, what the result is in terms of where it pushes him down. So leaders back into Brundle and Nelson for the 5th time, still unchanged. As Paul Maguire rocks over the curves, really thumped the sausage curve there as he came through Brundle and Nelson. That's a sign that he's absolutely giving it everything he's got to keep up with these guys. And, oh, that's a problem for Rhys Claydon. Rhys Claydon, that's either a missed gear or that's a problem for Rhys. Oh, that's a shame. He was running as high as 3rd place, and if that is an issue, I'm afraid that'll be him pulling to the side of the road. Through goes Ian Jones, through goes Guy Davis. Oh, that's a shame. Rhys Claydon finished 4th yesterday. He was one of the fastest guys out there, but looks like a mechanical gremlin has struck, which sadly is going to put an end to his 2nd race. Hopefully he'll be able to get it fixed if it is an issue, which will get him out for race number 3, which will be the longer 30-minute race later on this afternoon. So, Oh, in fact, Reece Claydon has got front bumper damage, so has he possibly struck the curb? Because that's a bit unexplained. He wasn't near anyone, so I can only anticipate that he's gone through maybe the bomb hole and he's struck the curb quite hard, which in turn has actually damaged the front end. That's an odd one, because I didn't see any contact. The next car in front of him was Mikey Doble, and he was a couple of seconds in front of him. So that's a bit strange, that one. All I can presume is that he struck the curb a bit too hard going into the bomb hole, and that's caused the issue that's now ripped his front bumper off. So that's a strange one, but unfortunately, the bottom line is it's him out of the race, and that's some work to do for race number 3. Odds on a postcard if you can solve that one. Meanwhile, the lead for battle for third position is now just a one-on-one duel between Ben Huntley and Paul Maguire. It looks as though at the moment both Stephen Daly and Mikey Doble are pretty comfortable in first and second. There's also a duo going on between Ian Jones and Guy Davis. Further back in the top 10, we've got Ian Howes in 7th place. Paul Welton, who has that time penalty, how much we know not just yet, is back in 8th at the moment on track. Russell Cager is 9th, and Richard Sutherland is 10th from Nat Flowers 11th. And it's Jim Barrett, Lee Dennis Sander, Cliff Harper and Thomas Middleton, actually top 15 in this second Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup race. And watching with Guy Davis in car 28. Down the back straight they go for the 6th time. There's still 1 minute 22 to go, so next time they come past the start and finish line, it will be the last lap of the race. And they now head down towards Brundle and Nelson for that 6th time. As they turn in through the right-hander. Huntley now has pulled away a bit from Paul Maguire there, so in the infield section there, Paul Maguire's either made a mistake or just hasn't had the pace to try and match Ben. Weather conditions are still a bit hazy. Apparently there is, according to some reports I'm getting, there is some rain around in the area now this morning, but it doesn't appear to be affecting anyone. If there was rain, you'd be seeing wiper blades going 10 to a dozen on everyone's windscreens, but at the moment that doesn't appear to be happening. So without 40 seconds to go, they're going to head on to what should be the last lap of the race. As they're coming down the pit straight, did they get the signal that it's last lap on the pit straight? Not for the marshal. I thought it was going to be a hold up of an index finger to say 1 lap to go, but not quite just yet. So this will be the last lap of this second race. There goes Ian Howes past the pits with Thomas Middleton, is that? No, Simon Welton chasing him down with that time penalty. But Stephen Daly then, after the initial challenge from Mikey Doble in the early stages, is now looking as though he's on course for that 5th win of the season. And it means he'll also keep up his record of winning at every single round that he's competed at so far, because he's had a victory at Croft, 2 victories at his home circuit of Knock Hill in Scotland last time out, which was a fabulous meeting. If you get a chance to watch back the live stream races of that later on after today's action, do be sure to do so, because there were 3 brilliant races there, including that 3rd reverse grid race where despite finishing 3rd, Stephen Daly put on quite a charge from 9th on the grid in that race. But he's in his most comfortable position, which he's leading from the front. Keeps on making steps towards a potential 5th consecutive BMW Compact Cup title. It's rather unprecedented given the fact that we've seen drivers in the past be quite dominant. Of course, we've had the likes of, James Gornall has been a front runner in terms of the championship. We've also had Steve Roberts has been a multiple champion. Stephen Daly really is the class of the field in many cases. Many do challenge him, many do get close, and he is beatable. We have been able to put one over him and be able to pick up victories, but when it comes to the day, who is playing the strongest at the moment, number 9, Stephen Daly, ultimately has just that little bit of an edge over everyone else as he hits the brakes and turns in nice and gently into Brandon Nelson. Lovely smooth driving style. Despite these being rear-wheel drive little compacts, he's not throwing the car around. He's keeping it nice and precise, nice and smooth, just reeling off the corners before the checkered flag. Fastest lap of the race we should mention at the moment has gone to Ian Howes with a 2 minutes 22.352. So he will steal the point away for fastest lap. So if that's the case, it will be the big 50 points for Stephen Daly as he makes his way into Coram. Oh, little touch to the grass there as he turns his way out of Coram into Morris for the final time. He's waving to the spectators and to the crowd. He knows exactly that he's in relaxed mode at the moment. He's going to cruise up to the checkered flag. And despite Mikey Doble and co getting close, they still couldn't touch him. Up to the checkered flag. He's a 2nd win of the weekend. Stephen Daly in the BMW. Mikey Doble 2nd, and it's Ben Huntley 3rd. Repeating the race for the podium, and it's Paul Maguire 4th. Ian Jones gets a top 5th. Guy Davis is 6th, and Ian Howes is 7th. And Simon Welton will come across the line in 8th on the road, but he will get a time penalty, which will be applied after the race. I Imagine either be 5 or 10 seconds. The reason we don't know quite just yet. 9th place for Matt Flowers, and a sprint to a line for 10th. It was going to be Lee Dendy Sadler, but it's going to be Russell Cager who steals it on the line. Dendy Sadler 11th, 12th place for Jim Barrett, 13th for Cliff Harper, 14th for Thomas Middleton, then 15th, 16th and 17th sees Chris McGinley ahead of Gareth Clane and Martin Gadsby. And then we have Richard Sutherland's dropped down the order. In fact, has he even made the flag? Either he stopped on circuit somewhere or had a spin. There goes across the line goes... That was... Stephen Somerville's come across the line. Next one's Pete Smith, who had that spin earlier on after getting involved in an incident which appeared to be including Mike Doble Sr. So Richard Sutherland, either he's stopped somewhere on circuit, unfortunately, and not made the final lap, or he has come through, but he had a bit of an issue with his transponder. Which, either way, that's a shame if he's retired on the last lap. He was in and around the top 10, so everyone appears to have moved up a couple of spots. Across the line comes 104, which is Tom Evans. And yeah, we haven't had we lost Pete Parsons at the start of the race as well, who's down at the bottom of the times. And no Richard Sutherland either, which is a shame. So looks as though either it's a timing issue or we've lost him. So that's a real shame, but unfortunately, that's the way it goes in motorsport sometimes. So, quick confirmation of the results again then. It is Stephen Daly with a second win of the weekend here at Snetterton. Mikey Doe will get second and Ben Huntley is third. And then it's fourth for Paul Maguire, fifth for Ian Jones, sixth for Guy Davis, seventh for Ian Howes, eighth for Simon Welton, who has a penalty. Either it has been applied and hasn't affected him too much, or hasn't yet to be applied just yet. But he's still currently showing as eighth in the timing screen. Ninth is Matt Flowers, and 10th is Russell Cager to round out the top 10. So we're going to head down to our first part firmer interviews of the day. So let's head down to Josh and have a chat to our top three. I'm sure enjoyed that second BMW Compact Cup race quite a lot. Josh, down to you.
So we're down here in Park Ferme after the first race today. Stephen Daly took the win. Steve, if I can interrupt you. Well done. Another win for you there. How was that?
Aye, very good. First couple of laps were quite intense. Mikey had the tow, Ben was there, Reese was there, everybody was there. So went into the first corner on lap 3 and the gear stick actually broke.
Right.
So I was having to use the lower part of the gear stick. So
I mean, get our camera in and we can show you that.
Just if you look at the gear stick here, the gear stick's flopping forward. So I mean, yeah, that was a challenge. So I had to hold down in the gear stick. So that's why I'm so sweaty right now, because that was a hard job there.
And you've got a longer race later, so that's something that definitely needs to be fixed.
Yeah, that's just something we need to look at for the next one. So yeah, sorry I've not many words, but that was a hard one.
So looking to the race later, first time a 30-minute race for Compact Cup.
Yeah.
Is there any new challenges that will possess?
I mean, to be honest, our car seems to be getting better and better as the race progresses. So as long as the tyres can stay on, I think we'll be okay. But it's the starts we really need to work on. I think we need to pump our pressures up a bit to get the car off the line and do the first couple of laps better to save the hassle. But we'll see. Thanks to the Casey Motorsport guys this weekend. The car's been absolutely fantastic, and everybody watching at home. So thanks, guys.
Well done.
Cheers.
So well done, Stephen Daly. And a second place was Mikey Doble, who kept Stephen pretty honest in those first part of the race.
Yeah, I was trying to make the most of getting the tyres up to good temperature. I seemed to have good pace at the beginning, right in his slipstream, so it was hard for him to get away. And then obviously when his gear stick broke into turn 1, it kind of bottled us all up, and I hit the back of him, and then he kind of managed to get a bit of a break after that, and then I struggled to keep up. But no, still another solid result. Pleased with that.
I think you've been doing some Ginetta racing this year as well. How do the two cars compare?
They're nothing alike. They're so different. Your brain doesn't even compute that it's the same thing when you get in the cars. I mean, left foot braking versus right foot braking, different gearboxes, everything. They're definitely a challenge to get from one to the other, but I seem to have been all right so far. So hopefully it carries on that way.
Again, I was saying to Steve, 30-minute race later. Anything you'll have to do different with the car going into that?
More fuel. More fuel, and just drive it like another race. I'm sure we'll be a bit more sweaty than we are right now. Looking like it could be wet as well, so might have to put a wet setup on it if it rains. But other than that, just crack on.
Well done on second place.
Thank you very much.
And in third place was Ben Huntley. Ben, third place for you. You were involved in a right old battle.
Yeah, through quite a lot of us, because the start marshal put the start delayed board up, and I think quite a lot of us took the cars out of gear and thought, okay, we'll wait, and then the lights came on and we all thought, oh, what's happening then? And the lights went out, so yeah, a bit of chaos on the start. But yeah, I sort of hung on to the back of Mikey and Steve. They sort of started to pull away a little bit when it became a little bit of a fight behind between myself, Mr. Maguire, and Reece Claydon. And it ended up Reece going from, I think, what was it, been 5th to 3rd at one point. And I thought, oh, that's frustrating. And I managed to get past Paul and started piling the pressure onto Reece. And I don't know what happened to his car. I assume it was a gearbox or a...
Well, we thought that Reece Claydon's car had a damaged front bumper, so we didn't know if he had an off anywhere, but not something you saw.
No, he came out from under the bridge and out into the bomb hole, and as he came through the bomb hole, it was making all sorts of wonderful noises. So I assumed he'd gone for a gear and missed it, and then I saw him drop further back in the mirror, and I thought, well, maybe he's popped an engine or popped a gearbox or something. So, but no, I know it's not how you want to inherit 3rd place, but podium's a podium at the end of the day. It's more championship points. Reverse grid race later on today. I'm a bit unsure of the weather. I think we all are. Hoping for a wet 30-minute.
Yeah.
I think that'll suit me quite nicely. I know it'll suit Steve very nicely. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, everyone's been talking about rain all weekend. It's just not turning up at the moment.
I know, I can't believe it. Everybody said, heavy thunderstorms from Friday night onwards, and here we are on Sunday morning, and we've had a little drizzle overnight, and it's, for a wet weather driver like myself, I'm sort of hoping it's going to open up. So no, my luck, it'll rain just as we come into after race 3. So,
well done on another podium place.
Thank you very much.
So that was 3rd place, Ben Huntley. 2nd was Mikey Doble, and Stephen Daly again winning in the Compact Cup.
Thank you very much, Josh. And if that looked like good fun in the BMW Compact Cup and you want more information, you can head over to the BRSCC website, brscc.co.uk, and be sure to find out more. Head to the Formula section and scroll down to find Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. And if you want to give it a go, be sure to get in touch. And I'm sure we'll be seeing you on the grid at some point in the future. Right, more saloons heading from the BMWs on towards the Blue Oval, the first of our Ford-based races here for today. This is the 2nd race of the weekend for the ETSL STXR Challenge. Brilliant little championship. Of course, you can find out more about them also on the brscc.co.uk website. And for this 2nd race, we've got a slight reversal of the order because whilst the cars are sat in the finishing order from yesterday, it is the XRs that are sat at the front of the grid that will go off first, and then the STs, who are a couple of rows back, will start just behind them. And of course, all of them finishing in the order that they finished from yesterday. It's all also an overall finishing position. So it's a little bit similar to, if people remember back in the early 2000s when we had the British Touring Car Championship, had the touring cars and the production cars. There used to be a system where, for them, it was the production cars were a lap ahead, and they started they started a lap ahead, and it was up to the touring cars to try and catch them up. For these ones, no one's a lap ahead of anything. It's simply just they're all on the same lap, but the XRs will start 20 seconds ahead of the STs, and then the STs will push as hard as they can to try and catch them up. Given that the STs have a bit of a power advantage, it might well be a little bit easier for them given the long straights here at Snetterton. But as we saw at Croft, when we had them on live stream back then, it wasn't as simple as that, because we had that before in the 2nd race, and even with the safety car, they only got past until the last bit. So the rain can be a bit of a performance leveler when it comes to these cars. And as I also referred to yesterday in the 1st race, a well-driven XR with the right setup can be just as quick, if not quicker in some cases, than the guys in the STs, of course. But then over the last couple of years, we've had the Class A XR2s as the more dominant class. But then as the years have gone on with the past couple of seasons, those STs have started to come more to the fore, to which we've got quite a nice bumper grid of them going forwards for this season. They've had over 40 registrations. At the first round at Croft, they had 30 cars. So this has been growing and blossoming really nicely within the STXR Challenge paddock. And of course, there's more cars still on the way. But let's take you through how they're lining up for this 2nd race. Then first of all, let's take you through the XR contingent. Simon Robertson, due to his race win yesterday, starts on pole position for the XRs at the front of the grid. Alex Corsa starts alongside him. They had a great back and forth battle at the front of the field in that category. Then it's Jason Hennifer and Ben Thomas. Jason top of the XR3Is alongside Ben Thomas 4th on the grid. And it's Danny Lee in the 2nd Escort XR3i, and Daniel Cooper, who I'm pleased to say is back on the grid after he retired with mechanical problems at Ritchie's early on in that race. Then we have a couple of rows gap back, and then we go look to our STXR contenders, so in the STs, with Michael Blackburn, who was yesterday's overall and ST race winner, who will start on pole for them. Alongside him is Sam Beckett, ahead of 10 Sport Performance team boss Chris Grimes, and Chris Jones, who's the championship leader coming into the weekend, starting back in 4th. Then it's the first of the 3 Barons, with Lee, who's contending mostly for the championship. Alongside him is former multiple champion Mark Robinson. Another multiple champion in Michael Heath comes next. Alongside him is Lewis Barron, son of Lee. And then further back, we then have Mark Blunt in car number 3 alongside Alex Townley on the 9th row of the grid overall, but the 5th row for the STs is then Tony Mumford and Gareth Pilling from Ross Craig and Adam Bissell. We have then Christopher Rowlands and Daniel Cooper in car number 17 on the 12th row of the grid, or the 8th row for the STXR Challenge. And then further back we have Luke Woodward and Ryan Bowron, who had an issue yesterday and saw him retire from that first race, but he's got some work to do to creep up from the back of the grid. So as we mentioned, if you want more information on this championship, you can head to the website, brscc.co.uk. So the format for this is pretty simple. There's within 4 or 5 classes in this championship. The STs, they might look fairly similar to the more familiar BRSCC Fiesta Championship, Fiesta Junior cars, but while the specification for the Fiesta Championship and Fiesta Juniors is effectively the same, bar a couple of tweaks for the juniors, these STs in this STXR Challenge Championship are more Group N specifications. So they run different tyres, different suspension, different specification. They don't have a particular ECU map on them to be a bit more powerful. They are more akin to more the road-going cars with all the mandatory safety requirements, a couple of tweaks to make them more track ready. But apart from that, they are pretty much what you expect in what you'd call a Group N specification if they're running in a Group N championship, so to speak. They are the dominant cars on the grid. We've seen quite a few drivers that have come through from the Class A's and the Fiesta XR2s and the Escort XR3Is in Class B have been starting to step up into these cars, but there are still a few of the XRs still around racing, and we're quite grateful to have them still on the grid. There's still drivers that want to come out and race them because they prefer the XR2s and to keep them in competition and extend their competition life. And there are a few more XRs on the way in the next couple of rounds coming up, with Cadwell Park, a familiar circuit being Alton Park, coming up as well. They're also heading off to Donington at the end of the season too for their season finale. And that's the whole great thing about this year, is that rather than being more than they have in the past, which has been more of a northwestern-based championship, because this championship has mainly frequented both Alton Park and Anglesey in the past over the last few years. They've taken a bit of a step up in going to a step up in terms of different venues, shall we say, alongside them. So they've gone to the likes of Croft. They've been to the past couple of seasons. They've been to Knock Hill as well, which was a fabulous meeting for them as well. All the drivers really did rave a lot about that meeting in terms of how fantastic it was, and I think a lot of them do want to go back to Scotland again next year if they can. And also as well, of course, they're heading here to Snetterton. First time they've been here since 2018. Donington Park, they've been there before. They've also been to Silverstone in the past as well. So they do travel further afield, and they're taking more of a national approach in terms of the circuits they visit to, and it has absolutely paid off. As I briefly mentioned to you just now, just over 40 drivers registered for the season. We had 30 of them out for the first round at Croft, so it just shows how much more popular and how much popular it currently is, and it continues to be in the STXR Challenge, with more and more cars and drivers giving it a go. And there's lots of new faces popping up, not just in the XRs, but in the STs as well, who are joining this fantastic paddock that the STXR have done. So all the credit has to go to Chris Flynn and to David Fairclough and to all the guys involved with the championship for building up as it is. And there's always still the preference of more and more cars coming along as the year goes on. So Simon Robinson and Alex Corser starting on the front row of the grid. As we say, it was in race 1, it was the XRs behind the STs. They'll be behind them again for race number 3 later on, and then we'll have again the XRs will start off first. They'll be starting above the lights. There'll be a 20-second gap, and then the Union Jack flag will start the STs, who are a couple of rows back for their race. So we have technically 2 separate races in one. Watch for the STs to come through. Don't be surprised if they catch them by the time the race comes on. It can be quite a battle between them. So we're getting set then for race number 2 of the weekend for the ETSL STXR Challenge here at Snetterton. Simon Robinson and Alex Corder looking to continue their duel from yesterday in the class. Revs are up, the red lights are on, head off any second now, and away we go. Cracking start from pole from the inside of the front row from Simon Robinson. They get away pretty cleanly. Jason Hennifer also darts out to try and get himself up the inside for second place on Alex Corser. Also moving well is Ben Thomas. Danny Lee's in the mix as well in the second of the XR3Is. And Jason Hennifer turns into Richie's corner in second place behind Simon Robinson. Meanwhile, I'm looking at my commentary box window. The STs have been started by the Union Jack flag. So away they go, and here they are. Here comes the cavalry down towards Richie's corner as they charge off towards turn 1. Looks as though from the front row of the grid, Michael Blackburn's trying to hold on to pole position as they make their way down towards the first corner. And now out of Wilson's they go. In the background, watch the STs flash through in a second. There they are. So whilst the XRs turn their way out through Palmer's for the first time, we'll see how the ST starts played out in a few moments' time. So Simon Robinson leads the way then in the red Fiesta XR2. White and blue two-tone Escort XR3i of Jason Hennifer comes next in second place, and Simon already using the fact that there's a car between himself and Alex Corser to full advantage and pulling away a small gap of around about a second already. Alex Corsa trying to come back at Jason Hennifer on the exit of Agostini. Danny Lee is fourth, ahead of Ben Thomas in the blue XR2 with the white racing stripes. And then Daniel Cooper, who we said it's great to see back on there after he had some mechanical issues, is still holding on in 6th position. So we'll take a look at the STs in a second, but we're just following our XR runners as they come out through Oggies for the first time and up towards Williams. Now we pan back. Oh, and Danny Lee's had a spin. Looks like he's done that all by himself, I think. I don't think he had anyone too near him. The car was immediately behind him was Ben Thomas, but I don't think he was close enough to cause a problem. I can't see any damage on the rear anyway. Nothing that would suggest it was quite a substantial tap, but away he goes. Now for the STs, they're going to be heading through in a second, but we still can focus on our XR drivers for the time being. Still Simon Robertson that leads then. Jason Hennifer in 2nd place, and Alex Corsa not letting him get away as they turn through with Brundle and Nelson. A little wide over the curve there for the Escort as they make the sprint towards the bomb hole. Hopefully we'll be able to see our ST runners in a second as they come up towards the end of the first lap. I'd like to see who's where, particularly if Michael Blackburn's held on to that pole position. Is now coming up through the right-hander. Looks like Corsa was trying to put a move on Jason Hennifer up the inside through Coram. Not quite. Jason shut the door. He's quite an experienced man, is Jason, in this car. He's been racing for so long. As you can see, it is for sale, so if you want to try and pick this car up, it's quite a potent machine, this Escort XR3i. It's been a front runner in the Class B for quite a while, and certainly proving it is he's now going toe-to-toe with Alex Corsa. Meanwhile, Simon Robinson continues on in the lead. They're up quite a canter, leads the way. Here's our ST contingent, and it's still Michael Blackburn leading from pole position. Chris Grimes is up to 2nd from the 2nd row of the grid, and then it's 3rd position for... Let's see, I think that's 3rd position for Chris Jones ahead of Sam Beckett. There's been a change around in the first couple of rows. Michael, he's had a great start. He's side by side with Lee Barron as the STs charge down the pit straight for the first time, and they are already catching the tail end of the SXRs. They are catching Danny Lee down the pit straight, so I did anticipate that they were going to start doing that, given the fact these cars have a bit more poke in a straight line, so I was fully anticipating the fact that that was going to happen. So heading out of Palmer's and into Agostini for the 2nd time. Robinson had a 4.6-second lead at the end of the first lap. That's how much of an advantage he has at the moment. Corsa has got through to 2nd, though. He's managed to make it past the Escort of Jason Hennifer. I think we're just holding back for a second so we can catch our STs who are heading down to the hairpin now. They're coming up towards Ben Thomas. They'll be able to pass him overall in a second. Meanwhile, Daniel Cooper just gets immediately out of the way. I'm having no pass to the scrap between Chris Jones and Sam Beckett, who has got a bit of his rear bumper dislodged. So I think if either Grimes or possibly Chris Jones got through, it might have been totally without any contact. The rest of the pack heads its way out of Agostini on this 2nd lap so far. And Chris Jones, championship leader, has won before this weekend and won all but one race. And that was the first race at Knock Hill, which was won by Michael Blackburn, who took the victory yesterday. He's looking for a 2nd one. And I anticipate that he'll be starting to push himself right into championship contention by the time he gets to the end of this weekend. It's still, of course, after this race, one more to go. There's Alex Corsa using all the curve as he turns in through Brundle and Nelson. Jason Hennifer giving chase in the XR3i. As I mentioned, it's brilliant to see these wonderful, old-school 80s Fiestas and Escorts still on track. It evokes fantastic memories of the time when what we now know as the Fiesta Championship was based mainly on these Fiesta XR2s, when you had plenty of them and they would go up and down the country everywhere. They'd even go to places as far afield as France, even the Nürburgring in Germany back in the 80s. So how far these cars have come, and it's fantastic that some 30, 40 years later, they are still very much being used and very much still enjoyed as a competition race car. So full credit to the guys who still race these cars for keeping them out and keeping them racing at all. And hopefully we get a few more as the seasons progress. Now, the top 3 have flashed through, but the next cars to come through the shot now are our leading STs. Still Michael Blackburn leading from Chris Grimes in 2nd place. Chris Jones is now 3rd. Now he's got past Sam Beckett. 4th place now for Beckett, 5th now for Lee Barron, and they've all put a lap on Ben Thomas so far, so their next target for the XRs is going to be the 3rd place man Jason Hennifer when he comes through. So Michael Blackburn then, who knows what it's like to be in an Escort. He has been in an XR3i before, and he made the step up, I think it was last year, and he was pretty prominent at the away round last year when they were sharing the grid with the Fiesta Championship at Silverstone. And there you can see the pace difference at the moment between the XRs and the STs, and Blackburn now starting to reel in your top three at the moment. I imagine that Simon Robertson might be a little bit trickier to catch because he has got quite a lead. The lead at the moment is 5 seconds at this point in time. Fastest lap of the race, unsurprisingly, has gone to our ST leader, which is Michael Blackburn, 2 minutes 22.748. Good battle going on here between Mark Robinson, who's dropped back a little bit. He's got some work to do, former champion. He was up there contending for the overall and Class D title last year with William Heslop, who not only has a Class A title to his name in an XR2, as well as being a champion in the XRs, but also then translated that pace into the STs, and he unfortunately had to give up the championship, I'm afraid. Not by choice, but unfortunately because he had a bit of a, I think he had came down with the dreaded C word, as we can refer it to. But because of that, he couldn't travel. So no, because he had some restrictions which forced him not to be able to travel. So because of that, unfortunately, he couldn't make the final rounds, sadly, and so therefore William Heslop was able to go on and take the championship. So Mark then, we're looking to try and rebound as much as he can. Sam Beckett there was exploring the track limits, exiting the right-hander at Williams. Still that left corner rear bumper is trailing. Now, if he's not careful, if it doesn't fall off by itself, he might well get a black and orange flag, which is the mechanical flag that the stewards can ask to be held out to him, and that means that you have to come into the pit lane to have that car fixed, or just at least hope that the offending piece of bodywork falls off. If it falls off by itself, then that's fine. It will be no problem anymore, and he won't have to come in. But if it does continue to drag on the ground like that, it could pose a problem to the cars behind. But sometimes these bumpers do tend to dislodge themselves quite quickly if they start dragging on the ground enough at high enough speed. Leaders in the STs are coming up to pass Jason Hennifer for third. I was tempted to say a lap there, but I've got to remember that there's not anything going. And there's something going on in the background. There was a lot of smoke and dust going on there. I couldn't quite catch who it was, but something's happened between a few cars there. There goes one of the Barons. Mark Robinson's in there too as well. I have to say, right at the top of the shot, I think it meant that it was somebody locking up and then running wide. I can't see any damage to anyone or anyone limping, so I think it simply was just someone being a bit too quick into Murray's, and because of that, lost momentum and ran wide onto the grass. There's Michael Heath, who's a former multiple-time XR Challenge champion, back when it was just XRs, but he's now jumped into an ST for the first time this season. And, oh, we've got a car running slowly by the looks of things up towards the complex. That is Tony Mumford, the former pickup truck racer. And I think it's his second season in the STs. He has been before in the XRs. He ran in, I think the first time he did it was in Class E, which is for the XR2s that run without a limited slip differential. There's none here on the grid, but that's where he started. So they turn in at the end of another lap, and Sam Beckett must be hoping, if he can see it dragging on the ground, he'll be hoping that this bumper dislodges itself and falls off, because, again, as I mentioned, he might well get a mechanical warning flag for that. And he'll be mandated to come in. If he doesn't come in, then that's the dreaded black flag will be next. But rather than think about that too much, let's focus on where we are at the front of the field. So Sam Beckett then, who is currently sat at the moment in 7th overall and 4th in the STs right now, is trying to hold on. There's Simon Robinson, who continues to spread eagle the field in his XR2. Alex Causa, who's a bit further back this time than he was yesterday, is in 2nd place on 5 seconds. Then our leaders in the STs come through. Blackburn from Grimes, Chris Jones, the championship leader. And then we have Sam Beckett in 4th in that class, 7th overall. And then as they turn their way through, in fact, they both got past Jason Hennifer, as has also Lee Barron. So he's been in contention for victories over the last 2 opening meetings, but a little bit further back this weekend. So he'll want to try and rebound if he can for the 3rd one. There goes Alex Causa. Still trying to chase down Simon Robertson. There is Michael Blackburn, followed by Chris Grimes. Chris took a victory last year at Silverstone after he was doing double duty that weekend with the Fun Cup, which is quite a regular. And then Sam Beckett tries to drag the bumper over the curb in an effort to try and bounce it along and eventually dislodge it, but it's not quite happened just yet. And he's going on the pit straight as if he's trying to, I'm not sure if that's what he's trying to do, but it's almost as if, ironically, he wants to try and get a team member to try and grab it as he goes past. Obviously, that would be completely frowned upon, but he's just hoping that it falls off. Otherwise, he will get a warning flag for that, as I keep on mentioning. So 4 minutes and 4.5 minutes to go left in this second STXR Challenge race here at Snetterton. As we continue to focus on Sam Beckett, 4th in the ST, now up to 6th, because those leading contenders are past Jason Hennifer now, who's dropped to, across the line, 8th overall, but still 3rd in the XR category, and also leading the way in his individual class, which is Class B, the Escort XR3Is. There is Michael Blackburn. Certainly this will be helping him out to collect some very valuable championship points if he can hold on to this particular success. And I think, given the gap that Simon Robertson has, we might well get our first XR winner, overall winner of the season, because looking at lap times, yes, Michael Blackburn's done a 2:22.655, but the overall gap between himself and Simon Robinson is 8.8 seconds. So unless, touch wood, something happens to Simon on the last lap, I can't actually see Michael Blackburn catching him. He might well catch second place man Alex Corser and pick up the second place overall, but I'm not sure he's got enough to catch Simon Robinson. He might well just be further enough away to be able to hold on. So I think we're going to get, looking at the time, we might get 2 more laps. There is, I can see a board bit, right, I can see just out my commentary box here window, the aforementioned black and orange flag is being held out, and I don't think he means to tell you exactly who that's being held out for. I think it is being given to Sam Beckett, I think, for that dragging bumper. So I think, unfortunately, he may well have to give up his position and come into the pit lane. Otherwise, if he doesn't, he might well find himself with a bit more than just a time penalty at the end. So Simon Robertson goes through. Here comes Michael Blackburn on the tail of Alex Corser as they come up towards Murray's out of Coram. And I imagine with the better straight line speed that Michael Blackburn will just simply zip past him on the sprint down the centre straight. And then it'll be down towards Ritchie's where he'll take the outside line. They're going to be side by side across it, and it will be his nose in front by the time they get across the line, and he will be totally in front by the time they turn into the right-hander. So we're going to get 2 more laps as... Oh no, Simon Robinson's out! Simon Robinson, the race leader, has retired on the penultimate lap. Oh, goodness me. Simon Robinson, who was on course potentially for an overall race win, as well as the front running in the XRs, he's out on the penultimate lap. Oh, that is gutting for Simon Robertson, who was doing so well and having such a great race. He was away by some 5 seconds, but his last lap seemed to be okay lap time-wise. It was a 2:25.911, so it must have been a problem that has come along so suddenly and just happened without warning. So Simon Robertson's car out unexpectedly on the penultimate lap of the race. Well, I'm almost a bit speechless there. I'm not quite sure what to say, because Simon Robertson was having such a fantastic run in the XR. We were, I guess it's the commentator's curse, we were bigging him up for the first potential non-ST race winner, of course, overall. And all of a sudden, his car is pulled off to the side of the road. Well, it now means that Michael Blackburn is now the overall leader. Chris Grimes has gone past Alex Corser for second place. It'll be a bit of a silver lining for Alex Corser, because it means he'll finish third overall and will also be able to get some points back on Simon Robinson. And I think there's a couple of supporters in the chat that also think they're a bit gutted for Simon. I think in some cases, I'm supposed to be rather impartial. I'm quite gutted for Simon as well, because that was quite a good run for him. I think anyone would be, because given that he was so far up the field and doing a fantastic job holding on to the overall lead, to have it snatched away like that certainly is not the way you would have wanted it to end by any stretch of the imagination. Well, there's your overall race leader then, as he was in race 1. Michael Blackburn turns his way now, at the moment, relatively unchallenged, although Chris Grimes is starting to go with him. Looking at lap times between the two of them, Chris Grimes did a lap that was 0.2 quicker than Michael Blackburn last time. That was even with the benefit of a small, brief tow up the pit straight, exiting the final corner when he was trying to pass Alex Corser. So into Coram, and then into Murray's for the penultimate time. Big lock-up for Alex Corser if he turns in. We've lost one XR, we don't want to lose a second one in quick succession. And Alex Corser might well be about to be nudged off the overall podium by Chris Jones, as the black and orange mechanical flag, you can see it there, the black flag with the orange circle, that is the mechanical flag that is being held out for, I'm confident, Sam Beckett, car number 96. We'll get it a second time. As there is, you can see just the centre of shot as the cars head through. That was Simon Robinson's XR2 that's sadly pulled off behind the barriers. And they head down into the hairpin for the last time. Now, Chris Grimes last time has just set the fastest lap of the race, and he's a second quicker than Michael Blackburn last time. It was a 2:23.0 for Michael Blackburn, a 2:22.0 for Chris Grimes. So maybe this isn't over yet. Maybe that Chris Grimes has got a little bit left in reserve here, and he might well start to put Michael Blackburn under pressure. They're going to head down towards Agostini for the final time. In the background, we can see Chris Jones is lining up Alex Corser, but we could get a last-minute change for the lead. It'll be our third different leader in as many laps in many cases, if he can find his way through. So Blackburn then, rather unexpectedly, is about to get his elbows out to try and hold on to this overall victory. Chris Grimes, though, I'm sure will push him all the way to the flag, as in the foreground we can see that Chris Jones is getting past Alex Corser. Lee Barron, I'm sure, might well get past Alex as well before the end of the race. But now as they come up through Oggies and into Williams for the final time and onto that long Bentley straight, if Chris Grimes can be close enough, he might start to latch on and get a slipstream into Williams, but he won't do it like that as he pulls through Williams' corner, all sorts of out of shape. And I think that might have just killed his charge, unless he can get a super run through Brundle and Nelson and get right onto his tail to make a bit of a photo finish on the run to a line. So, down the back straight, up towards Brundle and Nelson again, and once again, Chris Grimes closes right up underneath him into Brundle and Nelson. Either Michael's sort of backed off a tiny bit, or he's got a problem of some kind that's been developing, and Chris Grimes with a better run out of the corner takes the wide approach into the bomb hole. This could be a real photo finish to the second STXR challenge race here at Snetterton as they make their way now through Coram for the final time. Michael Blackburn might not be secure here because Chris Grimes smells blood in the water. He smells a chance to get through here. They're side by side as Michael Blackburn takes the wide approach on towards Murray's, and now with a sprint towards the flags. Michael Blackburn runs wide over the curb a little bit. A better run for Chris Grimes on the exit. It will be a side by side photo finish. Chris Grimes is creeping alongside him. They're going to be side by side. There's a car off in the background, but they run to the line. It's either going to be Grimes or Blackburn towards the flag. Who's he going to be? Side by side across the line. I think Grimes just got it at the flag. Did he? No, Blackburn showing us he got it. Blackburn wins it by, get this, 8/1000ths of a second. Michael Blackburn wins by 0.008 at the checkered flag. What a thrilling finish that was. Blackburn wins, Grime in second place. It's third place for Chris Jones. He does pass Alex Causer. Fourth is Lee Barron. Fifth is Alex Causer. Sixth is going to be Lewis Barron. Seventh, Ryan Barron. That's not a bad progress in the back of the grid. Eighth is Mark Robinson. Ninth is Michael Heath. And 10th is Gareth Pilling. So Alex Causer is the top XR home. Rest of the field comes streaming through. But how's that for a finish? And I'm not sure if Michael Blackburn was expecting it too much. I think either he's had some kind of developing problem or his tyres went off. I'm not sure. Either that or simply Chris Grimes just had that much pace in the closing stages. But what a thrilling close finish that was. And I'm just waiting to see if the timing changes, because sometimes when they go and reassess it and look at the timing, looks back at it again, sometimes it can change. But no, it looks though it's keeping it with Michael Blackburn. And he still wins by that margin in the top left corner. 0.008 seconds. That's the closest finish I think we might see all weekend. Wow, what a thriller. And there's still one more of these cars per foot races to go. So, excellent stuff by the STXR Challenge. A thrilling race as always. And again, if you like that, there is one more race to come later on. So, that should be interesting. So, cars make their way in towards Parc Fermé. The timing screen says Blackburn. It did look initially as if it was Chris Grimes, because it looked like he was a fraction ahead, but the timing screen shows it's 0.008 of a second in Blackburn's favour. So in that one, it should be rather interesting. So into the Parc Fermé where they come, and our top three will have a chat with Josh Barrett down in Parc Fermé. They're just being told where to park up in Parc Fermé at the moment as Chris Grimes pulls in. I think they're going to get some checks from the scrutineers. And again, if you enjoyed that, if you want more information on the STXR Challenge, they do have their own website, stxrchallenge.com. But of course, main place for all the information for all the championships racing here this weekend is BRSCC.co.uk. Again, you can find their dedicated STXR Challenge Formula page by heading to the Formula section, and you'll be able to check them out there. So, quick recap of the result then before we head down to Josh. And in a thrilling photo finish, it's showing Michael Blackburn who takes the victory by 0.008 of a second from Chris Grimes at the flag. Chris Jones is third, and it's Lee Barron fourth. Alex Causer is fifth overall and wins Class A and the XR contingent. Lewis Barron is sixth, and Ryan Barron, Mark Robinson, Michael Heath and Gareth Pilling. That's your overall top 10. We're now going to hand over to Josh in the Parc Fermé. I'm sure has two very thrilled and exciting drivers after that incredible second STXR Challenge race. Wow, what a finish.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, we're down with our top two. We don't know who won the race, but according to TSL, it's Mike Blackburn by 0.008 of a second. Mike, you weren't sure you won. What a close finish.
Yeah, I don't like him that close. No, I thought Chris had me then. I made a mistake on the last corner, some oil or fuel down. Just caught me out, and I was on the rumble strips. Yeah. Just couldn't get any traction, and he got a run on me. No, it was close, too close. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess if the finish line was about a couple of metres further down, it might have been a different story.
Absolutely, yeah. No, there was oil down for that last 1.5 laps, or fuel down. I spotted it, but I think Chris was too close, and coming onto the back straight, I saw him have a big sideways moment, and I thought, I've got the 2 or 3 lengths I've got. Then it caught me out again, and Chris caught me back up. So, No, it's just a matter of survival, those last laps. 8,000, I'll take that.
And a different type of race with the XR starting in front. How do you enjoy those?
Well, it's brilliant that we've got two classes, and you know each class should be at the front, you know, over the weekend. That's right. But yeah, it's racing. You're passing people that are fast. You know, you're trying to race with people around you, and you have to pass people that you're catching. It's part of it.
Yeah. One more race this weekend. How are you looking forward to that?
I'd like to go home now, actually, with 2 wins. But yeah, no, bring it on. I think it's going to rain.
Well, that's what everybody keeps saying, isn't it? It just isn't coming at the moment.
I know. It'll be a different challenge. But now, considering the time I had in qualifying, I had a few tenths on them in qualifying. They've caught me up. Yeah. So maybe a wet race will I'll see what difference that makes.
Well done on 2 wins so far.
Thank you.
Second place was Chris Grimes, who's over here, I think. Chris, second place for you.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, 8,000ths of a second is what the time. I suspect there might be one available, but yeah, it couldn't really get any closer, can it?
No, that last lap, I don't think I could push anymore. Yeah. It was class. yeah, really good.
Mike thinks he made a bit of an error on the fluid.
Yes, there was fluid again on the last lap, and it just throws a spanner in the works. But again, I'm going to go and see a photo because I think I won that.
Okay, we'll let you go and do that. Anyway, obviously enjoyed that race coming through the field.
Class, yeah, really good. So race 3 is going to be just as good, I think. Yeah. Hopefully.
And now I think you did the fastest lap in that race as well, so that's a good bonus.
Yeah, mega. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Well done and good luck later.
Thank you.
Then in third place was Chris Jones. Third place there for you, Chris, and a busy race getting past the XRs as well, battling with your own class.
Yeah, they all came at the wrong point for me. Right. I was hoping to get a bit of a slipstream, but just caught them in the corners. Bit of oil put down the last lap made it a little bit interesting in a couple of corners, but we had that yesterday as well for most of the race. So warm out there. Yeah, it's good battle with Sam to start with, and then a bit of in between the front two and pack behind chasing me down. So it was all right.
Is Snetterton a circuit you've raced at before this weekend?
Yeah, not since 2004 was the last time I raced here, so it's changed a little bit. Some of the corners are similar, but yeah, all the infield's new and everything. So,
what are your thoughts on the new part of the track?
It's nice. It's certainly quite hard on the tyres and on the cars, but it makes it interesting. It's nice. Yeah.
One more race later. The other guy's saying it might rain. What do you think?
I like the rain. It doesn't really matter. So we'll see what happens and adjust from there.
Well done on your third place finish. So their third place man there was Chris Jones. Second was Chris Grimes and Michael Blackburn, the winner once again here at Snetterton, the STXR Challenge.
Thank you, Josh. Yeah, I caught my breath back just about for after that, but it might be taken away again in a second because after that thrilling STXR Challenge race, we now head to our third race of the weekend. Yep, you heard me right, third race for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. They had 2 races yesterday. One race won by the man on pole position for this race, which is Deegan Fairclough, and the man just behind him on third on the second row of the grid, Jensen Brickley, took the win in the second. It's their first ever weekend where they have more than 2 races, more than one, and having races across both days. So, bit of a different different format from the Fiesta Juniors for this weekend. Had a qualifying session to set this grid, and of course the second fastest time from that session will also set the grid for the second race as well. But yeah, 2 brilliant races yesterday. Deegan Fairclough winning from the front in race 1. He had that thrilling battle in the beginning with his current front row mate James Wallace in the opening stages of race number 2, but then had a mechanical issue that dropped him out early on, which meant that Jensen Brickley went into combat with James and eventually saw Jensen take his 3rd win of the season. So they're on 3 wins apiece at the moment between Deegan and Jensen. But let's see if anyone else around them, so possibly pinch one from them, could be either James Wallace, who's yet to take his first victory, took his first podium finishes yesterday, so he certainly made a big jump in pace. Different car this weekend, out of the blue 2010 racing car that he did the first 2 meetings. I think he's now in the car which I think Spencer Stevenson was in last year when he was still in an ST150 in the main senior Fiesta Championship, but he's now jumped out into this new car, and it seems to be working for him pretty well. So we're going to see if there's any change in the status quo. All 15 cars are there after we had a retirement yesterday. But here's the grid for race number 3 of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. It's Deegan Fairclough on pole position, the championship leader. He starts alongside James Wallace with his 2nd front row start, his 3rd front row start of the weekend. Jensen Brickley raced 2 winning yesterday, starts 3rd alongside Alex Lee, who has a podium to his name already this year. Jake Maynard's on row 3 alongside Sid Smith. And it's Jake Triggs and Albert Webster, one of his best qualifying results so far this year, starting in 8th on the grid. Rounding out the top 10 in our Fiesta Junior field is Harry Garman, the Junior Rallycross graduate. Alongside him is James Pope, one of his best qualifying results so far, with 10th on the grid. And it's Daniel Lewis and George Davis on the 6th row, ahead of Archie Handy and Joseph Knight, who had mechanical problems almost all day yesterday, both in qualifying and in that first race that denied him getting him out in race 2. But they managed to fix them overnight. He got out to get a time in this morning in qualifying, and he is on the grid in 14th. And Alex Sprain's at the back of the grid in 15th position. He's had 1 or 2 possible power issues, but they are powering through in order to get themselves back towards the front. So as we mentioned, any information on all the championships that you want to find out that are racing this weekend, head to the BRSCC.co.uk website. For those who've never seen the Fiesta Junior Championship before, this is a fantastic little championship for 14 to 17-year-old junior racing drivers. They all compete in identical Mark 6 Ford Fiesta ST150s. They all run on a dedicated junior spec Goodyear tyre. They also run with an ECU remap from Puma Speed. They have a Miltech exhaust, AST suspension, the full Motorsport UK and FIA junior safety requirements all fitted on the cars as well to make them one of the safest junior cars out there. And all of this combined means they are proper little mini touring cars. They look like mini touring cars, they sound like them, they go like them, and they certainly drive like them as well. And all the drivers are absolutely buzzing every time they jump into these cars. There's always a big smile on them. There's a real camaraderie in the paddock as well. They had a fantastic barbecue last night with all the drivers socialising and having fun and having a chat and a laugh together. And that was quite a nice paddock atmosphere between them. So wonderful place to race, wonderful championship. I'm sure if there's any karters or short oval races or junior rallycross races that are young enough to, or be old enough in the next few years that want to compete, do be sure to check it out. Again, BRSCC.co.uk, head to the Formula section and have a search for the Fiesta Junior Championship. So this will be quite a battle between the front runners. As we say, Deegan Fairclough has currently been the championship leader so far since the start of the season. He jumped in late as a late entry for the season this year, but an instant impact with 2 wins at Cross, one in the dry and one in the absolute pouring rain in the second race. Brilliant wet weather driving from Deegan in that race. Was still on the podium in the second meeting of the year at Alton Park, their first ever visit since the championship began back in 2012, and that was 2 victories for the man in third on the grid there, the blue and yellow car of Jensen Brickley. He was fairly dominant in that weekend amongst some skirmishes towards the back, but now they're both on 3 wins apiece after taking 1 each yesterday in the first set of races, but we're all set to get underway for the second set as they come round onto the grid. One thing you can't fault them on, they're very well presented, these cars. They're brilliant looking liveries in the field, and there's certainly all different colours on the grid. There's one to spot and one to pick out, and then there's quite a lot of support for each of the junior drivers respectively, quite a few in the YouTube comments as well as those who are watching around the circuit, and I'm sure on Facebook as well. Again, big thank you to everyone who is watching on the live stream, both on Facebook and on YouTube, whether it be on the dedicated championship page for the Fiesta Juniors or on BRSCC, both on YouTube and Facebook. Great stuff from all of you guys tuning in, and massive thanks to you for supporting all the championships and the club and all the live stream action that we're doing this year as part of the biggest ever live stream package that BRSCC has ever done. So right in the thick of it, and right in the thick of the race meeting here with this third race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, all set to go underway. So poleman Deegan Fairclough looking for win number 4 of the season. James Wise looking for his first. It's also then Jensen Brickley, Alex Lee. Who's going to win the sprint down towards Richie's corner for the 3rd time this weekend off the line? It's lights out. They're racing in the Fiesta Juniors. Clean start for everyone so far off the line as they charge up towards Richie's for the first time. The right-hander down at the end of the straight. It's side by side between the front row men. See, Sid Smith had a bit of a rough start. He's right in the mid-pack as they turn in towards turn 1 for the first time. They're a bit 2 by 2 as they come in through it. Everyone hopefully will get through nice and clean, nice and tidy. Couple of cars on the grass on the inside, but they've all got through relatively trouble-free. Now they're into the hairpin for the first time. James Wallace is under threat from Jensen Brickley, but it's still Fairclough that leads. It's going a bit deep into the corner. Jake Triggs has gone wide off the road. You're locked up on the outside line. Albert Webster's all over the grass on the exits. He comes behind both Jake Maynard, who's on the inside of Sid Smith as they turn in towards Palmer's. So quite rough and ready, these guys, in terms of the start of this first couple of laps as they come out of the first few corners. And now make the charge down towards Agostini, the second big braking zone on the circuit. Jake Maynard just trying to hold the inside line, defending from Sid Smith, as Harry Garman looks round the outside with a big move in the 75 car. He's trying to get past Jake. He then gets a little bit edged out wide as he tries to go around the outside. A little bit of a tap between the two cars as they turn in, but then they'll slot in single file back towards Hamilton's. So Sid Smith found himself a bit more on the pack. He was a bit sort of further up on the grid in about 5th or 6th position. He's lost a couple of places since the start. It's Harry Garman makes another big dive up the inside into Oggies. Sid Smith gives him the room and allows him to take the position for the time being, but it's still a 15-minute race. There's still time for them to try and pick their way back up through the order and pick up the positions as they turn their way through. So the field then turns out of Williams and onto the Bentley straight for the first time. Everyone line astern now as they come towards the very fast and tricky section of Brundle and Nelson. Everyone now trying to find their own little piece of circuit here as they come down towards the complex on this opening lap. So Fairclough leads, Wallace in second, Brickley third. Looks like Alex Lee in fourth position. Indeed it is. So top three trying to break away already. Albert Webster's charged up to fifth. Good start from him. Sixth for Jake Maynard. Seventh for Harry Garman going back to his rallycross roots for a second there as he ran wide on the exit of Nelson. And look at also James Pope. It started back in the top 10. Had a great result yesterday, finishing 9th. He's right in the mix of it. Is off onto the grass went Sid Smith. Now, either he just ran wider. I'm not sure if he got a tap in the rear, but either way, Sid Smith is off the road and onto the grass. He's now going to drop back a few spots. He's got back on in front of a fast-starting Joseph Knight. Good to see his car's back up into full strength after had some problems yesterday. Up over the curb and onto two wheels goes George Davis. It really is a fast and frantic start to Fiesta Juniors today, isn't it? As across the line goes Deegan Fairclough to lead the field. James Wallace second, Denson Brickley in third, Alex Lee fourth, Albert Webster's up 3 spots into 5th position. Jake Maynard's down a position from where he started in 6th. Side by side for 7th, Harry Garman looking up the inside of George Davis. Davis says, right, after you for the time being, but I'll see if I can get you back in a couple of corners. And now look at James Pope. James Pope, who started tentatively at the beginning of the season, is really coming on strong in this second half of the weekend here at Snetterton. He's looking up the inside of George Davis. Davis tries to cover as much as he can. There's a tiny little tap between them, but I think James has said, right, I'll hold back for a second. And look at Joseph Knight on the outside line with a brilliant run off the corner in Wilson. He's up the inside of Sid Smith. Remember, he had problems yesterday. I watched back one of the paddock interviews that Ian Waterhouse was doing yesterday, and he said that in qualifying, just one of the rear corners just completely went. He had further issues in race 1 that put him out at the side of the road late on. He was out of race number 2 as Sid Smith goes back up the inside to pass him into Agostini. And then they've worked all night on that car, and they just about got it out for qualifying in the last few minutes after they had to tweak a last little quick fix for something else. And now it's got him back out in 14th place and on the grid for that first race, and now he's back in the mix. He started 14th up to 11th and now around in the top 10, so great stuff at the moment. Sid Smith, meanwhile, not having the race he was hoping, as James Pope is not on the circuit at all as he's off the road. Ran a little too wide on the exit of Oggies there, and now he's let Sid Smith back through and also allowed Joseph Knight to squeeze through as well, so he'll be back up another position as James Pope bounces his way back onto the circuit, trying to keep the momentum as they come down the Bentley straight for the second time. Harry Garman, meanwhile, was under threat there from George Davis. But there's your leader, Deegan Fairclough, through the complex of Brundle and Nelson. Second is still James Wallace. Third, Jensen Brickley. Fourth, now Alex Lee. Battle on for 5th between Albert Webster and Jake Maynard. For 7th place downwards, let's take a look. Well, George Davis has got past Harry Garman, so Davis up to P7 now. 8th now for Garman, and now possibly could lose 8th for Sid Smith, who's back in front. So Sid Smith trying to regain his momentum here after he ran wide a lap ago, so he's looking to try and pick himself back up after he's dropped a few spots. Here comes a scrap for 5th, a sideways on the brakes for Albert Webster. Just about gathers it up, but he runs wide, bounces onto the grass over the curb, keeps his foot in. You can't tell these juniors aren't committed. He's absolutely just kept his foot in on the exit of that corner and just held on to the position. I'm afraid for rather bemused Jake Maynard, I'm sure. But though Maynard will have a better exit, he's in the slipstream. Will try and put himself in a position to pass, if not at Ritchie's, then possibly down towards the Wilson hairpin. He's looking to the outside. He might have a better run on the run through the right-hander. Now they come up through the turn 1 and up towards Wilson again under brakes. Webster going defensive on that inside line, but Maynard's looking for the switchback if he can try and find a way through. Just the rest of the pack just sweeping past in the background. And now they turn into Palmer's now for the 3rd time. It's a 15-minute race. We've just gone past the 1/3 mark, so 5 minutes and 5.5 minutes already in the books already. 9.5 to go. There's Alex Lee in 4th position going to the shot. In the background, we can see George Davis holding off the charging pack with Harry Garman just behind him. Defensive line for Albert Webster. He's not comfortable holding on to the edge of the road. He has to go to the inside to make sure he covers off any avenue that Jake Maynard may have. 7th down was just flashed the shot for a moment there before we switched to our camera looking at Hamilton's. So Albert Webster has a podium to his name in Fiesta Juniors, picked it up at the first round of last year's shortened season at Cadwell Park. Since then, he's been sort of steadily picking up steady points finishes around the top 5 and top 10, and has a brand new livery with AMD support, of course, supported by Sean Hollenby and the guys at that AMD tuning workshop. It's good to see one or two drivers getting supported by people from within the BTCC paddock. I know that Deegan Fairclough, who leads this race, is also a junior driver for Sicily Motorsport. He's quite picked out by Norman Burgess of that team, and they're giving a bit of support and assistance throughout the season. It's great to see that this championship it is breeding racing stars of the future. Someone was very wide on the exit of Ronald Nelson, as sideways through the right-hander with Albert Webster. You can't fault his commitment. He kept his foot in on the exit of Murray's across the grass. He's sideways exiting Nelson. He's driving it like he stole it. Into Coram now for the third time. There goes Brickley. There goes Lee. Still Fairclough and Wallace in front of them. Here comes that scrap for fifth. Now they're brightening up a bit here as the juniors make their way out through Murray's now for the third time. Nice tidier line this time from Webster. I'm sure Jake Murdoch will have appreciated not getting a face full of dust. And they come down the pit straight. There goes Brickley in third, Lee in fourth. And lap time wise, for the record, Deegan Fairclough for the 1.1 lead, 1.2 second lead over James Wallace. Here comes the rest of the pack. It's now George Davis from Sid Smith, who's got past Harry Garman. And got Garman now under threat from James Pope down the pit straight towards Ritchie's, who's trying to go to the inside line, but Garman defends. Pope tries to go to the outside line to get the switch back, exiting Ritchie's, but he can't quite manage it there. And Harry Garman runs wide on the exit, runs way too wide. Again, going back to those junior rally cross routes, see if it goes onto the grass and back onto the circuit. That might well be a bit of a free pass for James Pope, which it is. James Pope almost runs wide himself as he charges into the Wilson hairpin, but he's now in position. Just spotted there Jake Triggs, who must have had an issue on the first lap, is now pulled up on the service road between the 300 circuit and the 200 layout. And a change also for fifth position. So Jake Maynard has got past Albert Webster there. You can see the silver number 18 car has got past the white, black and red number 2 machine. So those Fiestas are swapped around. You know, George Davis having one of his better runs so far in 7th position ahead of Sid Smith, who will be a little bit further back than he would like to be in terms of higher up the field. He has got a podium to his name so far this year, so and he's also quite high up in the championship battle, so he wants to try and pick up as many points as he can. And of course, drivers do drop rounds in this score. I think they dropped their worst 3 results, so we'll double check that, but they do drop their a couple of their worst scores as a big dive up the inside into the right-hander at Williams. I don't think it was because of an issue for George Davis there. He missed a gear, but Sid Smith was straight up the inside into Williams. The confidence of the grip he had through the corner helped him carry the momentum through, and he's through into another position. George Davis has kept up with the pace, so he's not lost too much. I think he must have just possibly lost a gear or just the revs dropped for a second, but nonetheless, Sid Smith continues to make up another position. That's him now into 7th place. Here goes George Davis. James Pope into 9th, so that will equal, if he stays where he is, his best result from yesterday, which was equaling his best result of the season now, up in the top 10. Harry Garman in 10th position there. Daniel Lewis 11th. Archie Handy's 12th. Alex Sprague is 13th. And we've sadly lost Joseph Knight again to the pit lane. So the issues that he had that he appeared to have fixed overnight from yesterday appeared to be also sorted for qualifying. Don't appear to have resurfaced, unfortunately, for this first race of the day, the third one of the weekend. There's Deegan Fairclough. He now has a 1.3 second lead over James Wallace in 2nd place. Jensen Brickley just trying to hold on in 3rd. There's a bit of a gap back now to Alex Lee in 4th. There's some 3.4 seconds back now is Alex just outside the podium. There he goes in the background. James Wallace, who, again, he was like Deegan, debuted in the championship at the first rounds. They were both late additions to the paddock, but they've been 2 rather welcome additions to the Fiesta Junior fold, and they both just took to the car very quickly after about half a day's testing on the Friday before Croft, and ever since then they've been absolutely overjoyed with the championship and the car and everything else involved in the season. Just spotted just quickly out of my commentary box window, just for the record, Joseph Knight's gone back out, so I think he's gone back out to try and pick up some points, I think, to try and salvage this race and just have a bit of damage limitation after his mechanical problems have cost him quite a few points this weekend. I'm sure he might be using 1 or 2 of these races as a drop score, I think, for the ones he a little bit lower than he should be. There's Jensen Brickley, former National Mini Stocks champion. And that's one of the many proving grounds where young junior drivers can come through. We've got from the short ovals like junior mini stocks, Jensen Brickley using all the track and a little bit more on the next of that part. But of course, it's not just the traditional karting route the drivers will come through. There's quite a few drivers that have come through the short oval route. We've had drivers like Albert Webster come through the national hot rod route. Many mini stocks drivers in the field here this season. Also having drivers come through from the what they call the JASCAR short ovals, including 2019 champion Ollie Turner, who's here this weekend helping both Albert Webster and Jake Triggs. And he's been sort of giving something back to the championship, which is wonderful. He was with his family, been long-term supporters of the championship, as of many Fiesta alumni teams that have come through the last few years, and they do come back and just offer their support to the championship, and you'd like to give back to it, which is always a nice thing. So it helps to and they sort of give their assistance to help the next generation come through to understand the car, the circuits, the championship as a whole. It's wonderful to see that as one finishes, another one comes through and takes their place, but benefits from all the knowledge that the former teams and drivers once had, because they do like to come back and coach them and give them advice, and ultimately help them succeed as much as they did. So 3 minutes to go, or just under, in this third Fiesta Junior Champion race of the weekend, the first of today. And still, Deegan Fairclough, we gave just a little sort of flash of the headlights down the pit straight, just to notify that all is well. 1.8 seconds now ahead of James Wallace in third position. So James is, of course, in second place. Jensen Brickley's now third. Alex Lee still fourth. Jake Maynard fifth. Albert Webster sixth. And of course, it's then Sid Smith seventh from George Davis, James Pope and Harry Garman, still rounding out the top 10. JAMSport team worked quite hard overnight to get Deegan's car back up to full strength after it retired from the second race, just here at the hairpin. There's been a change for... Oh, no, there hasn't been a change. It's Alex Lee there in fourth position. Fifth place is Jake Maynard, ahead of sixth place for Albert Webster. And as they make their way up towards the right-hander, just a message from Ollie Turner's mum, Sarah. Thank you for that. Just to correct, it's not just Ollie, but also James Wallace has come through the junior sort of American stock car races short oval championship, as is also Todd Garner as well, who was a racer a couple of years ago too. So another one of the junior short oval championships that are quite prominent. And of course, we have had drivers that do come through also from the likes of the junior autograss championships, and in the case of Harry Garman, junior rallycross as well. So it's not just traditional karting they'll come through. They'll come through many routes where there are junior championships or junior formula, which have younger drivers coming up through their early years and into their early teens. But of course, you can start in this championship from 14 years old, and depending on when you start, you can stay here for the next, after that, for 2 or 3 seasons, depending on when you want to move up to senior racing. But now, one of the drivers that certainly made quite a big transition from karting into cars this last couple of seasons is this man, Deegan Fairclough, who heads up to the start and finish line to start the last lap of this third race. And dare I say, he's looked pretty comfortable at the moment, but I don't want to speak too much yet because we've still got one more lap to go, so he's still got to come past and set the checkered flag. So Fairclough then heads on to the final lap, just casually sets a new fastest lap of the race as well whilst he's at it. 2 minutes 22.001. He was that close away from a perfect 2:22 lap exactly. It's then fourth Alex Lee. Jake Maynard's pulled away from Albert Webster in fifth position. There's Webster in sixth, and Sid Smith there in seventh position. But Deegan Fairclough, who began his junior racing career last year and then made the switch to Fiesta Juniors for 2020. He's also quite a prominent sim racer as well. Does quite a bit for, I believe, GPBWC and a couple of other leagues. He races for an Italian sim racing team. Forgive me as I can't remember exactly which one. There are quite a few out there, but he does race for, does a bit of sim racing work, and is fairly prominent in that as well. So he's quite handy behind the sim, but also as he's proving here, quite handy behind the wheel in real life. And he comes out through Agostini up towards Hamilton for the final time. He's driving, certainly. He might have the novice cross on the back, but certainly driving as if he's been doing it for quite a while at the moment. Just cool and calm at the wheel of the number 87 machine. Has that support from Sicily Motorsport, but the car run by Jamie Going's JAMSport squad, who have been multiple champions in the past. Of course, drivers like Aaron Thompson and Harry Gooding, and I think Jack Davidson as well have been coming through the ranks too. And of course, Ollie Turner in 2019. So prominent squad who also have dip their toe in other championships. They support drivers in like Max Hart and TCR UK, and there's a couple of drivers in the Civic Cup in those days as well. They do Mini Challenge. They have cars in the Senior Fiesta Championship. They've done Clio Cup before. They've done all sorts of championships around. They've even got a car and Clubsport trophy, the Nissan 370Z. And once again, Deegan Fairclough makes his way into the right-hander at the bomb hole, looking to add another race victory, another piece of silverware to the Jam Sport trophy cabinet. But James Wallace will certainly be happy with another second place. It'll be his best weekend of the season so far with those 2 podiums. He looks as though he's on course to make it 3. And Jensen Brickley, while you might lose a couple more points to Deegan, he'll certainly be looking to try and make a strong result here to try and keep himself in contention. There's no stopping him, is there? Up towards the championship ticker flag for the final time he comes on the last lap, bit onto the pit straight. He will now make it his 4th win of the season in the Fiesta Junior Championship for 2021. It's victory number 2 at Snetterton for Deegan Fairclough, 2nd place for James Wallace, and 3rd place to keep him in championship contention for Jensen Brickley as he comes across the line. Now we come for 4th position, a solid drive for Alex Lee. That'll be handy points for him in the championship battle. 5th place goes to Jake Maynard, one of his strongest results of the year, so well done to Jake for bringing it home in a top 5 finish. Looking pretty close for 6th and 7th. Albert Webster picks up P6. Sid Smith recovers to P7 after his off on the first lap. 8th to George Davis. Another brilliant result, an equal best 9th for James Pope. Again, another top 10 for him. He's had a really strong weekend, one of his best so far. 10th for Harry Garman, 11th for Daniel Lewis, 12th for Archie Handy, and then it'll be 13th for Alex Sprange, and 14th for Joseph Knight, who got back out again, but will be a lap or so down. So across the line comes Alex. Another solid finish for him to pick up some more points for the championship. So well done to him for making it to the end, and commiserations to Jake Triggs, who went out on the first lap, and fingers crossed that car can be put together and put right for the final race of the weekend later on this afternoon. Here comes Joseph Knight, takes the checkered flag. Be a bit of damage limitation. He'd be disappointed with that, but it's still just a handful of points he can pick through to at least get another score on the board. That was certainly every single point counts when it comes to it, no matter if it's 1st or 14th. Any single point you can grab can be valuable if you're battling someone for the particularly the championship or a position in the table come the end of the season. Into Parc Ferme come our top 3, as do the rest of them. And of course, Josh Barrett will be down there to have a chat to them in a second. And again, if you like what you saw, head to the BRSCC website, head to the Formula section, and head to Fiesta Junior Championship. You can get in touch with Championship Coordinator Laura Payne, who will be able to guide you everything you need to know about getting involved. And hopefully, if there's some junior drivers watching on that fancy go at this, hopefully we'll see some of you on the grid, if not this year, but even next year or in the years to come. Because it's a wonderful proving ground for these young drivers that can come through to touring cars or to GTs or even to single-seaters in the case of last year's champion Joseph Loke. But P1 to the camera for Deegan Fairclough, a big smile on his face, and no wonder he's been performing superbly this weekend. I'm sure it would have been in contention for a 5th win if it hadn't been for a retirement yesterday. But I think we can head down now to Josh Barrett, who can have a chat to our top 3, including a very happy winner for the 2nd time this weekend, Deegan Fairclough.
So we're down here with Deegan Fairclough after another Fiesta Junior win. Well done, Deegan, just able to pull away in that one.
Yeah, thank you. Got a good start and just managed to hold the position and the whole way. And yeah, I'm really happy, over the moon with that result. Thanks to Jam Sport Sicily, Mac Tools and Car Gods. They've made it possible. And yeah, I'm just over the moon. Another win, good points in championship, and on to the next race.
We saw you have a problem yesterday. What was that?
Just a mechanical failure. Gearbox just went. Nothing we could do about it, but the team all got working together, fixed it, and ready to go. We were.
Obviously, when you've been able to finish, you've got pole position in both races and 2 wins now as well, so it's been a good weekend apart from that.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's been, like, we're taking the one from yesterday, race 2 as a drop round, as everyone has to take it, and yeah, literally over the moon, so happy.
And now you've got another race to try and do the same?
Yeah, hopefully get a good start again, and yeah.
Well, congratulations, well done, and well done to Deegan Fairclough. Our winner. 2nd was James Wallace. P2 for you there, James. Deegan was just a little bit too quick this time.
Yeah, we both got quite a good start, and it was quite equal going into the first turns, and because I was on the outside line, I kind of had to back out and kind of just run my race, and eventually, with a bit of fighting with me and Jensen, came out that Deegan gapped us a little bit, and I just had to kind of be satisfied with 2nd
Equally, you were pulling away from Jensen. We got quite a big gap to him by the end.
Yeah, I think he struggled a bit going on the dirt and stuff, as I saw in my wing mirrors. But yeah, it was really good.
Anything perhaps to change on the car for the race later today?
We struggled a bit for understeer, so maybe get the back a bit looser and so I can get a bit more rotation through the turns, but I'll speak to 2010 about it. But other than that, they did a great job of setting up the car and for the engine to be replaced and run this well.
Well done on second. Good luck for later on. Then in third place was Jensen Brickley. Another podium for you there, Jensen, but third was you probably a bit higher up.
Yeah, definitely. I was really struggling in that one, understeer, and it felt like I was down on power a little bit, but yeah, hopefully we'll go better in the next one.
Guess though, points is important all the time, so another podium adds to your score.
Yeah, I think I'm still leading the championship, so that's all good.
And now one race later on, there's lots of question marks about the weather, but it's actually got brighter, which is a bit against what everybody thought.
Yeah, I know. I thought it was going to rain for the first one, but it's still looking like it might rain for the second one, so hopefully it doesn't, but you never know.
Well, good luck later on. Well done on third place. So third place for Jensen Brickley, second for James Wallace, and a win for Deegan Fairclough in the third of 4 Fiesta Junior Championship races this weekend. Next on track, we've got the Track Attack race clubs. So for the first time this weekend, we've got a big mix of different types of cars, and Scott Woodruff will tell us all about the championship.
Thank you, Josh. Yeah, good to see our Fiesta Junior Championship drivers once again. And once again, if you want more information, head to the website, brscc.co.uk, Formula section, and then the Fiesta Junior Championship, and you'll be able to see if you can get involved. If you've got a young driver who's in karting, short ovals, whatever discipline it might be within short ovals, junior rallycross, junior autocross, or even if you haven't raced at all, but you might be a prominent sim racer, there are one or two that have come through the sim racing route and come through. So, I mean, as a comparison, Alex Sprain, who's on the grid, started last year having never raced anything at all, and he's managed to put everything together and work hard to get himself onto the grid, and he's been learning and getting tuition and coaching from all the drivers involved. So even from not having any prior racing experience at all, you can get in the mix if you're young enough to get involved, if you really want to get in there and get on the grid. That's a welcome sight, of course, as always. Good to have some spectators back at Snetterton. It's, of course, we've been missing them for quite a while, as I see one or two at the bottom who are just at the bottom by the fence giving us a wave on the camera. So hello to everyone that's watching, that's at the circuit here. Good to have you with us, and good to have you trackside. It's nice to have spectators back once again at race events. I know that the drivers do enjoy it, and they do miss that in many cases, as they have done. But it's nice to have them back in front of a crowd again. There's something different about a sporting event in front of a crowd where you get the cheers and everyone watching on. It's always nice to see them back out again. So this would be a fantastic way to come and spend an afternoon's racing. I know that there are plenty of championships. So they're enjoying being on the live stream, I think, as we just cut away for a second there. I don't think it was intention to get away from that dancing, but good stuff from those two. So our next race coming up is going to be just before lunch. I think we have a car that's quickly going out to do 3 laps before they go out. I believe we've got Jake Triggs' car we have to go and recover from the trackside. Either that will be done just after lunch. But our next race coming up is going to be the first of 2 today for the Track Attack Race Club, which is a fantastic club put together, which is looked after by Steve Vince. Here's one of the cars. I think it's just quickly going out after it couldn't quite get out there and complete all 3 laps in qualifying. Whilst it's there, we get a good glimpse that we haven't seen too much of this weekend of the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car. Big thank you to Run Your Fleet for being BRSCC partners this year, and also for supplying that brilliant Jaguar safety car. Just a reminder for those who want to know a bit more about our partners, Run Your Fleet is the most cost-effective and flexible way to buy, lease and manage everything you need for your fleet of company vehicles through our managed fleets, through their managed fleet services. From breakdown cover, fleet management, they can help you with risk management and fleet funding, to the latest telematics and rental and short lease options. They have every solution for your fleet requirements. If you have a business and want to run a fleet of cars, they have all the tools they need, not only just have a fleet, but also to manage it and to make sure it's at its best and it's always running like clockwork. So if you want to find out more, do head to the website, runyourfleet.com. You can find them on social media. There's also a great little explaining video that's about 2.5 minutes long on their YouTube channels. Do go and check that out as well. And whilst you're there on the social pages, give them a like and subscribe as well. It's worth it because every little helps. And again, big thank you for the supply of our brilliant Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car, which, truth be told, hasn't had much work to do, really. It saw it once briefly yesterday in the City first race, the CityCar Cup Championship race, but apart from that, every other race hasn't required it too much. It's been sat patiently in pit lane, and of course with the safety car drivers we've had this weekend, it's been sat there in its resplendent green and silver graphics with that bright white paint scheme. You can see the runyourfleet.com logo emblazoned on the rear corners as well. So again, big thank you to Run Your Fleet for supplying that. And it's been trekking up and down the racetracks, up and down the country. It's been as far north as Knock Hill. Of course, it's so far been to Donington Park and to Mallory Park, and I think it's been to Alton Park as well, amongst other live stream events. It's also present at Anglesey in Wales as well. So everywhere we have a live stream, it always follows and always goes as well. So I think that is possibly the car which was going to do its 3 laps has completed. So just for the record, that is car number 128, which is Lee Bull. He is one of the 206 GTI production cup cars. So he'll be looking to start from, basically they'll be starting him from the back of the grid as the safety car zips off to get back into position before we let our rest of our field out. We're also just recovering Jake Triggs' Fiesta Junior race car from the side of the track. Sadly, he didn't really last more than the second corner because we saw that car going wide in the background. I thought he'd locked up initially, but it might well be that he had some kind of mechanical problem that forced him out. But I think they're going to just drag the car onto the infield just for the time being, and then they'll recover it to get it repaired, hopefully for the final Fiesta Junior race of the day later on this afternoon after lunch. So as the recovery teams, big thank you to them, and of course to all our hard-working marshals who, it's getting a bit warmer out there today. It's about 20 degrees or so still, so it's still quite warm, still quite hazy and quite humid. So big thank you to all the volunteers, all the marshals, all the recovery crews for all of their hard work and giving up what could have been a free weekend for them to come racing and to make sure that events like this can happen. So big thank you to them, because without them, quite simply, motorsport couldn't happen. I know it's a common phrase to say, but it really is true. We couldn't go racing and take part in motorsport without the help of the fantastic Orange Army and all the officials and volunteers that we have to make sure that all the timekeepers, the clerks of the course, the stewards, everyone else that's involved, all plays their key parts in a race meeting to make it happen. So a massive, massive appreciation to all of them for everything that they do, and keep doing the great job that you're doing. If you want to find out more about if you can volunteer as part of the BRSCC, you can volunteer as a marshal, you can head to the BRSCC website, brscc.co.uk. Also, you can check out marshalling-wise the British Motorsport Marshals Club. They'll be happy to get you started as well and put you in contact. And any marshal, and you can never have too many marshals. More marshals the better, because it means that not only does it mean that the race meeting is as safe and can run as safely and swiftly as possible, but also means as well that there's more people getting involved at that level. And it is voluntary, but you get some fantastic opportunities to be a key part of a race meeting. And you can even find yourself one day going from club meetings to helping out at places like the British Grand Prix that we had just last weekend as well. And there was quite a few marshals that I know of, and a couple that I know personally, who have been doing club events this season, but then also as well we've got accepted to go and do the British Grand Prix. So, and then some do use marshalling as an opportunity to then move up into other areas of motorsport, and they can use it as a bit of a proving ground, bit of a step into the sport, and give them a chance to step up and move into potentially engineering or mechanics, or even some marshals even become drivers. So there's many routes that you can take starting just as a marshal, and there's many different things you can do as a marshal over a weekend, from working on the grid, in the pit lane, in the assembly area, and parc ferme, on post around the circuit. There's all sorts of different roles that you can do, and whenever you do any training, if you're running for the first time, you do get paired up with an experienced marshal who will show you the ropes and show you how to do things. So you're not just thrown in at the deep end. You do get shown the training, and the training that marshals get in this country is also brilliant as well. They get refresher training at the beginning of every year, just to make sure that if there's any new procedures, any new methods of doing things, any new regulations, rules that are coming, they're always given a refresher just to make sure that they're trained up and are as knowledgeable as possible. And they're all brilliant motorsport fans as well. They all just be part of it because they just love the sport and they want to be a part of it as well. So again, big thank you to all the marshals and to all of the hard-working volunteers and officials that make these weekends run as they do. Right, let's get back to racing, and to, of course, our first of 2 races today for the Track Attack Race Club. Of course, this brilliant collective of series and brilliant collection of different cars, massive varieties you can see on the grid. There's a 30-plus car grid here with all sorts of cars, mainly French, German and Japanese machinery. And let's take you through the grid then, see who is running where. So the front row of the grid, we see David Clark, who's on pole position in that little Renault 5 Turbo. Alongside him is a familiar car for those who are fans of the Clubsport trophy. That's David Sheed in his BMW Compact, who drives solo solo in this race. Row 2 is the Honda Civic of Jamie Anderson. Alongside him is the former BMW Cup car Golf of Simon Tomlinson at the wheel. Next is then Nick Gwinnett in 5th position in his Renault Clio. Alongside him is Brian Roberts in his Mark V Golf GTI. Row 4 sees Chris Adams, who's in a VW Golf, and next to him is Ken Lark in his VW Corrado on fourth row of the grid in 8th position. Rounding out the top 10 as we move on to row 5 is Tony Hunter, car number 1 in his bright white Renault Clio. Alongside him is Charlie Heatley in car number 44 in his Mini Cooper. Then it's David Maiko, car 96 in another Renault Clio 182. And he will start alongside Donald DeVar in his rather loud and rather noisy Mark I Golf GTI on 12th on the grid. Tony Markin comes next on the 7th row in his Honda Civic. Alongside him is Peter Dunmore in another Honda Civic as part of the Nippon Challenge. And then it's Michael Bland in car number 11, and that is the Peugeot 306. Alongside him is Gerard Merriman, who is in the Renault Clio Cup car in car 51 on the 12th row of the grid. We were going to have the second half there, but it's disappeared off the screen. So I think we'll be able to flash through it in a second and give you the second half of the grid if we can. So we've got Mark Diaf, who is in his brilliant bright blue four-wheel drive Subaru Impreza. Alongside him then is Philip O'Halloran, who is in an Audi TT. There's a bit of a road gap out. There's a couple of rows gap back because we then have the Peugeot 206 GTI Production Cup, which is full of Peugeot 206s from here on in. So it's then Carl Powell and Will Powell at the front of that grid, ahead of Kevin Houghton and Paul Rice on the second row for the Peugeot 206 GTIs. Then as we go forwards, we then go backwards. We then go to Harry Greenhill in car number 116. Alongside him is Matt Anderson. Then it's Andrew Mitchell and Samuel Watley, Edward Simmons and Craig Walker. Then Lee Bull, who should be starting back in 30th place after he starts at the back, pretty much after he didn't set a time in qualifying. Alongside him should be Stuart Cheeseman on the 16th row of the grid. And that, I think, is the last row unless we have any more. No, we have a few more. We have John Allen and Jim Dimmond on the 17th row of the grid. At the back of the field on the 206 GTI Cup contenders, it's Kevin Matkin and Chris Farr. So let's just give you a quick rundown of what you can find in each in terms of the classes in the Track Attack Race Club. So it's made up of essentially 4 or 5 different clubs or series that have all been put together into the race under one club on one grid. So what you'll see towards the front is you'll have the Japanese cars race as part of the dedicated Nippon Challenge, and there are 3 of those on the grid. There's 4. In fact, there's 3 Honda Civics, Tony Mark and Jamie Anderson and Peter Dunmore, and also you'll see the bright blue Subaru Impreza with the sort of WRC style rear wing on the back. That is Mark Diaf and his Subaru Impreza. He'll be looking to try and make it up in the Nippon Challenge 300 class. The French cars on the grid, that being the Renault Clios and Peugeots, they run as part of the Tricolore Trophy. There's plenty of Renault Clios. Of course, we've got the Renault 5 Turbo GT at the front of the field, which is David Clark at the wheel of that. And of course, you've also got the Peugeot 306 of Michael Bland. Other cars to watch out for are certainly going to be Tony Hunter, stalwart of Track Attack Race Club, and also Nick Gwinnett in that Race Fast Clio as well. The German cars, that's the Deutsche Marks Cup, although that's mainly populated by cars that you might have seen racing previously in the classic VW Cup. They've joined Track Attack for this season, so there's quite a few of their contenders in there, including Ken Lark's VW Corrado. You've got David Sheed, who is joining for this weekend in the BMW Compact. Philip O'Halloran, who is in the Audi TT, and that's part of like a development car for what's set to be a new TT Challenge, which is being formed up for Track Attack next year. So hopefully they'll get a few more cars of those on the grid. That car's also going to be, I believe, in the Clubsport Trophy race with Lloyd Clarkson at the wheel. With Gary Fair driving that alongside him later on this afternoon. And then you've also got as well Simon Tomlinson, who I think is a former VW Cup racer and is driving the exact same car that he drove in it, which is the VW Cup spec Volkswagen Golf Mark 6 by the looks of it. So he'll be looking to make up some order. And then just behind him at the back, we've got the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup, which is on the screen here, of course. Now, these cars are very cost effective. They're roughly only about, I think, for a whole car and a whole season in many cases, give or take, it's roughly around about less than $5,000 in many cases. They're quite simple cars to put together, and their grid is ever growing and expanding. They've got their biggest entry in the 206 GTI Production Cup to date, with 16 cars on the grid. So that's a really nice growth from where it was about roughly 7 or 8 a couple of years ago. So lots more drivers coming in and getting involved. So it's good to see that they're getting on the grid. And they are, of course, not just there to make up the numbers. There's quite a few handy drivers in there. Like we've got Paul Rice, we've got Stuart Cheeseman, who had an accident at Mallory Park, but thankfully he's back to full strength, as is his car, which is good to see. Harry Greenhill's part of Greenhill Motorsport as well. They run also a car in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup with Ben Greenhill, who's a former junior racing graduate. He's now moved up into senior racing in the Mazdas, but they also run the 206 GTR Production Cup car for Harry, so he's in that while of that as well. Of course, we've got Craig Walker, the Powells, Carl and Will. We've also got Andrew Mitchell in there too, Kevin Houghton, some rather prominent names amongst the track attack runners. Then the field makes its way through, and a couple of the drivers, a couple of the our viewers on the live stream commenting that there's a great assortment of cars there. There really is. There's some fantastic cars in this field, and track attack always brings a wonderful, vibrant and mixed grid in the state. It's nice to see that old school VW Corrado there with Ken Lark at the wheel. That's a fantastic car. It's not, you don't see too many Corrados racing anymore these days, but good to see that Ken's keeping one in circulation. There's the Mark 1 Golf of Donald DeVar. That had some problems yesterday in the Saturday afternoon, or early evening practice session that we had yesterday at the end of yesterday's race. And there was a 1 hour practice session for the AMOC GT cars and also for some of the track attack runners. And that car had a bit of an issue going back into the paddock, and then there was a bit of trouble with it getting going in Parc Ferme in the assembly area this morning, getting it out of qualifying. But it did, got some laps on the board, and it's there to contest as part of as one of the classic BMW Cup cars, of course, as part of the Deutsche Marks Cup that's on the grid here this weekend. This is interesting. This should be interesting, shouldn't it? Here we've got a Renault 5 GT Turbo and a BMW Compact ahead of a Honda Civic Type R and a Volkswagen Golf, from a Clio and another Golf Mark 5, then a Golf Mark 4 and a VW Corrado, another Renault Clio and a BMW Mini Cooper. How's that for variety? They're all just lining up into position. There's a bit of a rose gap between the first half of the grid and the 16 deep Peugeot 206 GTI Production Cup, as they now make their way onto the grid. Last couple of cars will get into position. Just watch for the marshal to the background. He'll wave the green flag and the 5-second ball can go up. And our first of 2 races for the first time on live stream this season in 2021 for the Track Attack Race Club will get underway in a few moments' time. So, waiting for the race to get underway. There's the green flag at the back. So, it's David Clark and David Sheed who will lead the sprint down towards Ritchie's for the first time. Renault 5 GT Turbo versus BMW Compact. Little creep there for David Sheed on the line, but we're away and racing, and the rear-wheel drive from the BMW sees him shoot away from the front row of the grid as they all charge away from the front of the field. The front half is underway from the lights. They'll start the 206 cars in a second with the Union Jack, and away they go. But down towards turn 1 for the first time they are, as they pile into Ritchie's for the first time of asking. The 206 GTI cars are underway past my commentary box position, so they'll be charging there in the background very shortly. But in towards the hairpin for the first time, and it looks as though I think possibly David Sheed is in the lead, which, no, it's not, in fact. It's the Honda Civic that is up into up to the lead now from the second row of the grid. So it's the Civic in the lead then. It's then David Clark in second place, and I think David Sheed's car either had an issue at Ritchie's or just ran very, very deep and missed a gear on the run down towards Ritchie's, because he was on the front row of the grid. He's right back to about 7th or 8th position. So down the front straight there, I think it's Jamie Anderson in that Honda Civic that now leads the way from David Clark in second place. There is the David Sheed BMW Compact going into combat with the number 96 David Myko in his Renault Clio 182. Ken Lark's VW Corrado with mixed there to Donald DeVar. I think that's Charlie Healy's car running wide there in the background as well. The rest of the field goes through. There's Filippo Halloran battling away with Gerard Merriman's Renault Clio Cup car towards the back of the grid. And of course, in a moment's time, here comes our 206 GTIs as they come down towards the left-hander at Hamilton's. And I think it's car number 54 that leads the way, and that is Carl Powell. So Carl Powell leads the way from Kevin Houghton in second place. So the 206s then make their way towards Oggies for the first time, and then in third place there is car 55. That's Will Powell. So Carl Powell from Kevin Houghton from Will Powell, as they make their way out of Oggies in towards Williams for the first time onto the Bentley Straight. So Jamie Anderson then, who turns his way in towards Brundle Nelson for the first time, leads the way in the Honda Civic. Second place now for Nick Gwinnett in the Renault Clio. It's the Renault 5 of David Clark who's in third position. As they now come back towards the right-hander at Wilson's and up towards the bomb hole for the first time. There's the 306 in the mix. That is Michael Bland in the 306 turning his way, battling away one of the Mini Coopers. And Simon Tomlinson's in the mix there now in fourth position. Tony Hunter's up to fifth, and sixth position now for the number 6 VW Golf of Chris Adams. So he'll be looking to try and make up some positions. Also in there too is the 77, Brian Roberts in his Mark 5 Golf GTI. He's been chased down by the front row man, which was David Sheed. Crossed the line for the first time then. And it is Jamie Anderson who leads the way in the Honda Civic in this first Track Attack Race Club race of the day. Nick Gwinnett is in second place. David Clark's down to third off from pole position. Fourth is Simon Tomlinson. Fifth is Tony Hunter. Sixth is Brian Roberts. And it's Chris Adams, David Sheed from the front row of the grid. It's then ninth place for Ken Lark and David Myko in the Renault Clio rounds out the top 10. It's David Sheed up the inside of Chris Adams. Wherever David Sheed races, he's never undramatic to watch. He's always either sideways or diving up the inside of somebody. He's one of the most spectacular drivers that we have in the BRSCC paddock, whether it's Clubsport or Track Attack or anywhere else he races. And there's never a dull moment when he's on track together. So always fun to watch him. Battle on for second between the Clio of Nick Gwinnett and the little Renault 5 GT Turbo, which certainly has some mumbo in a straight line, doesn't it? The third place car, that bright yellow David Clark, he's got quite well engineered, that car. Simon Tomlinson now just looming large behind it in the big winged Golf GTI. And then we've got Tony Hunter was looking pretty rapid too in his bright white number 1 Renault Clio as well. So at the moment it is a Nippon Challenge car ahead of 2 of the Tricolor Trophy machines. At least it was, at least, because we've now got Simon Tomlinson up there to make it 3 different classes, if you like, in the first 3 positions. We've got a Nippon Challenge car in the lead, Tricolor Trophy in second, and a Deutsche Marks Cup car in third. Although, look at the straight line speed of that Renault 5 GT Turbo. David Clark has got some horsepower in a straight line. Look at that. That's incredible. Brilliant stuff from David Clark. No wonder he took pole position. He was so fast on the straights. Jamie Anderson, meanwhile, has not been allowed to get away from his start. He's actually been reeled in by these four cars behind him. So it's Honda Civic, from Renault Clio, from Renault 5 GT Turbo, from the Volkswagen Golf, and then from the Renault Clio as they turn their way in through the bomb hole for the right-hander. Tomlinson now trying to go up the inside, but the slight power advantage and the weight advantage, I'm sure, the power to weight ratio of that Renault 5 GT Turbo is quite phenomenal. Simon Tomlinson's up to third now. So that will mean that up to fourth goes Tony Hunter as David Clark just almost lets him have it. But let's just see how much he comes back on the exit of the corner. Yeah, look at this. Look at the grunt and go he's got off the corner from David Clark in that Renault 5. That's phenomenal. That's one of the best cars I've seen for a while. So Jamie Anderson leads the way in out of race lap number 2 then. Anderson leads. It's Gwinnett in second place. Tomlinson third in the Golf. Fourth now for David Clark in the Renault 5, fifth for Tony Hunter, sixth now for Brian Roberts, seventh for David Sheed, and now down to ninth position has gone Chris Adams because Ken Lark has gone up past him in the VW Corrado. David Myko still leads in the Tricolor, it's still in the top 10. As for the GTI Peugeot 206 GTI Production Cup, it's still Carl Powell leads the way from Kevin Houghton in second place, Will Powell in third, and then we have Paul Rice and Stuart Cheeseman, who rounds out the top 5 there. Right, challenge on for the lead now, as now Jamie Anderson's being attacked from both sides here. We've got Simon Tomlinson going round the outside of Nick Gwinnett into the hairpin. You don't see that very often, but Simon Tomlinson, with the grip and go of that Volkswagen Golf GTI, is now going to try and get himself alongside Jamie Anderson as they turn into the left-hander at Hamilton's towards Oggies. Now we've got a fight on our hands. Look at this. So it's now the Honda Civic versus the VW Golf as they turn into the right-hander, this sort of early apex corner, and Jamie Anderson runs wide on the exit. Now Simon Tomlinson pulls himself alongside. They're side-by-side into Williams, and rather than fight it too much, Jamie Anderson just lets him have the place and will try and get him back on the run down the Bentley Straight back towards the Brundtland Nelson complex for the third time. And Jamie Anderson also, oops, off the background. That's one car that's gone off the road onto the grass. That is car number, I think, 25, I think. And that would have been Matt Anderson in the his 205 GTI. He's battling over with Harry Greenhill there. And he still comes back at him around the outside. So plenty of action going on here. That is the leader. That is car 141. That is, Kevin Houghton. And he's actually managed to pass for position Gerard Merriman's Renault Clio Cup car. So Gerard maybe not quite on the same pace he was hoping to be as the rest of the field, but he's actually, and also that's a testament how quickly Kevin Houghton can cover driving these little 206 GTIs. They're quite a bit more powerful than we expected in some cases. There in the car 42, that is Paul Rice. So he makes his way down in the sort of Peugeot Sport, one of the Peugeot Sport liveries sort of mock-ups there. As for the leaders, just come past me on my commentary box position. Simon Tomlinson still leads from Nick Gwinnett, and now, of course, Jamie Anderson, who's dropped down to third position. Is Gerard Merriman's Renault Clio Cup car still being chased down by Paul Rice's 206 GTI. Through the bomb hole for the third time. That's the battle that's going on for, looks to be second place in the 206 GTI Production Cup. That is between Kevin Houghton and Will Powell. Kevin Houghton's car, the red car with the yellow stripe on the back, the all-black car of Will Powell just behind him. Now, this should be a fun slipstream. Down the pit straight they go together. And Kevin Houghton's car a little bit better in a straight line there as he came out of the left-hander at Murray's. Possible change on for third imminently because Jamie Anderson now finds himself under threat from the rather rapid little Renault 5 GT of David Clark. Gets a nice little sprint down towards Hamilton, but Jamie Anderson sweeps across and takes the nose away from David Clark. Not literally, but he managed to hold on around the outside with the grip anyway. Now he turns back out through the right-hander at Oggies. Back towards Williams once again now for this fourth lap here in this first Track Attack Race Club race of the season. A little wide of Manson over the grass and over the curb, and David Clark was always going to take that with the straight line speed off the corner. And then look at the fact that David Shee's BMW just arrives behind Jamie Anderson with his straight line speed too. Tony Hunter's trying to keep up with him as well. As there goes Simon Tomlinson, quite wide approach into Brundle Nelson there. And he's now possibly might come with a threat in a second from Nick Gwinnett. As now we see BMW versus Honda, XT and Wilson. Well, the rear wheel drive of David Sheets is to go around the outside, put two wheels onto the grass. Now looking up the inside goes Tony Hunter. Ooh, into the bomb hole. He backed out of that right at the last second. He realised it possibly might have been 3-1 into the bomb hole, and that never works at Snetterton. But Tony Hunter, ever a wise stalwart of the championship, thinks, right, rather than try and be involved in an accident, I'm going to sit back here for a second and try and get Jamie and co in the next few corners. Let's try and be a bit more sensible rather than trying to make it three abreast through the tightest corners on the circuit. So Tomlinson still leads then. Gwinnett in hot pursuit. Third for David Clark's Renault 5. Next David Sheedy up to fourth now. Jamie Anderson down to fifth. Tony Hunter is sixth. And then seventh place for Ken Lark. Eighth now for the number 6 VW Golf of Chris Adams. And it's now Tony Markham in ninth position. And then it's the fantastic sounding supercharged Mini. I only go past my commentary box position and just hear this supercharged just whistling or screaming as it goes past. It's a brilliant sounding car, the number 44 Mini Cooper in the Deutsche Marks Cup of Charlie Heatley. So there's some brilliant cars in this series. Oh, that's not quite a brilliant line though for Dick Gwinnett as he goes off the road onto the grass. And that's the thing, sometimes if you put one wheel onto the grass, it can just pull you onto the grass with the momentum of the tyres that you've got. So Nick Gwinnett then was lucky not to be dragged further off onto the grass and losing more time, so he'll be pushing on to try and keep the gap together. He was actually briefly a bit quicker as there's a battle going on here as another car's hit the grass. That's Will Powell, still in combat for second in the 206 GTI Production Cup with Kevin Houghton. And now look at Paul Rice, you can see the white and grey car with the red sort of graphics on the front. He's fourth in class. He's going to try and close in to get himself a podium if he can. Battle raging on here between these three. We say great little series here between the 206 GTI Production Cup. It's been developing the last couple of years, and great to see its highest ever grid of 16 cars. Oh, goodness me! That is a 206 up on its roof. That is car number 17. That's Jim Dimmond. Now, hopefully, first of all, we hope that Jim's okay. I think we can see him just about moving around in the car, but that will certainly be at the very least a safety car, if not potentially a red flag. Marsh's already on the scene there to make sure that he is okay. Races continue on, but they're going to have to immediately slow them down because it is a slow speed corner, but even so, that's going to require immediate attention. And yeah, so yeah, double waved yellow. In fact, red flag, race has been stopped. So race has been stopped immediately. And truthfully, no surprising, that's the right decision because, of course, they're going to have to get that car right again, first of all, and then immediately make sure that Jim's okay. I think they're trying to get the thumbs up from Jim there. I think he possibly has given it, so... But unsurprisingly, but the safest thing to do, of course, a red flag thrown here for our first Track Attack Race Club race of the day. And given that there is just under 4 minutes to go with the red flag thrown, it might well potentially, I think because we would be past 75%, it might well be a declared result, which means it might well be a victory given to Simon Tomlinson and the VW Golf. So they do bring the field to a stop on the centre straight, and everyone starting to form up as they should. A couple of drivers feeling the heat there because David Clark fanning himself with the door. You can see that it's going back and forth. He's not having trouble closing it. That's just him trying to keep cool. So, but again, one of the many fantastic cars on the field here. You do get some cars pop up in these kind of all-comer style series like Track Attack Race Club and even Clubsport and others that are very similar. You get some cars that either don't normally have a place to race or don't have been raced with other cars of its kind before, but then that either series doesn't exist anymore, or it's been amalgamated to something else. They moved on to another championship, and so you get some different cars that you don't normally see in other places turn up in series like Track Attack. So, of course, everyone forming up onto the pit straight already. We've of course got the recovery teams down to first of all right Jim Dimmond onto his wheels. And then, of course, be able to allow him to get out. So, again, I did see his helmet moving around, so it just does suggest initially that he's okay. I don't want to speculate on the severity of the speed of the incident, because that's obviously down to those who are attending to him. So I think we're going to keep this shot just on the pit straight, just out of respect, to make sure that they can get him okay, and just to make sure that he's got the thumbs up that he's all right, whilst we let our recovery teams and marshals get to work to put his car back on its wheels, and to make sure that he's out and that he's okay. I'm pretty certain that he will, at very least as a precaution, head to the medical centre to be checked over by the chief medical officer, just to make sure that he is, as a precaution, A-OK. So, cars have rightfully formed up on the pit straight. There's a few more, of course, that are a bit further back, which, of course, have seen the red flags and have backed right off immediately, as is the procedure. So if they do decide to throw a result, what they'll do is think that they'll count it back to, yes, they have. They've actually thrown the checker flag on that one. It's been declared as a result. So that means it goes back to the last complete lap. And what that now means then is that Simon Tomlinson has been declared then the winner of this first Track Attack Race Club race of the day. So he takes the victory from Nick Gwinnett in second place in the Renault Clio, and David Clark puts the little Renault 5 GT Turbo that started on pole position into third overall. It's fourth for David Sheed, fifth for Jamie Anderson, sixth for Tony Hunter, seventh for Ken Lark in the VW Corrado, eighth place for Chris Adams, ninth place for Tony Markham, and then it's Charlie Heatley rounds out the top 10 ahead of David Maiko 11th. It's then Donald DeVar in 12th, Michael Bland 13th in the Peugeot 306, and then it's Carl Powell, who is then declared also as the winner in the 206 GTI Production Cup. So he's the one that wins that contest, from Kevin Houghton in second place and Will Powell in third. It's then fourth place for Paul Rice. Fifth, it's then next behind them is Gerard Merriman in his Renault Clio Cup car, and the rest of the field is then all 206 GTIs. We've got the 25 car of Matt Anderson, the 27 car Stuart Cheeseman, the 74 car of Samuel Watley. Harry Greenhill comes next in the results. Then it's the 86 car of Edward Simmons, and then followed by them it should be 95 of Andrew Mitchell, the 260 of John Allen, and the 18 car of Craig Walker. And other cars that will make it to the finish as well include the 199 of Kevin Matkin, and the number 19 of Chris Farr. And also a car that made it to the finish as well was the 128, and that was Lee Bull. That was the car that was making its way out to do a quick final third lap to count as qualifying before it got the cars formed up on the grid. Cars that didn't make the finish by the looks of it were the Golf number 77 of Brian Roberts, so he dropped out after a couple of laps. Also we lost as well in the pit lane Peter Dunmore's Honda Civic Type R and the Philip O'Halloran Audi TT. So I think what we can do now that they are moving them into Parc Ferme, I think we can quickly zip down to Josh Barrett, who is in there with them, so he'll be able to have a chat to our top three after what was, up until the red flag, quite a superb race.
Who took the win in the Track Attack Race Club after shortened race there. So, I mean, it was pretty frantic while it was going.
Yeah, it was a bit of a mixed start at the beginning. There were maybe 6 cars, could have took advantage of each other, and I took a move onto the Clio and the Civic at the same time to take the lead, so we're really pleased with it, to be fair. I drove really well. I wanted it never to end, so unfortunately somebody had a mishap.
Quite a few different types of cars at the front here, but they make their lap times in different ways to make quite a same lap time by the end of the lap.
Yeah, well, there's a mix from the Clio, Renault, there's everything, but it's all weight to power, and, you know, they're quite equal. You know, you could see the front runners, I mean, it's down to driving. A lot of people have done limited club racing, some have done a bit more. I think, you know, you tend to see, I've done the VW Cup for quite a few years, so I've raced with people who've gone on to touring cars and British GTs. Never progressed myself with fun, but I've enjoyed everything I've done.
Yeah, now doing it, so obviously now racing different marques of cars, that's something you're enjoying?
Oh, yeah. I've been doing the Ford KAs as well in endurance, and pound for pound, anybody who wants to get into racing, I absolutely encourage them to go and do that. There's so much fun out of everything I've done. So
back to here, Snetterton, one more race today, hoping for a good fun race again.
Yeah, I always struggle with starts. I don't know why, but I make up for it in the infield. So, yeah, looking forward to it. Good, clean racing at the track attack. So, again, it's just what everybody needs to do.
Well done, Simon, on your win, and good luck later. Second place was Nick Gwinnett. Well done, second place, Nick, and it was pretty close between you and Simon. That red flag came out.
Yeah, he took opportunity of another car. He did it, and I was quick in certain bits. He was quick in certain bits. I thought I might have him, but you know, he got stopped. I hope the blokes were right down there. It was fun. It's fun putting the clears against all these Golfs and playing them, teasing them a bit.
Tell us a bit about your clear. Have you done much work to it from standard?
It's a pure motorsport 240 engine, so it's enough. It's enough.
And a good fun car to drive?
Yeah, but it's probably the slowest out of these things here.
Yeah.
But no, it's fun. Good clean racing, we have fun. But yeah, see what happens in the second race, eh?
And enjoy racing it to different types of cars?
Yeah, I think it's fun for people to look at different cars doing fit thing. We've got an ancient Renault 5 Turbo here. Got a new Golf, got an old Clio, so there's so many different cars, it's fun.
Well done on second place. And in third place was David Clark in the Renault. I don't think the start went so well for you, but then you moved back through again.
Yeah, got through, but I knew it was going to be a bad start, so we just can't get the thing off the line, so I knew I was going to get swamped, and then you're trying to get past cars, you know, so yeah, I'm quite happy, like get a podium, you know, so I'm pleased with that. I always knew the start was going to be difficult, you know, but...
Car running well though, obviously pole position, good lap times.
Yeah, I mean, like, it was, thank you, Steve, thank you very much. Yeah, it was all good, just a couple of mistakes. I went from third to second down the straight, so, like, I mean, lucky, you know, it's carried on, so it shows how well built they are. It is a tough little engine. Yeah, and then just other gear change misses and stuff, so we've just been plagued with like the clutch problems, you know, which has affected changing gears and stuff. But you know, if you'd said to me, like, you know, you'd have pole and then a third in the first race, I'd have took your arm off. So
you obviously raced this car for a little while now. Have you done much work on it, changed things in recent years?
Yeah, it was an original like Cup car from back in the day that was raced in the Cup Series. So yeah, there's not really a lot left on it from there. So we've done, you know, extensive modifications, but to compete with these guys, that's what you've got to do, you know. So
well done, great drive.
Thank you very much.
So there was our third place man, David Clark. Second was Nick Gwinnett, and Simon Tomlinson was the winner. That completes today's run-in here at Snetterton, and I think Scott will tell us what's coming up this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Josh, and thanks for your hard work this morning, of course, to get things together for our first half of today's second day of racing for the BRSCC Summer Festival. Not the way we wanted to end that last race, of course, but at least we can make sure, hopefully, that Jim Dimmock is okay. From what I understand, one or two people who appear to be in the chat who were on site, it wasn't a big accident, but it's a gentle roll. But rather than talk about it too much, we'll just leave Paul to recover for the second race later on, and we'll see how he gets on if he's out for the second race. So we're going to head into our slightly shortened lunch break, because we are possibly going to get racing, I'd imagine, back again around about roughly just under 50 minutes time, 5-0. Just a quick reminder of what we've got coming up this afternoon. So our first race after lunch is going to be our third race of the weekend, our third and final one for the BRSCC Fiesta Championship. Two great races yesterday that saw 2 wins for David Nye. Can you make it 3 in a row? Then we have the first of our 2 longer races for today, which is the AMOC GT, GT4 and Intermarque combined grid race. 50 minutes with some brilliant machinery. They're out for qualifying this morning. There's Aston Martins, a couple of Ferraris, a Lotus, some BMWs, a couple of Porsches as well. Really lovely machinery in this one. You should enjoy that race. Then we've got the third race of the weekend, the longer 30-minute race for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. And after that, we have our third ETSL STXR Challenge race, our second Track Attack Race Club race, and the final 2 races of the day will be our fourth and final Fiesta Junior Championship race. And to cap it all off, as we always do when they're on the programme, last race of the weekend, the 45-minute superb BRSCC Clubsport Trophy race. So Go and refuel yourselves if you're watching on the live stream, both on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you for everyone that has done so far. Please do keep on the stream, because we'll have more racing coming up this afternoon to round off what will be, it's been so far a brilliant 2 days of racing here in the relative sunshine. Now it's coming out this afternoon on this BRSCC Summer Festival weekend here at Snetterton. Thanks for watching. Keep watching as we go to a placeholder for the rest of lunch, and then we'll be back on track roughly round about 25-2 for our first race of the afternoon, our third of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Championship. But from me, I'll sign off for the moment. Thanks for myself, Scott Woodwis, Josh Barrett, and all of us here. We'll see you in roughly about just about 45 minutes time for racing this afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Snetterton for this British Racing and Sports Car Club race. So we've got lots of racing to bring you this afternoon, including 3 races for Ford Fiestas, and the first of those is for the final run of the day for the Fiesta Championship cars that are lining up on the grid now with the turbo cars at the front. It's a partially reversed grid and it's Jamie Going here from pole position, the winner from the 2 races yesterday, 1-2-1, David Nye, so watch out for him. And to talk you all the way through the grid ahead of this 15-minute race is Scott Woodward, so over to Scott.
Thank you very much, Josh. Yes, good afternoon once again, everybody. Welcome back to our second part of Sunday's stream for the BRSCC Summer Festival here at Snetterton. We've had some brilliant racing this morning, and now we're getting set to get underway for our afternoon schedule, first of which being the 3rd race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Championship. Now, this is a grid which has been, I think, set by a slightly partially reversed grid, so we'll be able to run you through that in a second. But after 2 brilliant races yesterday that saw a double win for David Nye, here's how the grid looks then after the slightly partially reversed grid. So it looks like it's the top 6 that's been reversed. So Jamie Going will start on pole position here for this 3rd and final race. And he'll start alongside Rob Smith, who I think now leads the championship in the Fiestas after those 2 results yesterday. It's then the second row of the grid for the rather fast Simon Horrobin. Watch for him from the second row in 3rd place. Zachary Lucas is alongside him on the 2nd row. Then it's Alistair Kellett and yesterday's double race winner David Nye starting back in 6th. It's Spencer Stevenson and Luke Pinder, who came into the weekend leading the championship, then had problems in race 1 and retired. Charged from the back of the grid to finish 8th in race 2. He's got some work to do from row 4 to see if he can move up the order a little bit further from the start. Row 5 sees Stuart Robbins and Marco Ricci rounding out the top 10 ahead of Gary Miller and Dominic Bush. Then we get into the ST150 contenders with double winner this weekend, William Kellett, on pole position again for them, alongside point leader in the highest ST150 car in the standings, Ethan Rogers. And it's Nick Moore, who's been performing very well this weekend on his first weekend in the Fiestas. Alongside him is Bryony Davis. And then the last couple of cars on the grid are set to be Matt Chambers, John Cooper, who I did see is on the grid. He had lots of issues yesterday, but he is out for the 3rd race today, thankfully. Amalo Cordell, who I know Jam Sport I saw on their social media channels were doing quite, I think, a gearbox change amongst other things on that car, but they've got it back out and got it sorted. So all 19 cars that appear for this weekend are all present and correct on the grid. So out they go for the warming up lap. Thankfully the temperatures have stayed fairly high, about 20 degrees or so, and say this quietly, the rain we were expecting today hasn't really appeared so much. I know there's a bit, it looks a bit darker in terms of the some of the cloud cover. But the weather, it seems, is still quite warm, still quite pleasant, a bit of cloud in the air, but even so, it is still quite nice conditions to get racing underway this afternoon. Now, I have done some points updates in the lunch break, particularly for the Fiesta Championship, so we can give you pretty much, as I've got calculated here on my spreadsheet, where they are in terms of points coming into this 3rd race. It's actually a little bit of a change around now with the top 5. It's looking pretty close between them. So Rob Smith then, despite the fact he hasn't won a race just yet, has been the most consistent so far and therefore currently leads the championship with 254 points coming into this race after yesterday's 2 results in race 1 and race 2. David Nye's 2 victories have seen him catapult up to 2nd place in points now, 244, so he's 10 points now behind Rob Smith. Luke Pinder has dropped as a virtue of that because of that first race retirement. And the fact he finished back in 8th in race 2, he's now dropped from the lead to 3rd now with 219 points. Then it gets close between Spencer Stevenson in 4th and Simon Horrobin, who remains in 5th position. It's 219 for Pinder, 216 for Stevenson, 215 for Horrobin. So very close for 3rd place at the moment, and that could certainly change in this 3rd race depending on how results play out. Jamie Going, who starts on pole position for this 3rd race, is 6th in points. He's on 208 after his results yesterday. Zachary Lucas is up to 7th. Marco Ricci's consistency puts him 8th. And Alistair Kellett's managed to climb up already into 9th place. And John Cooper, who was the early leader after the doubleheader at Croft, he took both race victories. He's now down to 10th position after his 2 DNF/non-starting yesterday. So he's got some more effort to do to try and climb back up the order. Then just behind them, we've got the ST150 car. So we have a look at Marlo Cordell, who had that work going on this morning to get his car ready for the 3rd race. The ST150 order sees 11th overall, Ethan Rogers still leading the way in that class in the overall standings. And it's Matt Chambers in 2nd place, who again has been at every round so far and just kept on racking up the points, whilst others have either had misfortunes or retirements or haven't been present at other rounds and they've only just joined the championship this weekend. So Matt Chambers is currently 2nd, Bryony Davis is currently in 3rd position, but I think the one person to watch out for to keep on climbing up the order is going to be William Kellett, because he's won the ST150 class segment of the race. twice this weekend so far. So he'll be wanting to try and get some more points. If he can finish a bit higher up the order by virtue of any retirements or just picking up a couple more cars in the ST240 ranks if they hit trouble, you might want to start to climb a bit further up the field. Then it's Jack Uhill, sadly isn't here this weekend after an accident at Alton Park, and we wish him well for his recovery. Then it's Rosie Hunt, and then Nick Moore, who's managed to pick up some points as well. And of course, then Marlo Cordell, who's at the back after he put his first few points on the board yesterday in race 1. So the cars then make their way onto the grid and form up 2 by 2. So Jamie going in the black and white car on the left-hand side on pole position, the black and green and red car of Rob Smith on the second, the grey machine of number 14 Simon Horriban, and then the green car of Zach Williams comes in fourth. Third race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Championship, but they're creeping behind to go for the red lights. They're out now, and they scramble for traction off the line. It's an equal start from the front rows. They charge down towards Richards for the first time. Nick Moore's already trying to get around William Kellett and Ethan Rogers in the ST150s, but up towards the first corner, it's going to be almost 2, making maybe 3 abreast as Zachary Lucas looks round the outside of Rob Smith and Jamie Going. Also, Simon Horriban was in there too to try and get his nose in front. I think he's into second place already as they come towards Wilson for the first time. Side by side for second, Rob Smith looks down the outside. Alistair Kellett's made a good start into fourth. Round the outside for fifth looks Spencer Stevenson on Zachary Lucas. As now onto the grass, putting 2 wheels onto the edge of the circuit goes Rob Smith. He tries to bound back on. Was simulating his son earlier on in the Fiesta Junior Championship when he did the same up at the bomb hole at the beginning of the other race. And now they turn out of Palmer's and onto the back straight. So Jamie Going leads the way then. Simon Horriban, who has arguably been the fastest man out there this weekend. He took pole position in qualifying, took a fastest lap in the first race, and was charging along in race 2 from back in 8th on the grid. He's got work to do to try and get himself further up the order as they come now out through Agostini for the first time. It's looking as though everyone appears to have got through pretty much trouble-free as they turn in. Kellett's up to third now ahead of Rob Smith in fourth. There are the ST150 contenders towards the back who are also scrapping amongst each other. And now the leaders come up through Oggies now. There's David Nye, the double race winner from yesterday. He's in the pack just behind Spencer Stevenson. And then the former championship winner, Luke Pinder, is just behind him after he took a pair of wins at Alton Park last time out. Contenders then take themselves out of Williams corner onto that Bentley straight with these ST240 class cars. The ST180 turbos with that uprated horsepower to 240 brake horsepower can absolutely stretch their legs and thunder down the back straight. And now, here's 2 age-old rivals in the Fiesta Championship. Jamie Going versus Simon Horriban. Expect fireworks of any kind between these two when they're on track together. There's John Cooper in the Simply Car Sales car. That was the black, white, red and green car that went flashing through the shot. He's thankfully back out on track after he had some problems yesterday, which forced him to miss the start of the first race and then not able to even get onto the grid for the first race. And then he tried to start the second race, but then sadly had more issues which kept him from getting underway. So, out of Murray's for the first time, onto the pit straight now to begin lap number 2, and it's Jamie Going then who has the advantage, who leads the way then. So it's Going that leads, Horriban second, Kellett third, Smith fourth. It's then Lucas ahead of Stevenson, David Nye 7th, Luke Pinder's 8th. Scrap on between Gary Miller and Dominic Bush for 9th and 10th positions. And they make their way now through Richard Corner again for the second time as they begin this second race. It's another 15-minute encounter for these Fiestas. Now they come back under brakes for the Wilson hairpin. Alistair Kellett just closing up a little bit there. The Irishman, the former overall Fiesta champion. He was champion back in 2016 overall and also Class D champion. So it's good to have him back to be full-time in the championship. We missed him last year due to travel restrictions with COVID-19, and whilst he had to miss the first round at Croft, him and his son William are also in the championship. It's his first time that William's been in the championship this year after he debuted at Alton Park. Alistair Kellett, a stalwart since the 2014-2015 time, and has certainly been prominent in that what was Class D. He used to have the Mark 7 TTKSs, but these are still Mark 7 Fiestas, but of course they're now the more pumped-up ST180 models with the uprated horsepower thanks to the ECU remap from Puma Speed. Now they come towards Oggies and Alistair Kellett just closing up under braking. You can see that the hazard lights come on. That's not because they're kind of signalling to other drivers. That's simply because the braking system on many road cars, including these ones, that has a bit of a system where if you hit the pedal hard enough, it can trigger the hazard lights. And so while that's not deactivated in some cars on this grid, it makes it quite amusing viewing seeing the hazard lights come on when they're hitting the brakes, because that just shows you just how hard they're stamping the middle pedal to get these cars anchored up for the corner. So these cars really are going for it, quite some margin. And these Fiestas really have reinvigorated the championship. These brand new ST180s that form this ST240 class have had all these kind of regular drivers jump into them, and they've all been raving about them. They said they are fantastic to drive. The slicks add an extra element. They are definitely the way forward in the championship, and there are more and more that are going to be on the way, not just by the end of the year, but I'm sure as we go into next season, when more drivers look at this championship as a viable option if they want to make a career in tin tops, or at least drive a very fast hot hatchback. Here's Stuart Robbins, another former class champion in Fiestas. He's battling away with Dominic Bush, who I think has just joined 2010 Racing. I think he was previously Specialised, but he's now jumped across to Simon Hunt's team. Down the pit straight they go. These Fiesta ST180s are so quick in a straight line. They're brilliant to watch, and the great thing is they're moving around so much under brakes, as now Spencer Stevenson takes a look at Luke Pinder up the inside. That would have been a move for 8th position. They're still chasing David Nye, who's not made too much progress from where he was back in the grid. He was started 6th, he's dropped a place to 7th, and isn't really closing up just yet on the cars in front of him. He's going to try as best he can to not only pull away from Luke Pinder, but now to try and reel the top 5 back in front of him. Quick note to the guys back in the ST150s, we'll give a quick shout out to see where they are. So at the moment, it's currently, well, all of the the ST240 class cars are in the first 13 positions. It's then Nick Moore, who is actually leading the way now on his debut. So Nick Moore leading the way in the Misty Racing prepared ST150. It's then William Kellett, double winner from yesterday in 2nd, and Ethan Rogers, the current ST150, highest ST150 leader of that class within the overall points, currently sat in 3rd position. So now we make our way towards the next corner, and now we turn in through the right-hander, up through Oggies and Williams, and onto that back straight once again. We now head onto the Bentley straight for the 3rd time. So up through Rundle and Nelson. Still Jamie Going holding on. It's been a bit of a while since he's won a race, but if he can keep himself in the mix, he should still be looking to try and hold on here. A quick look at our ST150s. The white car there is Nick Moore, car 44. So he's trying to hold on to the lead and pulling away. He's a former Hyundai Coupe Cup racer, and also he's got experience in Ginettas, so quite an experienced drive with a couple of seasons under his belt. So his first time in Fiestas this weekend and this season, of course. Make their way down towards they'll be heading down towards the Brundle Nelson complex. The leaders here are making their way down the pit straight to end lap number 3. Now then, there is a black and white flag that's gone out, and that has gone to car number 12, Spencer Stevenson, for track limits. So again, we've had a few track limits penalties this weekend. It means that if he transgresses once more, that the stewards deem is too much, and he will get a time penalty of 5 seconds. There is John Cooper making up ground from after he started towards the back of the field. He's got past Dominic Bush, and now his next target is going to be Spencer Stevenson, and looks like all of them have got past Stuart Robbins, so he's either made a mistake or just dropped back in pace and has lost a few more positions. He was ahead of Spencer Stevenson, Dominic Bush, but both Bush and also Cooper and Spencer Stevenson, who's also, I think, dropped back a little bit, they're now also having to try and recover a little bit more. So Luke Pinder's actually, either that or Luke Pinder's broken away from, because Luke Pinder's now going with David Nye at the front of the field. And towards the Stevie hairpin, John Cooper has a look, just peeks out into Stevenson's mirrors, just reminds him he's still there. Stevenson, who was 2nd in the championship overall last year on his first attempt. It was a shortened season, granted, only 3 race weekends that we had in the Fiesta Championship. They ran at Camberwell in August, they had a September meeting at Silverstone, then they finished off at Croft at the end of October. And that ended up with Sam Watkins being the champion from Spencer Stevenson, and then Ollie Turner in 3rd place. Ollie is here this weekend. He's helping a couple of Fiesta Junior drivers. And he also got the wheel of one of these cars at the Ford Fair, that modified Ford race at Brands Hatch, helped develop them. There goes John Cooper, who certainly has, I think, more mileage than anyone else behind the wheel of one of these ST180 turbos. And certainly knows, if anything he doesn't know about them, probably isn't worth knowing, because he's ever since he probably started testing this car on early 2020, before the pandemic kicked off, he's been putting in so many laps. So I think he's pretty much the expert at the moment on these cars, and running well as he moves up into what that will be. Cooper now into, that will have been 9th position he got past. Spencer Stevenson's also trying to get himself in and around Dominic Bush as well, if he can make it through. So they turn their way into in the mix. Oh, there's a big sideways moment there under brakes. I think Cooper had one as well. Both Cooper and Stevenson very, very out of shape as they went under brakes towards Murray's, and now Dominic Bush pulls himself alongside. But the fact is, these cars are so grippy with the 240 brake horsepower, the turbo fitted onto them, and also the grippy Dunlop stick, the Goodyear stick tyres, that they can pull themselves alongside and just hold on in a side-by-side motion up towards Ritchie's. Stevenson turns into the apex on the inside line first, and he gets through pretty cleanly. So that's now scraps going on. Let's bring in Stuart Robbins back into play as well. As now Bush and Stevenson continue nose to tail. Robbins closes right up under braking, because Robbins, as we said, is a former class champion himself in the Fiestas, so he knows all about being successful in this series. So we should quickly, I think, go back to our leaders, because the top 5 is now separated by 1.6 seconds. So I think we should really have a look at our top 5 in a moment, because that can change in a flash, with the blink of an eye, whatever superlative you want to use. So here are our leaders then. There you see 52, Alistair Kellett, the Irishman. Rob Smith, former British GT champion. Zachary Lucas has been a multiple-time race winner. Lots of successful top drivers at club level or more national-type racing. All in these Fiestas here for either a new challenge or just to try something different, of course, and step up to the new generation of top-class car in this championship. Zachary Lucas trying to blend in with the scenery, bounding on the grass as he gets to its Williams corner, gets back onto the road, but he'll lost a few car lengths, and now he might be a sitting duck for David Nye, who's going to sail up onto his rear bumper and possibly take 5th position. Taking 2nd place potentially was going to be Alistair Kellett. He did dart out behind from Simon Horrobin's car. I learned that Simon Horrobin's car is actually the ex-Luke Bannister car that ran in Class D, so that car's been given quite a bit of a power-up, shall we say, to become one of the ST180 turbos. Of course, at the wheel of Simon, it's certainly showing its prowess at the moment. But Jamie Going then, as he turns out through Coram now for the 5th time, continues to lead the way. Simon Horrobin just trying to keep in touch with him in 5th position. 6th place for... So it was Alistair Kellett in 3rd position, forgive me. 4th place still for Rob Smith, 5th for Lucas, 6th for David Nye. The rest of the top 10 is Pinder with the fastest lap of the race. He'll steal the 2 points for that. And then it's Cooper, Stevenson and Bush rounding out the top 10. And that top 5 now, just broken up a little bit now. We've got the top 3 pulling away here with Going, Horrobin and Kellett. There goes Lucas, followed by David Nye. Then we've got Pinder and Smith. So Smith's dropped back a couple of spots. He's dropped back 3 places. So looks like he's made some kind of a mistake, as there's 3 different lines taken there through the Wilson hairpin. The tighter line for Jamie going defensive, the regular racing line for David Nye, and then the wider line taken by Alistair Kellett to get a bit more momentum as they turned out towards the short straight towards Palmer's. The sun's starting to shine down a bit more now here at Snetterton this afternoon. And yeah, those expected rain showers, the thunderstorms we were going to get, seem to be quite distant. They seem to have passed over the circuit earlier this morning. And Zachary Lucas loses it under brakes and just about keeps it going. That's the power of keeping your foot in front-wheel drive. He's going to lose 2 more spots to Luke Pinder and Rob Smith. Bounds back onto the circuit in front of a rather bemused and slightly blinded John Cooper as he goes through the dust cloud. But Zachary Lucas was very close. One, I think, just hit the back of David Nye, and he was very lucky to get that car anchored up as he did. Those EBC brakes working well on these ST240 class cars. So Zachary Lucas, from what was 4th position, has dropped down to 7th now, behind David Nye and Luke Pinder. And he's now in front of John Cooper now, who's up to 8th position and might well try and get back at him. Cooper, in fact, actually has just set the fastest lap of the race, so no wonder he's charging along. 2 minutes 12.513. He darts out from behind Lucas, gets a small toe as he latched onto his rear bumper behind him. As they turn in through Brundle Nelson, he should have his nose in front by the looks of it. Yes, he does. So he's in the mix. There's Rob Smith a little wide on the exit there, but there's confirmation. John Cooper is through and up into 7th position with the fastest lap of the race. So he will get the bonus 2 points for that. Bonus points for this championship, apart from results in the race. You get a point for the fastest time in the qualifying session. And that went to Simon Horrobin yesterday, and you get 2 points for the fastest lap in the race. So Simon Horrobin has a 2 bonus points for his race 1 fastest lap. Alistair Kellett has the bonus points for race 2, and for race 3 at the moment it's held by John Cooper. In fact, no, it's actually gone back to Simon Horrobin. Now then, we're on the last lap of the race now, 1.5 minutes to go, so this should be interesting. Simon Horrobin getting closer and closer to the back of Jamie Going, and you can bet that if he gets a chance to get through, Simon Horrobin's not going to hesitate. He will go for it, because these two, whenever they're on track, they're good friends off the circuit, but on circuit, there's never a dull moment, and they've been nose to tail so far for the duration of this 15-minute race so far. Now we're on the last lap. I get a sense that Simon Horrobin, if he sees a chance to go, he will go for it. Although I say that, if you look just behind him, Aston Martin fancies his chances too as well. He's getting a bit closer. Top 3 as they come down the pit straight. Down the back straight towards Agostini for the last time. John Cooper really has dropped Zachary Lucas behind there as well, hasn't he? As we see the leading trio exiting Agostini up towards Hamilton's for the final time. Now they turn in through the left, and the brakes for the right at Oggies. Jamie going. He hasn't been majorly under threat, but he's just been kept honest by the cars behind, and so far he's been able to just control the pace nicely, and so he'll be quite happy to take his first Fiesta Championship victory in this new car. He's been, of course, a prominent winner in the past in the ST150s when they were the dominant class. He's done that a few times, but Jamie, of course, taking full advantage of that reverse grid pole and just keeping it nice and calm, nice and steady on these last few corners to be on course to take his first victory of the season, the first in this new car, and he will then become our 4th different winner of the season from the first 3 meetings, which would be quite impressive. That just shows how competitive it is in these cars. There's quite a lot of top drivers in this championship who all have their moments. It looks as though that Jamie, who's only got 2 more corners to negotiate through Coram and up through Murray's for the final time, is going to possibly be on course to take that victory. Here comes Aston Kelly, who might have a look for 2nd place and a sprint towards the line for a photo finish. But up towards the checkered flag. He prepares quite a few cars, but he's going to have his day in the sun here in race number 3. Up to the checkered flag. It's a 4th different winner of the season. Jamie going wins race number 3 in the Fiesta Championship. Simon Horrobin 2nd. It's 3rd place for Aston Kelly. David Nye comes 4th. There's Luke Pinder in 5th position. Rob Smith gets 6th. John Cooper recovers well from the back of the grid to 7th. Zachary Lucas was disappointed with 8th after leaving his 4th position. 9th goes to Dominic Bush, 10th to Spencer Stevenson, 11th goes to Stuart Robbins. I should also mention that David Nye, on the last lap of the race, he did take the fastest lap of the race briefly, then John Cooper snatched it back again. So 2 minutes 12.069 for John Cooper, fastest lap of the race. Gary Miller finishes in 12th to round off his first weekend in the turbo class. 13th place for Marco Ricci. And then we're going to wait for our ST150s, who are going to be very close towards the line. It's been Nick Moore who's led all the way, but I think he's going to be challenged towards the line by William Kellett. So the sprint to the checkered flag between Moore and Kellett for the line is not going to be enough for William Kellett. It's going to be a first win on his first weekend in the class. Nick Moore takes victory in race number 3 in the ST150s. Brilliant stuff from Nick on his first weekend. 2nd for William Kellett, and 3rd goes to Ethan Rogers, who should maintain his lead amongst the ST150 cars as the highest placed car. Marlon Caldell comes home in 4th. So that's a good way to round off his first Fiesta Championship weekend. And then we should have Bryony Davis and Matt Chambers to round off the final 2 cars in the field. So it looks as though all 19 cars started, and you can count all 19 back home again, which is good. So next will be Bryony Davis. She will come home for 5th in the ST150 class. And of course we have Matt Chambers, and his bright purple machine will come home to round off the finishes. Here comes Bryony. She debuted in last year's Fiesta Junior Championship, is now moved up. Now she's of age to move up onto a senior licence, and is in the mix there in 5th position. Matt Chambers, the last finisher, in 6th. Well, congratulations to Jamie Going for that first Fiesta Championship win with the new car. 4th different winner of the season. Simon Horrobin will be happy with his first podium. That's just reward, I think, after he's had 1 or 2 mishaps and mistakes throughout the weekend, but certainly he'll be happy with that to get a podium. First person he goes to congratulate is his old mate Simon Horrobin. They're still good mates off track. There might have been a bit of a rough and tumble on track, but they're still good mates, and they still congratulate each other, which is excellent to see. And Aston Kellett will be happy with a 3rd place and a podium as well, I'm sure, after his trip from Ireland. He's not going to go home empty-handed from his trip back to Ireland. Little conversation between Simon and Alistair, handshake between all 3 of them. That's what we like to see. Camaraderie, all smiles and friendship in the Fiesta Championship. That's what we like to see in that kind of paddock. So I think we can go down to see what those 3 thought of that rather excellent battle between them. Let's head down to Josh Barrett in the assembly at Park Ferme to have a chat with our top 3 from that 3rd Fiesta Championship race.
So we're down here for the final Fiesta Championship race of the day, and we just lost our race winner Jamie Going. Let's go in reverse order then. Let's go 3rd place Alistair Kellett first, and we'll get Jamie back in a minute. 3rd place Alistair, you're the only driver who was on the podium yesterday. Who's on the podium today?
Oh, surprised at that, to be honest. Got a great start, and I think it was towards the end of the first lap, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And just tucked in behind Simon and Jamie and tried to get away, and then Rob Smith was all over me as well. It was so close, and then Rob fell back and I got a gap. Just, I think it's so safe even between the three of us. We just nobody could pass anyone. Whatever. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Looked like it's quite hard to overtake.
Yeah, because the cars seem to be so close. You know what I mean? The racing is clean, and you know what I mean. Unless you do a stupid move, it's very hard to pass. Like, you know what I mean? Because they are so close. So brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Very enjoyable weekend for you.
Brilliant, yeah. It was an Oldham the last time, and not a great weekend, so this makes up for it big time. So
well done. Well done
Thank
on
you.
third place. Second was Simon Horrobin, who's over here. Second for you, Simon. Yesterday was a few battles further back that you sort of got involved in.
Well,
But
yeah, we went out for race one and we had a problem with the clutch, which obviously put me out of contention. Fought our way back to fourth in the second race, and then we got a good jump on the start. But I had nothing for Jamie. End of the day, you know, I got near him and he was just he was blocking every corner, so there weren't no sensible move to do. So I'm happy with the result.
you've obviously raced quite a few different types of tin tops. What do you think of these new cars?
I think they're the next step up. You know, you go from these to touring car, stroke TCR car, or GT car, because the characteristics of these cars is very similar. You know, I've drove GT cars and they are very similar, so they're a good stepping stone.
And therefore it's probably a good place for now these new cars are out for new people to come into the championship in the future.
Yeah, I think so. I think next year is going to be an epic year. I think cars are being built. We're all building cars, you know. For the next year is going to be a very special year, I think, for these.
That's going to be quite exciting to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, because they're so close, you know, so competitive. So you can see there's nothing between them.
Yeah, we've got 6-7 cars in the lead battle. We've got quite a lot of it.
Yeah, I'm going to say you don't get that in many formulas. No. You know, so that's like it goes on the realms of touring car, you know, where they've got a big batch. You know, you normally get a couple in the lead, mid-pack, and then the back, you know.
Well done on your second place today.
Thank you very much.
Second place for Simon Horrobin, and our race winner was Jamie Gowen. And Jamie, race win for you. That wasn't easy though, because you had a big queue of cars behind.
Well, there's Simon Horrobin, isn't there? I was just saying earlier, this is our 9th year. I think we both started in ST150s in the same year, and it's always been this love-hate relationship. No? Best mates in a paddock, arch rivals on the, you know, on the grid. But yeah, I'm really comfortable here. This is my favourite circuit. We have had a few little problems with the right front damper moving in qualifying in the 2 races, and it's been a real struggle to go around the lefts. The lads, like mechanics, engineers, everybody in the JamSport team has done a great job. We got the car where it needs to be. Okay, last race, but I felt strong enough, you know, to be able to do it. Always a great starter, and I managed to maintain a gap out the box. You know, Simon kept me in, and luckily him and Alistair were having a little bit of a battle. So every now and then, if I needed to, I could back them up to each other, and then just maintain the gaps. But always sort of know where Simon's strong and I'm strong. So yeah, it was good. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, a win at last. So.
You mentioned earlier about obviously coming through the older cars. Now you've got these new machines out. What are your thoughts on them?
Yeah, so I love the 150. I love the championship, the car, you know, especially the juniors. The whole thing about, you know, everybody in the paddock's really friendly, helpful. You know, I've been in loads of different championships, worked as a team in different paddocks. This is great. This is where I started, and I can't see me ever leaving for a long time. You know, the 150, brilliant car to come through. Awesome to teach juniors in. We do a lot of junior training. Great car to get started in. Now it then gives them this extra bit when they step up. You know, we've got that bit more power, bigger brakes. It just takes them, you know, their career to move through motorsport and further, you know, up through bigger championships and turn them into real good racing drivers. But this car is awesome. It's a little bit difficult to get used to, but we're just getting there now, and I think everybody's the same. Do you know what? The racing's so good, it's so close. Everybody, you know, we've not got wings hanging off. You know, it's really respectful, really good fun racing, real close racing as well. So really enjoyable.
Well done, Jamie. So Jamie Gowen, our winner of the final Fiesta Championship race today. You may have heard in the background, the next cars are already out on track.
Thank you very much, Josh. Good to hear from our top three in the Fiesta Championship. If you want to know more, of course, head to the website, brscc.co.uk, head to the Formula page section and scroll down to find BRSCC Fiesta Championship. And if you want to get involved, of course, I'm sure we'll hopefully see you in the seasons to come. Right, something special for one of our first longer races for today, and this is for the combined grid for the Aston Martin Owners Club's GT Challenge, GT4 Challenge, and Intermarque series all together. Some fabulous machinery here. We can take you through how they're going to line up on this 50-minute race with a pit stop right now. So, on the front row of the grid, nothing less than a pair of Ferraris. It is Roy Millington, who should be sharing with Benny Simonson. They will start on pole position in car number 8 in their Ferrari 488 Challenge car. Alongside them is the Donington Park winner, Nigel Jenkins, in his gold Ferrari 458 Challenge car on the front row of the grid. Second row, she's Chris Griffin in car number 30 in his fantastic black current generation Aston Martin Vantage GT4. And that starts alongside the BMW M3 E46, which has been driven by David Fielder and Stephen Scott Dunwoody on fourth on the grid. Then it's row 5, goes to the Lotus Motorsport Elise, which has been driven by David Fenn and Paul White. Alongside him in 6th on the grid is going to be Chris Murphy in his Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Then it's on the 4th row of the grid, we have the Alberts, which is Mark and Dale Alberts, and then Peter Chalice in his Arrow Pack liveried Porsche 997 Cup car on the 4th row of the grid. We move on to row 5, which sees 9th place being Robert Holliman. Robert driving his Porsche 964 as one of the Intermarque machines. Alongside him is Adrian Clark in car number 92. That's the Porsche 928 GTS Cup car. Next row 6 is number 186, which is Jeremy Cook. He's in his BMW M3 GT4. Alongside him is car number 17, which is Matthew Johnson. He's on his BMW E6 M33, E36 M3, I should say. Then it's the Volkswagen Golf GTI Mark II of Simon Verschuren and Richard Cook. That should be quite potent, 13th on the grid. Lawrence Squires then comes next, who is at the wheel of his BMW 318, and then Mike Watson to round out the grid in his BMW M3 for the 15-car entry. I think one car that we don't have, sadly, was we were due to have the Lotus Exige of Peter Jackson, but sadly it looks as though he hasn't made it onto the grid, which is unfortunate, but I hope he'll be back with us for the next time we'll see the Intermarque once again. So there's some pretty tasty machinery on this grid, and of course, at least at the sharp end, of course, being a pair of Ferraris. Off the escape row has gone car 42. That is the Mike Watson BMW. Oh, and I hope that's not a problem for Mike Watson. Unfortunately, oh, that's a shame. He's pulling off the road before the race has even got underway. So that's unfortunate. We won't have the BMW M3 of Mike Watson on the road here. I'm afraid we'll either be heading back to the paddock to try and get the car restarted to get back underway. But unfortunately there. But look at the sight this makes. Look at this. A pair of Ferrari Challenge cars, a 488 and a 458, 3 Aston Martin GT4 Vantages, and a BMW M3 E46 with a giant wing on the back, as well as a Lotus Elise, and also Porsche 9s, a few Porsches, BMWs, and even a Volkswagen Golf GTI. Plenty of variety here for our 50-minute Aston Martin Owners Club Racing Intermarque GT Challenge and GT4 Challenge race. It's got the Roy Millington and Benny Simonson Ferrari on pole, Nigel Jenkins alongside him on the Snetterton. 50 minutes of racing underway, and it is the 488 of Roy Millington and Simonson that jumps into the lead straight away. They all pile in towards Richie's for the first time. There's Peter Chalice's Arrow Pack livery Porsche 997 Cup car. But now we head down towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time, and these cars do make quite a sight and plenty of noise to go with it as well. So it's Ferrari, from Aston Martin, then from BMW. The 666 Lotus Motorsport Elise of David Fenn and Paul White's jumped up pretty quickly. And now we've got the that's the number 72, Chris Murphy, current generation Aston Martin GT4, battling with the Alberts in their previous generation Aston Martin. They charge out of Palmer's and down towards Agostini for the first time. So, as expected, because it has got quite a substantial power advantage in some cases. It's quite an incredibly powerful car, is the 488 Challenge car. It's Roy Millington who leads the way then. Of course, as I say, sharing that car with Benny Simonson, of course, the brother of the sadly late Alan Simonson, who was a fantastic GT driver in the past. And it's unfortunate, of course, that we lost him at Le Mans in 2013. Benny, of course, carrying on the Simonson name, and he's a pretty handy peddler himself. Of course, he's sharing that car with Roy, I suspect, to help him get the best possible chance to go ahead and win this race overall. There's the BMW GT4 car, Jeremy Cook at the wheel of that. And here's the number 92, Adrian Clark, Porsche 928 GTS Cup car. So a couple of fantastic rare machines in the mix there. Good battle developing here now between the 666 Lotus and the number 72 Aston Martin. These two Porsches are giving the Alberts a bit of a run around here as well, because not giving it a chance to ease up on this opening lap. So they turn in through the bomb hole for the first time, but there is the Millington and Simonson Ferrari, Jenkins in second, and up to third place has come car number 30. That's the Chris Griffin Aston Martin Vantage GT4, and it's resplendent sort of fluorescent yellow and green sort of Aston Martin type factory colours. As they charge down the pit straight. What a sighting sound they make. So it's Ferrari that leads, Ferrari in second, Aston Martin out the top 10 as they come across the line is set to be possibly, I think, another one of the BMWs in the midfield as well. So there's Chris Murphy as he turns his way up through the right-hander. Battle on between Peter Chalice's Porsche there, the Aero Pack 997, battling away with the turquoise and yellow and grey Alberts Aston Martin. That car was out at Donington Park, and that was looking pretty prominent in its own class. So just for the record then, the three classes that we have, the first two cars, the Ferraris, are running in the GT category. So the GT category is made up of the two Ferrari challenge cars, Peter Chalice's Porsche, and the Lotus Motorsport, the BMW M3 of David Field and Stephen Scott Dunwoody, and the Lotus Motorsport Elise of Fed and Paul White. The GT4 category is all three of the Aston Martin Vantage GT4s, including that one there driven by Chris Murphy, and the BMW M3 GT4 driven by Jeremy Cook, and the rest of the field being the two Porsche 964s, the 964 and 962, the E36, the other three BMWs that were in the field, which was Matthew Johnson, Mike Watson and Bob Squires, and then the Volkswagen Golf GTI are all in the Intermarque category as well. And also we would have had in that category too a Lotus 6Z, Peter Jackson at the wheel, and again sadly a non-starter for this weekend, I'm afraid. So nice little battle developing here. That's Lotus Motorsport Elise, if I heard it correctly yesterday in testing, has a proper sequential gearbox, so it pumps up and down the gears. It's pretty much a seamless shift, which is quite a nice sound. So turning out of the bomb hole for the second time, still a little bit of a pursuit going on between the Alberts in their Aston Martin and Peter Chalice and his Porsche. Good to have Peter Chalice back on a BRSCC weekend. He used to compete in the days of the Aero Pack Euro Saloons in that case, and that he's fortunate to race in either that Porsche. I think he also raced in an ex-Nissan BTCC. Back in '96, they thunder down the pit straight. So Millington then, unsurprisingly, has the fastest lap of the race. And the Millington and Simonson Ferrari, 159.112. And Michael Jenkins in second place. It's then the Chris Griffin Aston Martin in third. David Fielder's BMW in fourth place. He'll share that car when he comes to the pit lane with Stephen Scott Dunwoody. The David Fenn Motorsport Elise will be in fifth position. He'll change over to Paul White when the pit stops come around. Everyone has to make a mandatory pit stop in this race, in this 50-minute encounter. So as they make the way out onto the back straight here, and see the battle pot potentially starting to develop here. Pace-wise, they look fairly evenly matched towards the middle of the top 10. The top three are setting the pace outright. You've got a pair of 1-minute 59s from the two Ferrari challenge cars in front. The Chris Griffin Aston Martin's done a 2-minute 1 on its first proper flying lap. You also then got the David Fielder BMW on a 2-minute 5, but then it's very evenly matched times between him and the next four cars, which is the Fenn and White Lotus Motorsport Elise that you're watching here on screen. Then it's the Alberts in there, so the Chris Murphy Aston Martin that's on track here. The Alberts in their older generation Vantage GT4, the Chalice Porsche is also in there too, and that's from about roughly 4th down to 8th. So just back, the pace just goes down a little bit more as you go further back down the order. So I suspect in this race, our main battle may well come between these sort of 4 or 5 cars in the middle of the top 10, because they're all very tightly matched in terms of lap times and in terms of pace. So, of course, the two Aston Martins, the Porsche, the Lotus and the BMW, fairly different cars, each and all of them. So it's good to see that in terms of the speed of them all, they all seem to be pretty well matched up quite identically, which is what we like to see. And it all comes down to the skill of the driver and how they use the machine underneath them in order to try and separate them. So look at the lead we've got between the top two. The number 8 Ferrari Malise now just putting the 157.852, so it's pulled the gap out to 4.2 seconds. Nigel Jenkins Ferrari's done a personal best of a 159.6. The Chris Griffin Aston Martin now currently sat in third. And then lap times for everyone else. Let's have a look and see how evenly matched they are. So the field of BMW did a 2-minute 4.5. There is the leading Ferrari. Fantastic looking car. It's an aggressive looking machine. Is that 488 Challenge car. It's got a quite ridiculous amount of horsepower. It's got about roughly, I think, something like 600 or 700 plus horsepower, this car, if it's in Challenge spec. And the Roy Millington, of course, sharing it with Benny Simonson. And certainly must be enjoying himself out there. He's quite a machine to have to handle around the Snetterton circuit. Making the most of it, and certainly trying to make the most of his opportunity to pull away and extend the gap even further. It was 4.2 seconds last time between himself and Nigel Jenkins. And as I say, Jenkins himself was pretty dominant in the race that they had at Donington Park. It was a 50-minute encounter there, and there was a nice varied grid there. There was a couple of older Aston Martins on that grid. There was a Porsche Cup car as well. There was a couple of other machines. There was maybe the Ford Cosworth on there too as well. So plenty of different cars racing there. There is Nigel Jenkins and that gold older Ferrari Challenge car. Nice to see two different generations on track together. And in terms of the gaps, the closest battle is at the moment between the field of BMW, the David Fenn at the wheel of the Lotus Motorsport Elise, and then the Murphy Aston Martin GT4, because it's a 0.6 second gap at the last time across the line between Field and Fenn, and then a further just under 2 tenths between Fenn and Murphy in that last run. That's David Fielder, actually. So actually, the wheel of it now should be Stephen Scott Dunwoody. So it's Stephen Scott Dunwoody that's at the wheel now of that BMW. Unfortunately, we didn't get start drivers that information to us. So unfortunately, we're just going by what we've got in terms of the drivers and who we believe is at the wheel of those cars. For anyone that's running a 2-driver effort. They're coming down the pit straight that was looking very close. I did spot there. It was very close nose to tail between, it looked to me, Fenn, Murphy and Chalice there between, in fact, no, all four of them, in fact. Fielder, Fenn, Murphy and Chalice are all together, practically nose to tail. So I think after the 2 Ferraris here and then the Chris Murphy Aston Martin, let's take a look at those. That looks like it's closing up now for that scrap from 4th down to 7th pretty quickly. And the all but Aston Martin is about 3 seconds back now, so that's got some work to do. Whichever all but's at the wheel, well, I'm sure we'll try and pick it back up again when he's got the chance to do so. So the Elise then starts to close in. There is the all but's in there, Aston Martin, but this is fantastic. Look at this. BMW M3 versus Lotus Elise versus current Aston Martin Vantage GT4 versus Porsche 997 Cup car. 4 very different cars and very different formats, but very much evenly matched at the moment in terms of driver skill and talent at the moment. So we believe it's Stephen Scott Dunwoody at the wheel of the BMW. We believe it's David Fenn who's started that Lotus. Of course, it's we know it's just Chris Murphy at the wheel of the Aston Martin. He's a solo driver, as is also Peter Chalice. And they go out to the right hand, and there's that wonderful sounding Mercedes V8 engine Aston Martin after they kind of had a bit of a stake bought in. I think it was 5% by Mercedes. So Aston Martin now uses Aston Martin have Mercedes engines in these as V8s mostly in these their sports cars for today. Here we go. Look at this, nose to tail all the way through the S and Brother Nelson. Just saw the Alberts in there. Aston Martin flash past in the background. And there is Peter Chalice, very experienced club racer. He's been racing that Porsche for quite a while over the last few years. It's great to see it back out. Great to see him back out on a BRSCC meeting. It's great to have the Aston Martin Owners Club's more modern series out there. They also do run the Jack Fairman Cup and Innis Island Cup for 50s and 60s cars. They also have a pre-war team challenge as well for pre-war race cars. So pretty much lots of different cars that will span almost the entire spectrum of racing in many cases. Although there's not really an age limit on which cars can run in either GT Challenge, GT4 or Intermarque. Any car that can fit into it will certainly be welcome. And they make their way out through the right-hander at Ritchie's to start their 6th lap. As another new fastest lap of the race has been posted by Roy Millington, or the Millington and Simonson Ferrari. 157.732 for those guys. So that car continues to motor on. And he was some 4 seconds quicker or so, or about 3.5 seconds quicker than Nigel Jenkins. And Griffin on that last lap was about a couple of tenths quicker than the 4.58 in front of him. So that gap is now 5.6. Just putting a lap there on the Simon Bashurin and Richard Cook Volkswagen Golf GTI Mark II. Looking up the inside of Chris Murphy, there goes Peter Chalice. Makes the move stick at Agostini. He's now up into 6th position. So that's a move up for the Porsche. Peter's on the move. His next one's going to be the Fenn and Wright Lotus Motorsport Elise. if it is an actual motorsport release, you don't really see many of those out. You do see regular releases and Exceges out there, but a motorsport release is quite a rare one. It was built in about 1999, and I think it was made for a one-make series either in the UK or across Europe. And those motorsport release kind of road versions or regular versions, they don't exist too much out there. And you might see an Elise which has a rear wing on it, or an Exige which has a bigger rear wing or a front splitter on it, but an actual motorsport Elise are quite the I was about to say unicorn cars, like I was watching Forza Horizon, but it's not quite that, but they're quite rare to see on track, so good to see one of those out in the field. There is the Stephen Scott Dunwoody driven car at the moment. David Fielder, we think we saw on the pit wall, will be jumping into that car at the pit stops. There's a nice car. That's the Porsche 928 GTS Cup car. That's not a rare car as well that we don't normally see too much. That, of course, has Adrian Clark at the wheel. It's an older Porsche, the 928 and 968, those wonderful V8 engines in the back and in the front of them, and they really are fantastic cars to watch as well. So that car currently running at the moment in 11th place and second in the Intermarque, just to give you an idea of where we sit in terms of each of the three series that are combined onto one grid. So the GT Challenge, it is the Millington and Simonson Ferrari that leads the way currently now by 10.6 seconds. It took another 2 seconds out of Nigel Jenkins to extend its lead even further. Nigel Jenkins is second in GT, and then third in the GT class is the Fielder and Scott Dunwoody BMW M3. In the top three in the GT4s, it is Chris Griffin who leads the way in the Aston Martin GT4. Second in that category is then Chris Murphy in his current spec GT4. We'll come back to that in a second, because around the outside looks the fair and white Motorsport Elise. Around the outside of Scott Dunwoody, he goes into what will now be fourth position. So a change of place there for the Lotus on the BMW. Out through the left-hander, he goes through Hamilton's. His next hunter of him is going to be Peter Chalice here, because the Porsche is going to start to close up on the BMW. Just coming up to 15 minutes left, 50 minutes gone, excuse me, in the AMOC Racing GT Challenge, GT4 Challenge and Intermarques. Just to finish off the run through the top threes of each of the three categories. So in the GT4s, we said it was the Chris Griffin Aston Martin that leads. It's then the Chris Murphy car in second place. It's the black Aston Martin you can see to the middle of the shot there, behind in the back of this four-car pack. And then third, it's the other Aston Martin in the field, which is the Aston Martin Vantage St Markendale Albert. And the fourth place in that category for the record is the Jeremy Cook BMW M3 GT4. In the Intermarques, it's the Robert Holliman Porsche 964 that leads the way in that class from the Adrian Clark Porsche 928 GTS Cup. And then it's the third place man, which is the BMW M6033 with Matthew Johnson at the wheel, who is currently on the podium place for them. So down the pit straight they come. They're going to put a lap, I think, one of the E36 BMWs that is a bit further in the pack. And I should note also, on the last lap, at the front of the field, the Millington and Simonson Ferrari lapped only a tenth of a second quicker than the Jenkins Ferrari, because he's managed to pick up the pace a bit more. They both do 159s, so that's a bit off the pace from what the number 8 car's been doing before. There is the Nigel Jenkins Ferrari as it turns in through the left-hander at Hamilton's. And there's the timing tower on the left-hand side that we're going to bring up to have a look and see where we are. The gap is still 10.7 seconds between these two prancing horses at the front. Chris Griffin, of course, in that Aston Martin third. He's about almost 7 seconds back to Nigel Jenkins as the sun continues to beat down here at Snetterton on our summer festival race weekend. It's great to have Peter Snowden and all the crew from AMOC Racing here this weekend to provide the 50-minute GT race. And their next outing going to be afterwards. They'll be at Mallory Park on August 28th, so if you want to come along to that, of course, then tickets will be on sale for that, and you can head to Mallory Park's website and they'll be on sale for there, and more details on the event can be found on the website, BRSCC.co.uk, as well as information on all of the series that AMOC runs. As we say, it's the 3 contemporary series, which is the GT Challenge, GT4 Challenge, and the Intermarques. We've got the classic contingent, which is not here this weekend, which is the Jack Fairman Cup and Innis Island Cup, and also they have the pre-war challenge for the pre-war race cars as well. They make quite a sight whenever they're out on track as well. So across the line they come. That's the third place car of Chris Griffin. There is the Porsche number 92, which is the Adrian Clark 928 GTS Cup car. And there's a shot of our race leader. That's the Millington and Simonson Ferrari. And last time by, again, pace has dropped off a little more now, because the gap is, he was still a tenth of a second quicker than Nigel Jenkins, but pace has gone down to 1 minute 59. So whether or not the pace has dropped down to kind of just run at the same pace as the car behind, just to kind of maintain the 10-second or almost 11-second gap that he's got at the moment. I wonder if he's just taking it easy in this 488 challenge car, just to kind of preserve the car a bit before whoever's at the wheel hands over to the co-driver. All in the pit lane is the Challenge Porsche, and that's not at pit lane speed limit speed, I'm afraid, and that's not a good sign either. The Peter Challenge Porsche is wheeled into the garage, I'm afraid, by Peter. So unfortunately, because there'll be one car down from this race, as the Peter Challenge car is out of it. So he was enjoying quite a good battle with that scrap between the BMW, the Lotus, and the Chris Murphy Aston Martin, but unfortunately problems for the 997 means it will go no further this afternoon. That's a real shame, because it was quite competitive up to that point. In the pit lane, also it's mandatory pit stop. The pit window is now open. Is the number 9 car. I haven't seen much about this car, but this is the this is the Robert Holliman Porsche 964. So it's in for its mandatory stop. So quite a simple process. Just checking some of the tyre pressures, changing the tyres, just tweaking to make sure we're doing a bit of tyre pressure out of the tyre quite a last bit longer throughout the race. Second gear is able to go again. Driver change as well. How long we got? 30 seconds. Obviously got quite a busy conversation about the timer just put in front of the windscreen for him, because he can't signal when he's ready to go yet. Yeah, which has been shown the countdown, so whenever he's ready to attention after that Porsche, he does now. Pit lane, race. So there will be a little bit of strategy here in terms of whether teams decide that have the driver changes or have to make a pit stop, whether or not they'll choose to make an early stop to hand over what I presume would be the faster driver out of the two, would jump in, or whether the fast driver has been in and he wants to stay out for longer and have their co-driver go in for the second half and try and build up a gap or make up some positions a little bit later on. So there goes our 488 challenge car, still fairly strong at the moment. Now that car's backed off a little bit more, and actually so much so that Nigel Jenkins seems to have picked up the pace, because he's now just put in a 158.777, and that's now got the gap under 10 seconds now. 9.2 is the margin between the two Ferraris now. So I wonder if, whether it's Roy at the wheel or whether it's Benny at the wheel, whoever it is that's driving it is interesting nonetheless, in terms of whether he's just backing it off to preserve the car a bit, or, dare I say it, there's a problem at all, I'm not sure. Now, there is a time penalty going out for car 38, and that's the Alberts in their Aston Martin, and that's for track limits. They've been warned several times and got the black and white flag to signal to them they have to respect the track limits. They sadly have failed to do so after the flag, and so they've been given a 5-second penalty, which will drop them down the order if they've got a car less than 5 seconds behind them. At the moment, they don't appear to, because the next car behind them is the car that's fourth in their class. It's the GT4 car on that side. But I think we can possibly hear a bit more of what's going on down the pit lane. We're going to quickly run down to Josh Barrett, who can have a chat to see who he's found in the pit lane whilst this race is going on.
I'm down here in the pit lane with Peter Chalice, who unfortunately had to retire his car. What's the problem, Peter?
The clutch has gone. So, came out of Russell, pulled, was slightly wide coming in, so I was offline, and I pulled the gear and the clutch has gone pop. The gearbox is still there, but because you can read the gear numbers, but no, the clutch has gone.
A real shame. You were involved in quite a good battle in that first part of the race.
Yeah, we was pushing on, so after rubbish qualifying, got it together in the race, and we were really pushing on. We'll never know, will we?
You've been racing the Porsche for a few years now. How's it going generally before the clutch issue?
It's been a really good car for us. I've had it sat now 7 years. Yeah. It's a good car, it's a quick car, and it's, you know, it's a gentleman car. You know, if it goes wrong on Sunday, you can fix it on Monday, so yeah. That's what we need.
A nice mix of cars to be racing against.
Yeah, some beautiful cars out there, isn't there? That black Aston, that's stunning.
Obviously, it's the Aston Martin Owners Club, but obviously now inviting lots of different marques in, and that's a good thing, I presume.
Absolutely. It's great to come and race, isn't it? You know, whoever you're racing against, as long as you go home, you have a good race. we're not going to beat the Ferrari, are we? You know, let's be real about it. But as long as you have a good race, you know, that's what we do on our weekends, isn't it? So, yeah, I'm happy. Just a bit sick because we were doing well.
Bad luck, hopefully better next time. Thanks for having a word with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks to Peter Chalice, and we'll head back over to Scott in the commentary box.
Thanks very much. Unfortunate there for Peter Chalice, who had to exit out of the race early, but certainly enjoying himself in the paddock here, of course, being part of this 50-minute race with the Aston Martin Owners Club. So just a quick segue, we've had a couple of pit stops, one of which most notably has been for the Nigel Jenkins Ferrari that's been in for its stop. So he's now been in and changed from what was coming in, and he's re-exited back in 6th position. So made that stop, and out he goes. That's going out there as the 92 car. That's the Adrian Clark Porsche 928. There, going past the pits was the Chris Griffin Aston Martin, who's now put a lap on him there. There it is. Brilliant paint scheme, that, isn't it? It's very much a replica, or very much inspired by the factory colours of Aston Martin these days. The bright fluorescent yellow and the sort of dark British racing green. This brilliant sort of graphical package on the side of the car. It's great to see. Car running well in 2nd place at the moment. I should note, I had to note for Peter Snowden at AMOC, so thanks to him just giving me the confirmation on the start drivers. So Dale Albert was the car that started the number 30, the driver that started number 38 Aston Martin. Richard Cook is at the wheel to start off number 47. That's the Volkswagen Golf GTI, so it was Simon Bashuram that jumps in after that, but there it is on track actually. Those two cars I've just been talking about. Stephen Scott, though, Woody, I can confirm, has been driving number 147 car, but I can see it in the pit lane there, coming in to hand over to David Fielder. And the other car that appears to have had a driver at the wheel of it is or two driver entries, in fact, is the number 666 Lotus, and that have had David Fenn at the wheel. Paul White will take over when it makes its pit stop, which hasn't happened yet, but will be shortly. I've just asked to get confirmation whether or not Benny Simonson is still racing in the number 8 car, because I've only seen on the timing screen that we just got Roy Millington's name in there, so it'll be a shame if he's not, but I did see on the entrance table Benny Simonson as a second driver, so let's see if he's still racing. If he isn't, then apologies for any misinformation there, but it'll be Roy Millington on his own in that car. So pit stops are plenty happening here for this whilst the pit window's open. The cars that have pitted so far, the top of which is that Nigel Jenkins Ferrari. He's made his mandatory pit stop. We've got the Fielder and Scotland Woody car in for its stop. The Stephen Scotland Woody, of course, taking the first in, and now it's him and Fielder jumping in. The Chris Murphy Aston Martin GT4 has also been in for its pit stop, and he's also completed it. As has also, as we saw, Hollyman. Score. David Milner leaves the BMW. Meanwhile, his pit stop in the 98 GTS Cup. Sure, and the Peter Challenge Porsche who said they came in. Gets the stops in his number 30 Aston Martin Vantage GT4. So he will simply just sit there and wait for the time to tick down. And get a closer look at this car if we can. As we just move our camera around to have a look at the front end of this car, it's a pretty car, the Aston Martin Vantage, both the first and current, the original and current generation. I see some nice conversations in the comments talking about all the different cars we've got on the grid, the Ferraris and the Porsches and the Aston Martins. Good to see some activity on our live stream here, which is excellent. So thanks to those who are watching, of course. We've got a few of you still watching, of course, of the afternoon's action continues to rumble on. Into the pit lane has come Jeremy Cook in the background there, just in the M3 GT4 in the GT4 category. So these two cars are directly in competition in the GT4 class, but of course at the moment it was coming to the pit lane, it was the Chris Griffin car which was leading, and now it's, of course, at the moment it has given up the lead to the Alberts in their car, but they've got that time penalty for track limit, so depending on where they finish, we'll have to wait and see. Away goes Chris, so out goes number 30 Aston Martin. While he heads back out on circuit, the BMW then goes ahead and continues its pit stop. So cars still to pit then are currently the ones that are running, the top three are yet to pit so far, which is the Millington Ferrari. So he continues on for another lap. Also still to pit is the Fenn and White Lotus Motorsport Elise. We've still got the Alberts to come through in there, Aston Martin. And we're also waiting on Matthew Johnson, excuse me. Matthew Johnson's BMW 36 M3, number 318, which has been driven by Lawrence Squires, number 55 car, the BMW, which is also yet to make its mandatory pit stop. So thumbs up for Jeremy Cook as his crew send him out in the GT4 car. There goes Chris Murphy in the Aston Martin, been chased down by the 318 car, I think, of Lawrence Squires. Now, I did see also drive-through penalties been applied to the 147 cars for pit lane speeding. So David Fielder and Stephen Scott Dunwoody BMW has been given a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So that's that car just going through the shot there and through Richie's corner. So in their hurriedness to get in, change drivers and get back out again, I'm afraid they've exceeded the speed limit and they will have to drive through the pit lane underneath the speed limit. And of course, if they speed again, they'll get another drive-through penalty. So it's a shame, but rules are rules and they're going to have to abide to them and come in and serve that penalty. So 2 cars that have fallen foul of the regulations. There's the Volkswagen Golf GTI Mark II, which of course we've had the first part. Simon Bashurin is handing over, taking on the duties of driving that car to the finish. We've got 22 and 3/4 minutes left in this race. We've actually gone past the halfway point in this AMOC GT4 and Intermarque's combined grid race. As we say, still another 5 cars still to make their pit stops. So we'll keep tabs on who is due to do what. And there is Jeremy Cook then, currently still running in 4th in the GT4 class. He's also currently overall sat in 10th position, so he's just on the edge of the top 10. And I think that car from right, look at the bumpers it have on it, I think that might be an ex-BMW Team Brazil car. Because remember that car, they used to run Z4 GT3s in the, what was then the FIA GT Championship, and then became the, of course, Blancpain or SRO, as it's known, as GT World Challenge as it's known now. I think that car did run in the GT4 Championship they had, but they also, that team ran GT3 cars as well. It was a pair of cars that was those beautiful Brazilian flag colours of yellow, blue and green that you can see on the front bumper there. So I think that's one of those cars that got picked up by Jeremy Cook, and he's probably just reliveried it into more of a plain white livery, I think. Either that or that was a spare bumper which was going, and it happened to be one of the Team Brazil ones. But either way, recognise the colour scheme on that front bumper. So down the pit straight he goes, continuing in the top 10. And again, still the top 3 yet to make their stops. There is the number 666 car. I think we're about to right that fact for a second, because here comes David Fenn. BMW. Also in the pit lane now is car 55. And that is the Lawrence Squires BMW 318, which currently, as it came into the pit lane, was sitting in the podium places in Intermarque's, 3rd at the moment. So coming in taking a stop. Comes to a halt. Just take the easiest thing to get in and out of are load Salices, but when you can clamber in, that's quite a novel way to get in, going sort of head first rather than feet first, but probably just adjusting the seat or adjusting the straps a bit before he slides in. Just makes himself comfortable. I think it's a central driving position as well. I think they've adjusted that so it's more central, like a McLaren F1. So good work by that team to adapt the innards of that car. So the team will strap him in as the time ticks down on the mandatory pit stop. Still waiting for the Millington Ferrari and the Alberts and their Aston Martin, who again have that time penalty. And we're still waiting also for the number 147 car, the Fielder and Stephen Scott Dunwoody car. I just saw also through the shot there, that was number 8 race leading Ferrari. So Roy Millington has gone into the pit lane. Now I'd like to see if we can see that pit, but whether or not he jumps out or if he stays in the car. Because if he jumps out, we know that Benny Simonson's at the wheel. If he doesn't jump out, which I don't think he has, no. So Roy Millington then, I think he's solo in that car. So I did see an entry list earlier this week which suggested Benny Simonson was also sharing with him, but it looks as though unfortunately that's not the case. It's just Roy at the wheel for this duration. But Roy's still certainly making the most of his solo running time. There is the Ferrari, our race leader in the pit lane, and the fact that Roy hasn't jumped out suggests that yeah, it is just him at the wheel. Tyre pressure checks all round, just to make sure that the car is running on song. So now I think the only 2 cars we've got left to make their pit stops are going to be the number 17 Matthew Johnson E36 M3, and then we've got the Alberts in their Aston Martin who are still to make their stop. So the 488, striking looking 488 challenge car just gets the signal to go, and away it goes out of pit lane. As now we see on track here, this is the position, in fact, at the moment. The David Fielder BMW that has that drive-through penalty to serve is now defending from the Paul White Lotus Motorsport Elise, but in many cases, because he's got that penalty, it might well just be for nothing, because he has got to come in and get back down to pit lane speed limit at one point. Turns in through Oggies now. 18.5 minutes still to go in this race, and we'll see how the race shakes out if everyone wants to have made their stops. The Alberts, of course, have that penalty. Now, in terms of the time, of course, they're currently leading the GT4 category, but I would suspect that they're going to drop down to about third, because you've kind of got the Chris Griffin Aston Martin and also the Chris Murphy Aston Martin. But in terms of where they are on track, I think the Murphy car's quite far behind Chris Griffin, so there'll be too much trouble given by maybe Murphy, but Griffin, I think, will almost certainly take the lead back in GT4. That's the case. There is Paul White now on his first proper lap in the Lotus Motorsport Elise, number the 666. Turns his way so quick the camera couldn't keep up for a second there as it turned in through Coram. And now under brakes. Punch down the gears in that sequential gearbox, turn in through the apex at Murray's, and then plant your foot to the floor, back up the box again, and away it goes down the pit straight to continue on in currently 6th position. Now, the Fielder BMW has come into the pit lane to serve its drive-through, so that's then fed, of course, as we say, up to 6th position. And there's a car we haven't seen too much of just there. That was the Adrian Johnson, the Matthew Johnson. I keep saying Adrian. He's the MX-5 racer. Matthew Johnson in that BMW there. He's a little bit further back in the field. Well, we can head down to the pit lane with Josh Barrett. Plenty of pit stops going on. Let's see who he's found down there to have a chat to as the race ticks down with 17 minutes to go.
So we're down here in the pit lane with David Fenn, who's just got out of the Lotus, who was involved in a great battle. Tell us about it.
Yeah, a great battle. First of all, with the Ferrari behind and the M3 in front of me. And the biggest problem for the Lotus is straight line speed. They're about 20 miles an hour quicker in the straight line. So our strength is all going around the corners as fast as possible. But when you're behind them, all you can do is pressure, pressure, pressure. And that worked in the end. I managed to go around the outside of the BMW Agostini, so that was quite good. I think he got fed up with me right on his tail, to be honest.
Obviously, Snetterton has big, long straights, but now, for like the last 10 years, I guess, it's got this infield section, and that's where the car's good.
Oh, it's amazing. It's just a shame we got gearbox problems today. So I'm losing about a quarter of a second on every upshift. So I tested here a couple of weeks ago and did a 157 dead, and I was hoping to reproduce that today, but with the gearbox problems, I could only manage a 201. So, you know, what could have been, like any Lotus, I suppose, really.
How long have you been racing this particular one?
15 years.
Right.
Yeah, it's a 22-year-old car, so you can imagine it's an original Auto Bytel car. So it's been through some iterations. It's got the nickname of Pipsqueak because it's only 2/3 the size of a normal car.
And do you enjoy racing with the Aston Martin Owners Club? Big difference of cars here.
We do. I mean, I enjoy putting it to the test against Ferraris and Porsches because, to be fair, against other Lotuses, you know, it's no contest because we're faster. So having the opportunity to mix it with the bigger cars, especially the newer cars, is great fun.
You're showing with Paul today, he's got lots of experience in Lotus race cars.
He has, and also Aston Martin.
Right, yeah.
But he's new to the car. He only had an hour's test yesterday, so we're not expecting too much. We said we'd come and do this for a bit of fun,
yeah.
and so far we have.
What's the plan for the rest of your season?
Well, we're going to do as many of the other races as we can. I think there's one at Silverstone, so we'll be there.
Yeah.
And yeah, take it race by race, and try and get on top of the little gremlins at the moment.
Well, thanks for having a word with us, and good stint.
My pleasure.
So that was David Fenn, who is out of the 666 Lotus Elise. So back to Scott in the commentary box.
Thanks very much. Good to hear from David Fenn there, who's one of the two drivers at the wheel of the 666 Lotus Motorsport Elise. I think it does confirm it was a proper motorsport one, because he said the car was 22 years old, which says to me that that's 1999, so that's when it came out, so that sounds about right. In the pit lane for one of our last pit callers is the Matthew Johnson BMW, I've got his first name right this time, the BMW E36, and that now making its mandatory stop. The only car we've got left still to make its trip to pit lane is the Alberts in their Aston Martin GT4. But be careful they don't get to the point where they get to the end of the pit window and haven't pitted yet. So looks like I think the perceivably faster of the two Alberts has been out there for quite a while, but they've got to make sure they do come in, otherwise they will be hit with a penalty. So they already have one to their name after the track limits, so they don't probably slap with another one, I don't think. So Matthew Johnson gets a bit of a quick time check to make sure he's good to go. And gets a quick, come on, out you go, get going, in to try and defend your position. So he came into the pit lane, third in the Intermarque category, so he's got to try and get back out there in the next 13 minutes to try and hold on to that position, if he can. There goes Paul White in the Lotus Motorsport at least. There goes David Fielder. Now that car's had its drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. It's back out there, and now trying to chase down the Fen Lotus. There it is. They just put a lap on Simon Bashurin, who's now at the wheel of the Volkswagen Golf Mark II. But meanwhile, just quickly checking in our race leader, there's still no change. Roy Millington still leads the way. And now his pace, whilst he was incredibly quick in the start, he's now dropped off to pretty much almost very similar pace to that of Nigel Jenkins. Right, in the pit lane now has come, I've seen on my timing screen, the Alberts and the Aston Martin. They're the last ones to make their official pit stop, so that will be Dale getting out. Remember the message from Peter there, so Dale gets out, and it's Mark who gets in. So Mark will take over for the final sort of 12 minutes or so. So remembers that, a bit of a seat insert there to make sure that he's comfortable when he gets behind the wheel of the V8 machine. In clambers Mark. He'll get a little bit of help from his team when it comes to just doing the straps back up again and the seat belts. Fix the steering wheel. The time will continue to tick down. To go. Good work, I think, in the other side of the passenger side door as well. Someone's just having a look inside, probably tweaking something behind the seat. Quick check of the time, see where he is. So he's now dropped behind, as I suspected, both Chris Griffin and Chris Murphy. So it is still Aston Martin's first, second and third in the GT4 class. But it is now Chris Griffin who's back into the lead after he had his early advantage. Pit stops continue on. He's reaffixed the safety net on the side of the car. Close the door. Signal to go in a few seconds' time. Eventually he'll be on the way, and off he goes. So a nice clean pit stop for the Alberts. Dale jumps out, back in, and he takes it back onto the road with 10.5 minutes to go. So he'll go out to see what he can do to maintain the third place in class. Meanwhile, there's our overall race leader, Roy Millington, in that Ferrari 488 Challenge car, turned his way in through the right-hander at the hairpin. And now the short sprint towards the left-hander at Palmer's. Jenkins now 1.7 seconds slow on that last lap, 1 minute 59.844 compared to 158.174 for Millington. Deep on the apex there for Roy, but he's certainly enjoying himself at the wheel of the Ferrari. I'm sure he will have certainly had quite a smile on his face after the race is done. Chris Griffin, as we say, in third place now, also leading the GT4 category. Let's confirm in the classes, as we say, Roy Millington leads in the GT category as well as overall. Second place for Nigel Jenkins to make it currently Ferrari 1-2. And third in the class is the Fen and White Lotus Motorsport Elise. So Millington there was just tipping a wheel onto the cement dust where we had some fluid drop down. I think that's possibly somebody yesterday. One of the STXR, I think, did that yesterday. So that fluid from overnight has dropped there. Either that, we've had a car with the issues this morning, which had to have that cement dust drop down. In the GT4 category, it's still Chris Griffin, as we say, who leads the way in an Aston Martin 1-2-3. So it is Chris Griffin that leads, Chris Murphy in second place, and then in third place it is still now, after their pit stop, the Alberts, Mark and Dale, and they are that far ahead of Jeremy Cook in his BMW M3 GT4 that the 5-second penalty is not really going to make too much difference, I don't think, from where he ends up. Just a confirmation that the pit window is now closed, so everyone has made their mandatory stops, which is also good to see. So no one's going to get a penalty for not stopping, or at least not stopping in time. And then Intermarque, it's Robert Hollyman who leads the way in his bright blue Porsche 964. And he's ahead of the Adrian Clark number 92 Porsche 928 GTS Cup car. And then Matthew Johnson, his was BTCC tribute livery car. There it is, the BMW E6 M3. He's on the podium for his particular category, so he'll be looking to try and take home some silverware for that as well. Just over 8 minutes to go in this Aston Martin Owners Club combined grid race for their GTs, GT4s and Intermarques. There's the Alberts. Mark Albert at the wheel now. He was handed over to Dale. He's getting used to the car on his first couple of laps out of the pits. It's you see quite a few different cars, like all the kind of top marks like BMWs and Ferraris, and of course Aston Martins and Lotuses, but it's quite novel and quite funny, quite nice to see a Volkswagen Golf GTI trying its hand as well. I mean, funny in a nice way in terms of it. You don't normally pair up a Volkswagen Golf GTI against a GT4 car or a 488 Challenge car, but credit where credit's due to Simon Bashurin and Richard Cook for heading out there and giving it a go against some of the bigger, faster machinery. They're currently sat in 13th place overall and 5th in the Intermarques class, so they won't get a trophy for their efforts, but they certainly will have enjoyed themselves out there around some bigger and beefier machinery. And even looking at it, that Mark II Golf is not a standard one. It certainly had a little bit of work done to it, but not quite as fast as a GT4 Aston Martin or even a 700 plus horsepower 488 Challenge car, that's for sure. So as the minutes tick down in this race, it looks as though I think just behind us, or Chris Griffin there, who I think is going to put a lap on the Alberts Aston Martin as he heads down the back straight towards the complex at Brundle and Nelson. And headlights ablaze for Chris Murphy as he turns into Chris Griffin. There's two Aston Martin GT4s called Chris, so I'm going to be careful which one's which. Down into the bomb hole with a nice easy pass up the inside goes Chris Griffin, as one Aston Martin GT4 passes another. So as I say, that will be third overall he's holding at the moment, plus the GT4 win. Puts a lap on the car that's currently in third. He has also lapped Jeremy Cook BMW. A spit of flame on the down change through that sequential box, I think with paddle shifts on it. And back on the accelerator again. It's a fantastic sounding V8 Aston Martin engine, thunderous noise. Challenges down the pit straight. It's nice to see that even though this generation of GT4 Aston Martin has been kind of put out to pasture in terms of official international competition and kind of top-level competition, these cars now starting to filter down a bit more to those who can run them in a more kind of clubman-style level. It's nice to see them that they're being kept used in series like AMOC, but also other stuff like Brit Car and GT Cup, for example. But let's see, we've got a few Aston Martins representing their brand in the AMOC racing ranks. And I think everyone's pretty much, apart from those who might be chasing a position, just kind of just steadily just getting their cars to the finish now and just trying to look to bring them home and get a result before the end of the race. Looking at some of the gaps now, the closest gap on track at the moment appears to be, it's between because the last time we saw them, the David Fielder's BMW was behind the Paul White Lotus, but then since I looked at that a few laps ago, that's now not only changed because not only has the BMW caught the Lotus, but it's also pulled away by about 11.5 seconds. So it's just gone past the pit straight and just by my commentary box position now, and chasing it down is your overall race leader, Roy Millington's Ferrari 488 Challenge, as it turns into the right-hander through Ritchie's. I think the next car trying to chase it down was in fact Nigel Jenkins, or it might have been the no, it was the Lotus. Here comes the second Ferrari. As slow as it comes. And lap time wise, Millington's picked up the pace again now, 1:59.337 compared to 2 minutes 2.5 for Nigel Jenkins. There he goes, Roy Millington, Ferrari in control here at Snetterton. And the brakes. Aims towards the apex, takes that kind of, almost kind of squares the corner off a bit, kind of aims towards that you can air the apex, then kind of gets the car stopped, then properly rotates it, and then just fires it back out the other side, kind of aiming directly for the exit curb. So that's how you tackle Agostini hairpin in a Ferrari, according to Roy Millington at least. 3 3/4 minutes left, so given a lap time, I think we'll get roughly maybe at least another 2 laps, if not maybe 3. Jenkins, who it's an easy thing to say, but if Roy Millington wasn't here, this would be quite an easy victory for him. But I think the only thing that's stopped him is the fact there's been a second Ferrari on the grid, and it happens to be the current spec, current generation challenge car, and it's also pretty quick, and it's got quite a bit more horsepower. Out of Bronson Nelson it goes. He's put a lap on the Jeremy Cook BMW GT4 car. The next car he's going to put a lap on, I think, is going to be the David... Paul White Lotus, I think, he's going to be that car he's going to come up against. No, sorry, figure me. No, it's not. It's the David Fielder BMW. So that BMW then will be the next one to have a lap put on it again by Millington. 2 minutes 52 on the clock, so we're going to get 2 more laps then as it comes down the pit straight. Lovely sort of beautiful high revving European Ferrari V8 singing away as it comes down the pit straight. Past it, the pits also goes Jeremy Cook's BMW. Just seeing in the background, just at the top of shot, gliding in and out behind the flags. There's the Nigel Jenkins Ferrari. There goes the Paul White Lotus that has had a lap put on it by Roy Millington. Here comes Nigel Jenkins. Continuing on his pursuit as much as he can. The gap is 23 seconds between Millington and Jenkins, so he's not totally out of the woods, but of course something could always happen in the last couple of laps, touch wood, but we'll have to wait and see when we get to the checkered flag. Here comes, well, there was Chris Griffin in the 3rd place Aston Martin. Of course, the Ferrari Challenge has been kind of running as its own sort of series in the UK over the last couple of years, and so the 488 certainly is a car which is quite prominent, and it's good to see that one of these cars can still be turning out in a championship like, or a series like the AMOC hybrids for GT Challenge or Intermarques or GT4s like that, and get out and just stretch its legs on the long straights of Snetterton. It's going to come up to put a lap on the David Fielder BMW that's it's not by any means slow, but of course it's not as the pace difference is not as big as I thought it was going to be between the Ferrari, but he's certainly doing everything it needs to catch up to it. 1 minute 15 seconds left on the clock as he turns his way up through Coram for the second to last time, and then we'll take the last lap board to complete one more tour of the 300 circuit, and it should then, all things considered, wrap up victory for the Ferrari. Up through the gears again, he will chase after David Fielder's BMW, who I think is possibly going to just lift off and let him out of the way. Maybe not so much, but off the corner at least the Ferrari's got a bit more power, and he does get past David Fielder pretty straightforward. Now into the right-hander of Ritchie's. Now puts a lap on the with the 318 of Lawrence Squires. He's put a lap on too. Be quite a sight being in that BMW 318 and just seeing a Ferrari challenge car just glide past you into the braking zone at Wilson Hairpin. It's quite a sight. There's not many other series you can say that you can get that. So out through Palmer's for the last time. Ross Millington has been in complete control since the very beginning. Started on pole position. From there has pretty much just dominated proceedings all the way through, unchallenged in the early stages. Perfectly complete pit stop. Now unchallenged again, and just taking it steady in these last few corners to bring the car home and not to overstretch it too much than it needs to. Up through Oggies for the last time. Wonderful to have had the Aston Martin Owners Club once again bringing this splendid grid of cars for this 50-minute race this afternoon. And Millington brings the 488 challenge car back onto the pits, back straight for what will be the final time. And we'll join couple last bursts of acceleration in that car before it brings it round back to Parc Ferme. Into Brundle Nelson for the final time. It looks like it's going to be, I think, class wins for Chris Griffin in the Aston Martin and Robert Holliman in the Porsche in GT4 and Intermarque respectively. There's no question really about who's going to take it home in the GT Challenge and overall. It seems to be, even though it's the Aston Martin Owners Club, it's the Ferraris that seem to turn up and dominate. So remember we had their competition before with England versus Italy for Euro 2020, and Italy won there. In the same vein here in this particular race, if they're going to win again, because up towards the checkered flag, it will be 2 Ferrari wins in a row for the Aston Martin Owners Club. It was a win apart from Chris Griffin. This time it will go to Ross Millington in the Ferrari 488. He wins overall in the AMOC GT4 and Intermarque 50-minute race. Congratulations to Ross on the superb drive from start to finish. He will bring it home to make it perfect record for Ferrari. 2 AMOC GT races, 2 first place finishes, and an excellent job for all round. There goes Lawrence Squires, the BMW, to bring it home. Second place, and to ensure it is a Ferrari 1-2, will be Nigel Jenkins in his 458 challenge car to come to the checkered flag. Win at Donington and a second at Snetterton. Good effort from him. Across the line goes the Fed and White Motorsport Elise, and that car will finish 6th overall and 4th in the GT category. It finishes behind the Fielder and Scott Dunwoody BMW that finished in the 3rd on the podium. Here comes our GT4 winner. This is Chris Griffin in the Aston Martin. Crosses the line, and a category win for him. And it's 3rd place overall too for Chris. Good effort in that beautiful looking yellow and green Aston Martin. Here comes Jeremy Cook in the BMW M3 GT4. He goes the distance and takes the checkered flag. He'll be 4th in the GT4 category. Congratulations to him. And the rest of the field still to come through. We're still waiting for Chris Murphy's Aston Martin Vantage to make its way around. Next car coming through, I think that's the Adrian Clark Porsche at the top of the shot. It comes around out of Murray's. I think it is. So he will come through and pick up 2nd in the Intermarques. Across the line comes Adrian Clark, this wonderful rumbling Porsche V8. And then now out of the final couple of corners will come the Alberts in their Aston Martin Vantage GT4. And behind them, I'm trying to work out what car's behind them. That is... Oh, that's the Chris Murphy Aston Martin. So he comes across to take GT4 in 2nd place. And we're still waiting for our 964 Intermarque winner. I think he's just coming out of the last corner now. So we've had 3rd place. It will be for Matthew Johnson. 2nd for the Adrian Clark. And a win in Intermarque goes to Robert Hollyman in the Porsche 964. Great effort from Robert. Bit of a lonely race, but it was nice and clean. Matthew Johnson, and also there goes the Verschuren and Cook Volkswagen Golf GTI, and I can confirm that's all 13 cars at home, and already top 3 are in Parc Fermé and ready to have a chat with Josh in a few seconds. So entertaining race for 50 minutes for the AMOC GTs, GT4s and Intermarques. Let's hand down to Josh in the pit lane, who can have a chat with our race winner, Ross Millington.
So we're down in Parc Fermé after the Aston Martin Owners Club race. The Ferrari here, the winner, Roy Millington, who's just going to take his helmet off, then we'll grab a word with him. Well done, Roy.
Thank you.
A good win there.
Thanks.
How? And I know, nice car to drive as well.
Yeah, good car to drive. A bit lively, but yeah, really enjoyed it. Just a bit hot in there.
How much driving have you done in this particular car?
Just a few test days and stuff like that. This is my first competitive race. So
went quite well.
yeah, I'm happy with that.
What have you raced before this?
Nothing.
Oh right,
nothing at all.
Quite a first race car, and now moving on. What are you thinking to do with the car?
We'll look at what series are open next. I think we're looking at GT Cup, which is 14th for 15th for this month. See how I do in that with a bigger grid, and then just go from there. See how I fare with the big boys.
Oh, well done, great first drive and first win. So first ever race for Roy Millington, and he was the winner. 2nd place was Nigel Jenkins in the 458 Ferrari. Nigel just taking his helmet off. I'll come down here, Nigel, see him go get out.
If I can get undressed.
2nd place for you, well done.
Thank you. Yes, it was entertaining. I couldn't keep with him. He's just a little bit too quick. But there you go. I did my best. And all the other cars on the circuit were fabulous. You know when we were coming through, blue flags, it was great. Really good crowd of people. Yeah, enjoyed it.
And a nice mix of cars, lots of different marques out there.
Oh yeah, and you know, probably if we did a power to weight, these 2 cars are probably the quicker cars, but they've still got to be driven. Yeah.
What's the next race for you this year?
Brands Hatch. No, actually, I'm back here on the 14th of August. And then Brands Hatch on the 15th of August.
Nice busy weekend.
Yeah, that will be a busy weekend, yeah. But, yeah, enjoyed it. It's good.
Well done, and thanks for bringing the car out. So that was our 2nd place man, Nigel Jenkins. In 3rd place was the Aston Martin of Chris Griffin. Chris, 3rd place for you in the first of the GT4 cars. Well done.
Oh man, I'm over the moon. It's the first time racing it as well,
Yeah.
so yeah, it's fucking real delight. Lovely, lovely race.
What's your previous experience?
I did 2 years racing a Lotus on road tyres.
Yeah.
So this is the first time in slicks as well. So yeah, I've driven it 4 times, so I'm over the moon. To be fair, we just came to turn up.
Yeah.
So to get results, like, unbelievable.
And you were quite a long way ahead of the other GT4 cars as well.
I wasn't quite sure, to be fair, but then Phil started talking about all sorts of stuff that I thought he might have been winding me up when he said you just lapped somebody. So yeah, it was amazing. I mean, everyone raced brilliantly. It was really clean, really good fun. You know, great race.
And did the other guys what's next, or what's next for you in this car?
Probably do the next one in this series. I think that's Silverstone, is it?
Right.
So yeah, it's amazing. It's like really good fun. It's probably one of the most fun races I've had. So especially after COVID and all lockdown, it's good to be back in the car.
And it's obvious there's lots of people wanting to get back out racing, isn't there?
Oh my God, yeah, 100%. Yeah, definitely. And you know, it's just so much fun. So yeah, it was amazing. Thank you.
Well done on third place in the first of the GT4s.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
See if we've got time to speak to the first of our Intermarque cars, as I don't think the next race is ready just yet. So that was Robert Hollyman, who won the Intermarque part of the race. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How was the race for you?
It was quite dull, really. It was. We were a long way ahead of the guys on the treaded tyres and a long way behind the guys on the slicks tyres.
Tell us a bit about your car.
It's a 964. It's not very standard. We've got about 400 horsepower, 3.8 RS motor in there. It's just a beautiful engine.
Is it a nice car to drive around here?
It's a lovely car to drive because it's a narrow bodied. It's like it handles nicely and the engine's got a nice big power band. It's easy to drive.
Well done on the Intermarque win, even if you were a bit lonely out there. So that was our Intermarque race winner, which was Robert Hollyman. We heard from our GT4 winner, Chris Griffin, and the overall and GT winner was Roy Millington.
Thank you, Josh. Good to have the Aston Martin Owners Club with us. If you want to find out more, head to their website. I think it's amocracing.co.uk or .com. And of course, we have profiles for each of their championships and series on the BRSCC website, brscc.co.uk. Right, not quite done with the longer races just yet, before we have a bit of more sprint racing before our Clubsport trophy race at the end of the day. We now have our third race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, but this one is the first ever 30-minute race. It's double length, as we usually have 15-minute sprint races for these guys. It's now a longer 30-minute race here on the 300 circuit. What also makes this interesting is that we also have, not only is the grid set from 11th place downwards by the results of race number 2, but also, on top of that, the top 10 are also then put into a random draw to decide their grid places for this final race, which means we won't have exactly the person that started to won those 2 races, Stephen Daly on pole position. He's back in, I can see, 5th. It's a bit of a jumbled up order as we had. And we had that at Knock Hill for the third race, and it really did produce an absolute belter. So I expect, particularly with the longer race here, we might get just the same, if not just double the length. So drivers have to work hard and be careful not to burn up their Nankang tyres too much. So all the cars are now set on the grid, where they go for the green flag lap. So here's how they line up then. So the random grid draw for the first 10 has then given us the following order. Then it should be, I think it should be, well, I've got Russell Cager on pole position. So Russell Cager I have starting on pole position alongside Guy Davis alongside him. I then have Ian Jones and Ben Huntley on the second row of the grid, followed by Stephen Daly 5th and Ian House 6th, then Paul Maguire and Lee Dendy Sadler. And then we have Matt Flowers and Mikey Doble rounding out the top 10. So I think it's a bit of a jumbled up order there, I think, in terms of the grid that we had for those guys. The rest of it then for the top 10, it shows Matt Flowers and Mikey Doble on the 5th row of the grid. Row 6, which is then the 11th backwards, is where they finished in race 2. So it's Simon Welton and Jim Barrett on the 6th row of the grid. Cliff Harper and Thomas Middleton are on row 7, ahead of Chris McGinley and Gareth Claydon. Then it's Martin Gadsby and Henry Cook, followed by Thomas Langford and Gregor Pryor. Then it's Mike Doble and Ross Stoner ahead of Stephen Somerville and Peter Smith, with Tom Evans, Richard Sutherland, Reece Claydon and Peter Parsons rounding out the 28-car grid. So we haven't got all 31 cars that we had yesterday. Sadly, we haven't got 3 cars that are missing. So round the cars head for their formation lap. As I say, the grid, this top 10 randomly drawn. So Russell Cager then finds himself with the daunting task of starting on pole position. And of course, he has got Guy Davis alongside him. Now, I did mention in the second race that Guy Davis, earlier on, that in the past at races like Thruxton, I think last year, he has been in a position where he's been challenging for the lead and challenging for a strong victory. Now, that's, of course, in a race which is about 15 minutes. You have to consider these are races that are 30 minutes long, not 15. So this might well be an interesting case to see whether or not Guy Davis, if he does get to the front, if he can stay there and if he can last the distance, if others might either burn up their tyres a bit too much or possibly, dare I say, I think no one wants to have this problem, but either run out of fuel, shall we say. But I'm pretty sure everyone's fueled up just about enough to make sure they can do 30 minutes. I'm sure it's pretty much however much fuel they put in for a 15-minute race, double it, and they should be good for the 30 minutes plus enough to get round to the grid and then back in again once the flag drops. So they'll be forming up here. Let's take a look at where they are then. So in terms of the main contenders for the championship so far, in terms of where they're sat, well, they're actually pretty much in close proximity to each other, because we've got Ian Jones starting in 3rd on the grid. Ben Huntley starts 4th, and then 5-time winner this year and double winner so far this weekend, Stephen Daly, is currently sat in 5th position alongside Ian Howes from him. Paul Maguire is back in 7th. Lee Dendy Sadler could get a decent result from 8th on the grid. He's had a bit of an up and down time in recent times for the BMW Compact Cup in the last couple of seasons. And then it's 9th place for Matt Flowers and 10th for Mikey Doble. So Mikey, of course, has been in the mix for the last couple of races. Was up there in 3rd place in the first 2 races. Had that photo finish in the first race yesterday. And then was chasing Ben Huntley all the way in the second one. So he'll have some work to do coming from right at the back of the top 10. So the field makes its way around. Russell Cage, of course, will have this brand new experience of starting from pole position. But he'll have to try and make the most of it and get a good start. I would probably expect possibly Guy Davis. I'm happy to be proven wrong. Guy Davis might well get the jump on him here, but again, watch out for the likes of Ian Jones, Ben Huntley and Stephen Daly. I can guarantee you they will not want to hang around in 3rd, 4th and 5th very long. If they can, they might want to try and snatch away the positions from all 3 of them want to try and dispatch, if they can, Russell Cage and Guy Davis, so that they can go and have a private battle at the front. The one I think, as I say, has got to do the most work out of those front runners is definitely going to be Mikey Doble, starting back in 10th, so he's got to keep an eye on that one. Now, the one driver I'm going to watch for to see if he's on the grid, which he is, showing 27th, is Reece Claydon. So he had that incident. Well, I don't know exactly what caused it. My suspicion is he must have hit the curb at the bomb hole a bit too hard. I'm not 100% sure, because I don't think he hit anyone when he was forced out of the race. But it was an odd situation where he came round out of corner and saw he backed off, exiting the bomb hole with the right hander, which has that compression right at the dip, and for some bizarre reason, he sort of stopped and had a damage to his front bumper, and I couldn't explain the reason why, because I hadn't seen what might have caused it. I don't think it fell loose or anything. It looked like he'd actually given it a hit. So I'm pleased to say, though, that it looks as though, in fact, he is... I thought he was right there, but... as I thought we'd look at the sky for a second there, but back to our grid. But yeah, the car number 10, it does appear to be on the grid at the back of the field alongside Peter Parsons' car number 70, so that's the good thing. Again, 3 cars that were due to race yesterday, sadly not on the grid, so just back down to 28. And some of the drivers, as they've been heading around, have had the windows open, because it might well be overcast and with clouds in the sky, but it's still quite warm and quite humid, 22 degrees out there, so it doesn't look sunny. It doesn't look warm, but it does actually feel warm out there. So, which is the current climate in the British summer weather. A little flash of the headlights you saw there from Stephen Daly, just a bit of a signal to Ian Jones's mirror. Watch out, mate. I'm right behind you. And he's certainly going to be putting the pressure on him right from the off from the 3rd row of the grid. So just quick colour check then. It's the white and grey machine with the blue piping, which is Russell Cage on pole position. I think the brightest car on the grid, which is the purple, fluorescent yellow and green car, that is Guy Davis. The black car with the pink trim, that is Ian Jones. The blue car with the yellow stripe down the middle, that is Ben Huntley. The white car with the black bonnet and the orange trim, that is Stephen Daly. And then watch for Ian Howes in the new image-sponsored dark blue and red machine from the 3rd row of the grid. So all set for the 3rd race, the first ever 30-minute encounter for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup at Snetterton. Red lights are up any second now. We're underway in racing. Strong start from the first few rows. Steve Day's got away well from the 3rd row. The Bears, they tear away from the line. And again, as many have been in this field, 3 and 4 abreast. And here they come, down towards it. They are 4 abreast down towards Richie's corner. Goodness me, that's going to have to sort itself out. Into turn 1 for the first time through Richie's. There's some smoke. Someone's gone off somewhere. I think someone's gone wide. Guy Davis is off the road in a cloud of dust. Someone's going to come out of it somewhere in the lead. They're also breaking to try and hold on, but as they come out towards the hairpin for the first time, who's in front? Who else? Stephen Daly from the fifth on the grid into the lead. So straight away picking his way through. Russell Cage, meanwhile, poor Russell Cage has been shuffled in immediately down onto about 7th or 8th position. So his pole was a bit short-lived, but he's trying to hold on as best he can, going inside of Matt Flowers into the left-hander at Palmer's. But unsurprisingly, in many cases, up into the lead goes Stephen Daly. To second, Ben Huntley. Is that Mikey Doble in 3rd place? It is. Mikey Doble's gone from 10th to 3rd on the first few corners. That's an astonishing move. 3 abreast into the hairpin. Ian Jones makes a big dive up the inside of both Guy Davis and Mikey Doble Jr. and somehow pulls it off. I told you Ian Jones was crazy. He's one of the most energetic drivers in the field. Certainly living up to his reputation there. He's going up to 3rd place, making that big move. I think there's been a bit of contact, though, because you can see there's a bit of a dent and some damage on the front end of Ian Jones's car there. So I'll watch out to see if that's going to have any effect. But remember, this is a 30-minute race. It's a long way to go. So this is what's practically a bit of endurance race for these guys. But 30 minutes is a long time for these guys to get some extra track time. But might well be quite an intriguing battle all the way through. So Mikey Doble will start then. We've got him up to 3rd position, drops him down to 5th at the expense of both Ian Jones and Guy Davis. In fact, Guy Davis got back past Ian Jones on the exit of Williams there, so Ian Jones must have run wide a little bit there. And now Guy Davis back through. Now, Guy, of course, again, he's been in podium positions before, but has had to try and contend with whatever pace he's got to stay around them. And of course, the hell of the drivers that are trying to close in and hold on. It's not going to help him there, running wide on the exit of Brundle and Nelson. They'll file their way through the complex here. A couple more cars running wide, but they're all pretty much line astern as they filter their way through the S's. Now back onto the pit straight for the end of the first lap. There's the 129 of Adcock in the background. So now the top 2 trying to break away already. Stephen Daly in his customary place at the head of the field, followed by Ben Huntley in 2nd place. Guy Davis is 3rd, followed by Ian Jones and then Mikey Doble, who's, remember, started 10th, now up to 5th place already, but was as high as 3rd before Ian Jones decided to surprise the pair of them with a move on the inside of Agostini. So Daly from Huntley, then a challenge on for 3rd, because Guy Davis has Ian Jones climbing all over him down towards the right-hander at Ritchie's. It's 5th position for Mikey Doble, 6th for Jim Barrett. Good start for Jim, in fact, actually, amongst the top 10. He's up 6 spots. In fact, he started outside the top 10 in 12th, up 6 positions to 6th. So that's a cracking start for him so far. 7th place for Matt Flowers, 8th for Simon Welton, 9th for Paul Maguire. And poor Russell Cage has started on pole position and ends the first lap in 10th. So I think he should be happy just to survive that after he got almost kind of piled on by everyone else behind him. So Ian Howes also dropped 6 places where he started. He's down from 6th down to 12th. So it's almost if, ironically, Jim Barrett and Ian Howes have traded places as they come out of the left-hander Palmer's. Oh, in the background, I spoke too soon. Jim Barrett's around. Also, Russell Cage is on the grass. So is Simon Welton. But Jim Barrett is the one that I think got a tag from somebody. Also on the grass. They're all going off to try and avoid him. He's right in the middle of the road on the exit of Palmer's. One of the cars that went wide was car 44. I'll try and find the number of that if I can find it amongst my programme notes here for a second, because they're all over the place. That was, I'll find out in a minute. Meanwhile, whilst I'm doing that, Mikey Doble Jr. goes up the inside of Ian Jones for what is now 4th position. The cloud of dust from when everyone started going off the road is still hanging in the air, exiting Palmer's. So that would have given everyone a fright, but everyone managed to survive that. So the other car that went off was Chris McGinley. I saw Simon Welton went off as well. There was another car that went off off the road, but I didn't quite catch who it was. But the big casualty out of that, although thankfully it seems without too much major damage, is, I believe, looks like it's going to be Jim Barrett, who's, I said it had a great start from 6th to 12th, and then, typical commentator's curse, it's him dropping down the order with an incident. There was yellow flags on the exit of the Agostini hairpin, so I'm not sure if there was another car that stopped because of that. So now into the bomb hole for the 2nd time. Next, Guy Davis, of course, holds that 3rd place. 4th place now for Mikey Doble, 5th now for Ian Jones. But there is Stephen Daly. When isn't he leading a Compact Cup race? He managed to pick his way through from 5th on the grid at the start, and immediately, by the time he got to Wilson Hairpin, the 2nd corner of the race, he was already into the lead. So I'm sure that onboard's going to make for good viewing afterwards when we see him start from 5th to 1st. If there was any kind of fisticuffs between the cars in front of him, I didn't quite catch who it was. It was slightly off camera, but I'm sure there might be some footage of some of the onboard guys that will be coming up later on. So side by side for 3rd place, and Mikey Doble managed to sweep in front of Guy Davis before they even turn in for Ritchie's corner, but Guy's going to try and fight back here and get a really good run through the right-hander. It will pull him alongside on the sprint down towards Wilson Hairpin. Doble will have to give him the room if he can dive up and show his nose. Davis goes for it. Doble says, right, OK, well, if you insist, after you. And Davis then, well, he might have good traction initially. Doble's outside line gives him a bit more grip, and he, on the racing line, just manages to put himself in front before they hit the brakes to turn left into Palmer's. So out of the left-hander they go. Daly still from Huntley, those two pulling away as usual. Still Doble in third position, Guy Davis fourth. Then we have Ian Jones in fifth. I think that's Matt Flowers in sixth position. He's had a good start to this race so far. Up on the pace in sixth. There he is, car number 3. Car number 5 is Paul Maguire, the current leading Masters guy in seventh place. Then everyone else arrives trying to be eighth. Rhys Clayton. That's Rhys Clayton. Remember, he started at the back of the grid in 27th position. He's already into the top 10 at the moment. He's currently sat at the moment in... That was him passing, I think, Ian Howe. He was also attacking Simon Welton. So he's now up to 9th. He's now attacking Simon Welton for 8th position. So remember, he has had quite a strong weekend so far this year. So he had that. If he hadn't retired from the second race, he would have been surely up there in the top 5. But he did pick up a 4th place in race 1. So got some work to do to try and move back up. He then basically forced his way past Simon Welton. He really had some adventures today after he had that expedition onto the grass. They're going to go 3 wide down the back straight here. Careful, boys, this might not end well if you carry on like this. In the middle of Simon Welton, looks to his left, he's got Ian Howes, looks to his right, he's got Rhys Clayton. This one going to play out. They are going to go 3 abreast into the complex. Round the outside of Welton goes Clayton and Ian Howes. Goes round the outside of the pair of them and says, thank you very much, and up into 7th position he goes. So cracking stuff there for Rhys Clayton. That's, forgive me, 8th in fact, actually, that is. Behind him he's got Russell Cager recovering after his start, and also Gareth Clayton's in there too, the second of the Master Mix Concrete sponsored cars. There goes the top 5 through the shot, followed by Matt Flowers and Paul Maguire. Then the second group here, headed of course by Rhys Clayton. Then Ian Howes in car 27, the 6th of Simon Welton, the 69 of Russell Cager. We've got the second Master Mix Concrete sponsored car of Gareth Clayton, so keeping in the family here as they just outside the top 10. And Rhys Clayton, while he had the advantage, Ian Howes has a look, darts out from the slipstream, isn't fast enough in the toe, has to get back into it. Now look into the outside line as they turn in, just touching the grass on the white line as they turn in and pitch the car right all the way through this long right-hander at the first corner of Ritchie's. A little bit of dust being kicked up, but that just shows how hard they're pushing. Ian Howes thinks, right, my turn to dive up the inside this time. Makes the move. Rhys Clayton lets him have it, and if he opens the door too much, Simon Welton says, excuse me, can I come through as well? I quite like my position back if you don't mind, Rhys. Side by side again. Now the run towards the left-hander at Palmer's. Rhys Clayton will have the inside line now and gets back through. Towards the run at Agostini, still to check on the leaders. Now the gap is just under a second, but the fastest lap of the race did just go to Ben Huntley, 2:22.235 compared to a 2:22.3 for Stephen Daly in the lead. Mikey Doble is still in third position, 4.8 seconds off the lead, and he currently leads the group between himself, Guy Davis and Ian Jones. We still continue to watch on to this battle that's just on the fringes of the top 10. The scrap for 8th place for Rhys, well, it was his 8th place for Rhys Clayton, but it's currently 8th place for Ian Howes and 9th place for Rhys Clayton, who of course, remember, started back in 27th after he retired from race 2. On a big slide for Simon Welton as he turns in through Williams. These little BMW Compacts are rear-wheel drive, so if you push them too hard, they will kick out the tail and make life difficult for you. Now in the top 10, now we see it's Russell, that's just outside it is Russell Cager. He's now chased down by Gareth Clayton for 11th and 12th places. Turning in through the complex of Brundle and Nelson, still Ian Howes, who had a wild ride last time we saw him at Knockhill. He was trying to make a move on Ray McDowell. I remember he sort of ended up on the grass on the inside exiting the, I think it was McIntyre's, and then through the right-hander at Butcher's at Knockhill. He then got pushed up, he got sort of edged onto the grass and ended up rocket that was launched over the sausage curve on the inside line, and that kind of caused some damage that required the entire paddock to try and help him out to get him out for race number 3, which he did, but he was quite down the order towards the back of the field. Right at the front of the field is a scrap on here for what should be 4th position. Here comes Ian Jones, looking up the inside, wheel to wheel, door handle to door handle, almost touching wing mirrors as he turns into the right-hander at Ritchie's. That was pretty much precision driving in some cases from Ian Jones. And manages to just squeeze past into 4th position, just with a little kiss of the wing mirrors as he went through. That was quite elegant from Ian Jones, someone who's quite flamboyant. Usually elegance isn't quite in his driving style, but he won't mind me saying that. But it's quite an exciting driver to watch, but that was quite nice, delicate touch of the wing mirrors there as he went through into the right-hander. Very precise. He placed the car there. So he's down to 4th position. He's now released to try and go after Mikey Doble. We're coming up towards the half distance in this race. Usually if it was a regular Compact Cup race, we'd have only 4.5 minutes to go, but there's 19.5 minutes to go because there's still another 15 minutes on top of the regular race distance. Here's Paul Maguire putting a threat on Matt Flowers. He's going to try and put himself alongside if he can, try and dive up inside of Hamilton. He's got the line, force Matt Flowers to go around the outside, but if Flowers stays there, he will be on the right line for the next corner, which is a right-hander, that being Oggies. They both break at pretty much exactly the same point. And Flowers says, it's not going to work too much, Paul, trying on the inside. And Paul says, right, I'll undercut you there on the run towards Williams, which he does, slips up the inside. And that's the move completed. That is now Paul Maguire up into 6th position. Matt Flowers down to 7th. So that will try and get him back in the slipstream here. These are quite boxy cars, these BMW Compacts, so the holiday punch in the air is quite substantial by the looks of it. Which is good to see. So there goes 4th and 5th. Jones Davis, 6th and 7th now coming through. Paul Maguire, let's see what he can do to try and catch up. And Paul Maguire with a big tail slide. He lost the back end completely, heading into the right-hander at the Nelson. Just about held it on the grass with the bomb hole. I'm sure rather bemused and rather amused Matt Flowers. So I'm sure Paul Maguire had a bit of a panic moment there. Matt Flowers, I think, right, I'm going to have you now down the pit straight. So now he's recomposed himself. Paul Maguire continues on in the lead as they turn their way in towards Murray's now for the 5th time. Across the line go the leaders. Stephen Daly's lead has got out now to 1.2 seconds. He's taken the fast lap of the race back again. There's a black and white flag going out for 2 cars, with one of which is car 27. That's Ian Howes in 8th position. And then in the other car that's had the warning is car back in 21st. That's Ross Stoner in car 22. So those 2 cars being warned for track limits. If they transgress once more, they will get a 5-second penalty for that, added onto their race time at the end. And if they keep on extending track limits, they'll keep on getting more and more time penalties added on top of that, until eventually they could even get shown the black flag if you really do it too many times and essentially ignore the stewards, which no one wants to do. No one intends to do, of course, but such are the strict track limits at circuits like MSV. Most do have these little pressure pads on them, particularly one of noticed is Brands Hatch, where if you just activate it even a tiny amount, it's seen as track limits, and it sends a nice photo up to the clerk of the course to show them that you have actually gone over the white line too much, and it's pretty much inarguable evidence. So the drivers do have to take care not to extend too much on the exit of corners. This being one of them, I think, the exit of Agostini. So coming up to half distance now in this first ever 30-minute Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup race. So far, no real change in the status quo. It's still Stephen Daly who leads the way, but he doesn't have the fastest lap of the race anymore, because that's gone too, believe it or not, Rhys Claydon, one of his teammates, in car number 10 in 9th position. He's done a 2:22.944, which is only 0.05 of a second quicker than the fastest lap of the race that had just been set by Stephen. So Rhys Claydon at the moment is pretty much as quick as Stephen at the moment. There's Gareth Claydon, that's the sibling of Rhys. And that's a scrap battle that's going on just outside the top 10 in 11th and 12th positions. So head down to the left-hander at Brundle, and the short, sharp right-hander of Nelson. It's always a tricky braking zone for Brundle, because you have to brake and turn pretty much at the same time, or try and angle the car at such a degree that when you're braking, it's as straight as possible before you then have to turn the car in through the right-hander. And even then, when you turn it through the right-hander, you have to be careful not to thump the curb too hard, as Gareth Claydon just did there, and get the car out of shape. We also saw that with Paul Maguire, who went into that complex way too hot and just about caught it, but ended up onto the grass and somehow still stayed in front of Matt Flowers as a result. So lots of work for him to do, and it's never an easy surface to tackle or tame, is Snetterton. It's different from the days when it was a simple, just almost like a rectangle in many cases, where instead of turning all the way around 180 degrees through the right-hander of Wilson hairpin, they would turn simply right through what was called Sear, and then down what was called the Revit straight, and back into the S's, and then through the bomb hole, the old Coram, and then what was a chicane from Russell, before they came back down the centre straight once again. The rest of the field goes pouring through. I think I saw that was Martin Gadsby chasing down Pete Smith in car number 17, so that was a battle towards the outside of the top 20. There's Matt Flowers in car number 3. there is Stephen Daly with a piece of trim hanging off the back of that car. So either that's a bumper or, I don't want to dare say an exhaust, but either way, again, I'm sure it's not a big enough piece of material that might bother the stewards, but I think that's possibly one of the KC Motorsport guys down there having possibly argued the case there, I think, because we saw earlier on with the STXR Challenge race, Sam Beckett was given a black and orange flag for these rear bumper trailing, and so be careful that even though it's a small piece of bodywork, it might well possibly raise the eye of the stewards, so possibly spot it. You have to possibly, if he has to call that flag, it means he has to come into the pit lane and have it removed. So if that small piece of trim doesn't dislodge itself, it could well be a bit of a race ruiner for Stephen Daly that might well deny him from the hat trick. There's Jim Barrett, by the way, after his spin, which frightened everyone behind him exiting Palmer's. For the record, where he is back in 24th position, so he was up there as high as 6th at one point after he started 12, made up a brilliant start in the first lap, and it all came undone just a couple of laps later. There's 22 of that is Ross Stoner. Smart looking car, that, the orange car with the grey, black and white striping, and he's now having a battle at the moment. I think that's Chris McGinley he's scrapping with there in car 22. No, it's 217 that's gone past, who immediately locks up going to the complex. That is, well, it was, as he goes off the road, Stephen Somerville. It's his first weekend in Compact Cup, and he's all over the place. He's off, he's on, he's sideways. He's trying to get back onto the road without losing the front end, and bounce back on and loses 3 spots as a result of that. Martin Gadsby goes through, so there's also Pete Smith. And I think also that was the 33 that went through. That was also Ian Shepherd. So welcome to Compact Cup on that one, Stephen. Enjoy your stay. Anyway, back to the front runners. Reece Claydon is still following in the wheel tracks of Ian Houser, who in turn has been... They're both catching Paul Maguire. So Paul Maguire, has he dropped behind Matt Flowers here? Again, there's Reece Claydon with a big move up the inside. Paul Maguire lost it himself, and Reece Claydon tried to brake and almost went around in sympathy. That was not coordinated, I can tell you. There was no contact either. We should give you a replay of that, but unfortunately we can't. But Reece Claydon does a complete 360 pirouette at the hairpin, and away he goes again. So that was... if that doesn't make it into the end of season awards video, I'll be absolutely surprised, because that was quite a moment between those two. For what I saw, no contact, just Reece Claydon went way too hot into the corner, and as a result, Paul Maguire simply just literally, by coincidence, also lost the back end as well, and just about caught it, so that was quite an amusing moment. So down the pit straight, so down the back straight toward the left-hander at the left-hander at Hamilton's, back into Oggies once again. This is the scrap that's going on for 6th and 7th now. Ian Houser's made it through thanks to that mistake there from Paul Maguire. So he's made up some nice places from where he started. Again, confirmation on the leaders in the top 5. Still Stephen Daly, nearly 2 seconds ahead at the front of the field. I'll just reset my time for a second there, because it's showing Stephen Daly's having completed 6 laps when it should be 7. That's not right. So I'm just going to give a quick refresh to make sure that I'm not seeing things. No, it is 7 laps. Just a bit quick glitch in my timing there for a second. There was Ian Jones in the shot. There's Guy Davis, 5th position. Having one of his stronger weekends of late. To this point, if I look at the points table, I'll bring it up on my screen here for a second. I'll have a look and see what we've got. I'm trying to think where he was at his highest point finish so far this year. I don't think he's been higher than about 4th or 5th, but I want to correct that myself. Across the line goes Stephen Daly then, still with Ben Huntley in pursuit, still the top 2 as it was. So I'll have a quick look here. Guy Davis, yeah, his results so far from Not Killed, his best result so far, we're going to work that out now. That was I think it was a 7th place, 2 7th places at Not Killed, because you get 50 points for a win, 47 for 2nd, 45 for 3rd, and then it's 40, and then it's down by 1 point down to the last finish that can get a point. So 44, 43, 42. Forgive me the live maths for a second. That is actually that's 6th position. So 6th position, 2 6th places for Guy Davis. Bit of live mathematics there on the BRSCC live stream. My GCSE maths wasn't in vain. It's funny because it's true. Anyway, to the leaders, back down the short straight. Now, one thing which I did get told was a few moments ago there was rain expected. It said rain roughly about 10-15 minutes ago. Rain in 15 minutes, and those skies are darkening, aren't they? So maybe the rain which we thought was going to abate might well be possibly on its way. Now, I can also see as well I think someone else has had a track limits warning flag. Let's have a look. If they have, it's gone back in again, but the board is being readied for somebody. And I don't know if it's possibly, well, the board says on it 5-second penalty. I can see it out of my commentary box window, just looking across at the pit wall opposite race control, and I can see that maybe that possibly could be something that could be held out to someone who is still transgressing track limits or is about to get a penalty because they've done it too much. Also, I'm quite intrigued that Stephen Day's piece of trim hasn't fallen off yet, so that's interesting. Now, someone's getting something out, and that's 27.22. Now, the board's going out. Now, is that an actual 5-second penalty being given to both of them? Yes, it is. 2 penalties being handed out. One of them is going to Ian Howes in 6th position. The other one is going to Ross Stoner. So, unfortunately, whilst they have been warned about track limits and got the warning flag, I'm afraid that whether it's been purposeful or not, they have not been able to keep away from overstepping the white line one too many times. And therefore, it means they will have to have a 5-second penalty added on to their race times at the end. So they have been warned, but sadly, they are going to get a penalty for still running too wide at certain points of the circuit. So Daly then still leads. Hugs the pit wall as he gets the shortest route down the pit straight. There is still in this longer race, as we're now deep into the second half. Just under 8.5 minutes to go. Third place there for Mikey Doble. It seems as though over a longer distance, these two appear to be the class of the field so far. Daly and Huntley, the two main contenders right now in the championship. They came into the weekend 20 points apart, with Daly ahead of Huntley. And given the fact that he hasn't really dropped any points from victory so far, looks like that lead's only going to increase as they head towards the next round. The next time the Compact Cup heads out, it will be after Snetterton this weekend. Snetterton, they'll be out at Cabell Park in August, and then they'll have 2 back-to-back visits at Donington Park. The first one being a regular BRSCC meeting, and then the second one in October is part of the Donington Decider support package for the British GT Championship. So another championship that gets the luxury and the pleasure of being part of the biggest championships in the UK on the same timetable as them. I'm sure the 2 races that are set there, they will relish the chance to not only compete there, but also we may well see the championship settled there as well, if not beforehand, if Stephen Daly hasn't put one hand on it by the time they go to Donington the first time, a month before. So they head out of Oggies into Williams for another time. This is on lap count here, lap 9. So they're on the 10th lap of the race. They've completed 9 laps, they're on lap 10. And they come down the back straight once again. Ben Huntley, gap to Stephen Daly is, I say only 2 seconds, and he was fractionally faster last lap than Stephen Daly, but fractionally faster isn't going to be good enough to catch him and pass him, so he needs to try and find something in this latter part of the race. And I wonder, this might be the strategy point here in terms of whether or not the fact that they are running a longer race, it's longer on the tyres, it's longer on the fuel as well, so whether or not that means that some drivers might get quicker towards the end of the race because they've looked after their tyres a bit better, or they haven't pushed as hard but kept enough for pace to keep any cars in front of them around them. Now then, that's an interesting point. Look at that. There is rain on the camera. You can see rain's around, and it's not just sprinkling, it is absolutely starting to hammer it down. This could be a factor. And Stephen Daly heads into the final corner. He goes off the road on the slippery surface. Race leader Stephen Daly is off the road on the exit. He's lost a piece of trim. That's a silver lining. He goes across the road. Wasn't intentional going onto the grass, but I think Ben Huntley's also went off quite wide, but he hasn't actually lost too much time, in fact, so that's quite unfortunate. Oh, Paul Maguire's off the road. I think the rain's come down pretty suddenly, and it's catching several drivers out. Off the road's Paul Maguire, and so is also Simon Welton. He's off onto the grass, so is Ian Howes. It's catching several drivers out. It really has. I think one of the Claydens also off in the background as well. Oh, Rhys Claydon's off again. So the rain comes down, and it creates, well, quite a spectacle here for these guys. Oh, and off the road, and that's the other Claydon car. That's Gareth Claydon. The Claydon's not having a good few seconds here, are they? As they come back onto the road. The rain really has caught everyone out at the moment here in this Compact Cup race. Off the road is also, that's Chris McGinn he's got off the road, I think. One of them at least. He's got the number. That's car 75. That is, sorry, Thomas Langford, forgive me. Also has had a mishap there is 311. That's Henry Cook. So another one off the road then, not 217. That's Stephen Somerville's gone around for his second adventure of the day. So they're all hitting trouble at Coram. That seems to be where it's raining the hardest. But thankfully everyone's getting going again, so it's not really warranting any like a yellow flag or a safety car at all. But look at them, they're in the rain now. It's absolutely pouring down, and they're tiptoeing around at Coram. Another car off the road, that's 129. That is Matthew Adcock. they're almost falling like flies here, but at the same time, they're all keeping it on the road and not actually making contact with anyone or anything. And I think even Paul Maguire got back going again. So this really could throw a spanner into the works here, really could change things up dramatically. But this is Simon Welton going on a move for Ian Howes, but the order's really changed up so much. There's Ben Huntley. So we need to take stock of where we are when they come back across the line, because there were several cars that were involved in that. Oh, there's 2 more cars off the road at the hairpin. One was Paul Maguire again. He's off the road there as he comes back onto the road, so there's more rain throwing down. And that is one of the Dobles. Was that? No, that was Mike Doble Sr., the second time he's gone around at that corner. So it's, there's quite an energetic few moments there in the BMW Compact Cup. Stephen Daly's off again. He's off at the exit of Nelson. Cannot keep it on the road at the moment. The rain continues to pelt down, goes through the bomb hole, off the racing line, and they're going to have to really change their line on the fly here, because on the racing line they're going to be slippery on the rubber that's gone down. Off the road's got Martin Gadsby and Kyle Miller, another car to fall foul of the conditions. They're slip sliding and tiptoeing around everywhere here. Look at it, it's absolutely bucketing down with rain here at Snetterton. We said there was a rainstorm coming, and he wasn't kidding. It's not just a shower, it's an absolute deluge. And off the road again goes Stephen Daly for the second time at the Murray's corner. And Steady carries on in the lead. Ben Huntley's being a bit more careful. Oh, round again, that's gone with number 8 car, Richard Sutherland. There are cars almost trying to keep it on the road. It's pretty tricky in these conditions. You can't really blame them, because the rain's come down ever so suddenly. They're going to throw the checker flag early, 3 minutes to go. And no surprise, because I think if they carried on any longer, there would have been more cars going off the road in conditions they weren't going to expect. So, checker flag is thrown, I think mainly just to end the race early for safety reasons, to ensure there's not any more cars sailing off the road at high speeds. So what it means then is Stephen Daly, incredibly, has a saving grace. The checker flag is thrown early, and he will hold on to his victory, incredibly, despite going off 3 times in 2 laps. So Daly's given the win then off the checker flag. Second place goes to Ben Huntley. Third will go to Mike Doble. As for behind that, we need to figure it out, because it's Ian Jones in 4th, Matt Flowers is 5th, Guy Davis dropped down to 7th in the end, behind Simon Welton, who climbed up the order in those last couple of laps, taking advantage of everyone that was spinning around him up to P6. Guy Davis is 7th, Russell Cager is 8th, Ian Howes is 9th, and Mike Doble is in 10th, so both the Dobles got into the top 10. 11th place for Reece Claydon, 12th goes out for Cliff Harper, 13th for Paul Maguire, and he was as high as 5th position at one point, so he's tumbled down after 2 spins to 13th in the end. The Claydons had, Reece Claydon's 11th, it's then Gareth Claydon 14th, Lee Denny Sadler gets 15th position, and it's Langford, Cook, Gadsby who went off the road, Barrett and Smith, and Richard Sutherland, even on the slowing down laps, off the road again. That's on the exit of the Williams corner onto the Bentley Straight. Oh, goodness me, what a breathless finish that was. And not for the reasons I thought it would be, because the rain is absolutely bucketed down. It's still coming down quite heavily. And this will now certainly affect some of the drivers. And even coming to the flag, they're still spinning. That's Ian Shepherd who had a spin at Murray's. Off the road in sympathy again goes Matthew Adcock. I think they'd be glad just to make the flag rather than just to get it back in one piece, let alone make the flag. Goodness me, so many drivers fell foul there, and it's really no one's fault at all. It's just simply just the weather conditions just caught everyone out with the sudden downpour, and suddenly everyone's scrabbling for grip. It's one of those situations that a driver never wants to be in, where the track gets increasingly wetter and wetter by the corner, and the conditions are never the same compared to when you found them a lap ago. When you go to a corner and it's partially wet, you go there a few corners later and it's completely bone dry. The next corner could be absolutely sodden. It's incredibly difficult conditions for all the drivers to have to try and cope with. And credit to all of them for at least keeping the cars in one piece, spins or not. I think we're just thankful there wasn't any accidents, thankfully, but all the drivers are quite experienced and would have listened carefully in their driver briefings to ensure that they kept alert, and well done to everyone for getting them all home just about in one piece. Wow, goodness me. I think everyone needs a bit of a chance to breathe after that one, goodness me. So, after what was quite a crazy finish there to that third race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, we can at least confirm the result. Stephen Daly somehow held on to that and takes the victory by 2.7 seconds. Ben Huntley gets second place and Mikey Doble picks up third. Ian Jones, who's on screen there, who finishes fourth, getting his car weighed. Fifth goes to Matt Flowers, followed by Simon Welton, Guy Davis, Russell Cager, Ian Howes and Mike Doble in 10th position. Of course, we had there's also a time penalty for Reece Claydon as well at the end. A 5-second penalty for him, and also 5-second penalties for Ian Howes and Ross Stoner. Oh, poor Greg Graham stood out there watching the cars go through. We hope he had an umbrella being stood there watching his cars go back throughout the assembly area, but I'm sure he's been in tougher conditions than this, so I'm sure he'll be coping just fine. Well, this completely changes things up now for the last few races on the timetable, because it now means that we had a wet track to contend with. I'm sure all the championships that will be out next now are going to have to run a second green flag lap to ensure that they can keep up to date what's going on. That is the big rain cloud and the rainstorm that's coming in. You can see just over the circuit. That's the view from exiting. That is Brundle and Nelson. So that's exactly how dark and overcast it really is out here at the moment. So let's see if we can take a look at what's coming up for the next race. Well, the next race we've got out there is the third race of the weekend for the ETSL STXR Challenge. We then also have our second Track Attack Race Club race, followed by Fiesta Juniors and the Clubsport Trophy. But after what was a wild finish to that third race, let's hand down to Josh Barrett in the Parc Ferme. I'm sure has a quite relieved, but also quite soaked top three down there in the Parc Ferme. Down to you, Josh, and try not to get too wet.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Down here now, a rainy session finally. Well done, Steve. First lap, very important there for you.
Yeah, got a very good launch off the line. I actually didn't focus too much on tyre warming on the warm-up lap, and my starts went better, so I don't know how that works. But very good start off the line, and just managed the gap until the rain started to come in. I don't really like the rain myself, so I had a couple of offs, and Ben was catching me a little bit. He's quite quick in the rain, so very good, very good. I mean, it's Casey Motorsport, they put the car there for me. They're the reason I'm in the position I'm in, so happy with that.
With the increasing rain, obviously, I guess every braking zone, you didn't know how much grip there was going to be?
No, not at all. And being the leading car, obviously, I'm the tester for Ben and all the other drivers, so I mean, I was the first person to kind of get a feel for what was going on, and unfortunately it was me going off. So, it's a good race, good exciting race, and I'm glad they stopped it early, that's for sure.
Well done on your third win of the day. Second place was Ben Huntley. Ben, second place for you. You saw Steve going off quite a lot on that last couple of laps.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what? You never want to be the second fiddle to anybody, but when it starts raining in the middle of the race, you want to be second fiddle to the guy in front, because he's the one that slides off first. So when the rain started coming down, I was watching what Steve's car doing and seeing how it was moving around, and I thought, yeah, it's a bit slippery there, so I'll back off. And you know, good race. I kept Steve honest, but you know, the man's like a Swiss clock. He keeps ticking all the time, and unless you get in front of him right at the start, it's a shame. But we both had cracking starts. I looked over and expected to see Ian Jones alongside me, and there was the number one. I thought, no, you know, I needed him behind me because I knew I could keep him honest all the way through. But oh well, you know, a second and two thirds. I'm happy with that for a weekend.
Well, I'll let you get dry, and I'll have a word with Mikey, who was third. The rain's certainly come now, hasn't it? How was your race? You had to come through the field.
Well, it was tough. Started 10th, didn't get the run of the green with the grid draw. I made a great start and got by about 3 or 4 at the first corner. Picked a couple more off, and then third was about the best I could have done. So it was just about putting the lap times in, pulling away from fourth, and securing the podium.
Well done on a third. I'll let you go and get undercover because it's absolutely pouring down now at Snetterton. So I'll hand back to Scott Woodward, who's in the dry.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. The first thing I'll say to you is please go and get dry, because it's the weather conditions you can see have actually deteriorated quite a lot more. In fact, it's quite a sudden downpour. In fact, it's got even stronger now as we get set for our next race. Of course, we've got 4 more races still to go, and they all head out onto the circuit now with a wet circuit here and changeable conditions still have to cope with. So onto the circuit now comes our third and final race of the weekend for the ETSL STXR Challenge. It's not the first time they had wet conditions to cope with. They had them in the second race they ran at Croft. So back to wet conditions once again, and the grid now being set, I think, with a slightly partial rest grid. Now this is interesting because they're now coming up to the grid, and this will be as a result of race number 2. Now then, you remember in race number 2, if you watched earlier on, if you didn't, there was an incredible photo finish between Chris Grimes and Michael Blackburn, and the timing screen said that it was Michael Blackburn's victory by 8 1/1000ths of a second, which should mean in many cases that if that was the case, it would have been Matthew Blackburn that would start on the inside of the front row of the grid, which is pole position. However, Chris Grimes is sat there, which suggests to me that they've looked back at the picture, or the timing picture that was taken on the timing at the edge of the circuit, on the photo finish, and it might well have given the victory, actually, instead, to Chris Grimes. Let's take a look here for a second. Yes, it did. So that was the quickly amended result. It said on TSL that it was Michael Blackburn was the winner, but of course, it's changed now, so Chris Grimes actually declared the winner in that race, and he won that race. The winning margin at the time, it said, was 8 thousandths of a second. but it's a slightly bigger winning margin now, which is 31 thousandths of a second. So Chris Grimes then did in fact win that second race by 0.030 of a second, incredibly close at the end. And that means that then, as they line up, all the STs will be in the order they finished in race 1, so race 2, and then we'll have, again, as it was before, for race 1 yesterday, you'll have a couple of rows gap, a 20-second delay, and then the XRs will go off behind in the order that they finished their race. At the time in that race, it was looking as though, before he sadly retired, it was looking as though it was going to be a fairly comfortable victory, not just in the XRs, but overall for Simon Robinson. But sadly, he retired in the closing stages, and as he pulled off the road on the run towards, on the pit straight just before Ritchie's, which then gave the XR victory to Alex Causer as a result. And so they'll be working hard to he's working hard to go from the back of that grid to make his way through. I'm looking out my commentary box window, and it looks like someone's turned the shower on and left it, and that's how severe the weather is. Whether that's just the, it's not just the, I thought it was some of the water coming off the roof. It's not. That's just how hard that's going. I can also see just out of my commentary box window, they're doing the BMW Compact Cup podiums, but they're not staying on the podium for very long because they don't want to get too wet in many cases. So as they quite literally splash their way off the grid in this third race, with the weather ever deteriorating and getting wetter and wetter out there, we can give you the grid then for our third race, which I'll be able to quickly refresh and get on my screen so I can be able to tell you who is where. So as I say, the grid is set by the result of race number 2, which means then, as they head down towards Ritchie on the formation lap, it's Chris Grimes then, who's on pole position by virtue of being given that victory from race number 2. He'll start alongside Michael Blackburn in second place. Then it's the second row for Chris Jones in car 27 and Lee Barron in car 62, followed by Lewis Barron and Ryan Barron. So the Barrons are all together in 4th, 5th and 6th. It's the fourth row of the grid for former multiple champion Mark Robinson. Alongside him is Michael Heath. Then it's Gareth Pilling and Sam Beckett rounding out the top 10, followed by Mark Blunt and Luke Woodward. Then it's Adam Bissell, followed by Alec Townley, Christopher Rowlands, Ross Craig and Tony Mumford to round out the 17 STs that are on the grid here. Then there's a couple of rows gap. There'll be a 20-second delay. Then off from the grid come our XRs, which sees Alex Causer on pole position for them as a result of his race 2 win in the class, and Jason Hennifer in second place, Ben Thomas in third, Daniel Cooper 4th, Danny Lee 5th, and Simon Robertson, which hopefully should start at the back of the grid in that contingent in 6th position. Well, as you can see, the weather's not letting up, is it? It's certainly getting wetter and wetter out there here at Snetterton in Norfolk, and so it will mean that track conditions, at least for our next few races, are going to be quite interesting. If the rain continues to fall as hard as it is and doesn't abate too much, it means that the second Track Attack Race Club race will be quite intriguing. So will our final Fiesta Junior race, which has already had one race in the wet this year, again at Croft in their second race, and it really did bucket down with rain just before they went out, and therefore it left as a very, very wet track. And again, I keep looking outside, and the range looks like it's getting harder and harder, so it's going to be quite a challenge for all the drivers out there. I think wipers are going to have to go 10 to the dozen to keep the water off the windscreens. But kudos to everyone out there who's going to try and get out there. And just to confirm, there is Simon Robinson. Thankfully, he is out on track, so good to see he's made it out after his problems in race number 2. Now, as I mentioned, for those who don't know, when there's a change in the weather conditions, the drivers do get an extra formation lap to the grid, because it means that if they've raced previously as they did earlier on in the dry, if the conditions then change enough, that means that the setup might be different or anything else, it means that they will have to then go and do a second lap to adapt to them as much as they can, to adapt to them, so that they're not going out there and being surprised too much by what's going on. I will say that it's looking incredibly wet down at Brundle Nelson, though. I'm pretty sure that the drivers will be braking probably halfway down the pit back straight, rather than just before the bridge, or even earlier than that when they normally do. So I have to be very, very careful in this complex not to skate off the road too much. But the rain continues to fall, and we did say there was some rain expected today, and quite heavy rain, and we've certainly got it. We've had some decent weather throughout most of the afternoon, but finally at about roughly quarter to 4 in the afternoon, it decided to come down, and come down it has in bucket loads. So the drivers then will be certainly brave enough to go. And look at the weather. Look at it, particularly there at the apex at Murray's. That is absolutely hammering it down. So that's going to be pretty tricky indeed. Again, they'll get that second formation lap, but these cars, of course, they do all run on an all-weather tyre as well. It's a Yokohama all-weather tyre, so they will try and hold as much as they can. But yeah, water on the apex at Murray, so that might be. It wouldn't surprise you. There's a bit of possibly a delayed start in many cases, due to the fact that we've got the conditions as extreme as they are, I don't want to predict the future, but it keeps raining as hard as it is. Of course, they do have quite good drainage at these circuits, but say drivers are quite brave to try and make their way through there. And of course, there being a little bit of a dip at the Murray's Apex, there's a puddle forming up there at that slow corner. So we'll wait and see if they make their way around. If the race will continue on as it should do. It was quite wet the last time by as they come down the pit straight in. Goodness me, that is still raining pretty hard indeed. I've seen Caterham's race in weather this extreme at the season finale last year. I think it was the 310R race they had, and it was more, forget the term gorillas in the mist. It was Caterham's in the mist, and almost down towards the right hand, the Ritchie's there off the first formation lap. It really was pretty much Fiestas in the mist for the weather conditions we've got there. I think everyone's just either trying to stay offline somewhere or just try and hold on as best they can. So, just waiting for cars to come back around, and it looks as though that there's no signs that they're going to delay the start at all by the looks of things. It seems as though that the weather conditions seem to be still okay enough for the drivers out there. It is still raining out there, but I think it's got just a little bit lighter. It's not as severe as it was. So I think it's also stopped. It's tricky conditions to try and judge here in some cases, because it is still raining, but maybe not as severe as it was a few moments ago. So, and of course, with cars out on the circuit, the best way to try and disperse water off is certainly going to be to get them out and to try and clear the water away from the racing lines and the lines that they're taking. But you can see just how much rain has fallen in such a short space of time there, just how wet it is in pit lane as well, as the cars make their way around into the Agostini hairpin for the second time. So cars make their way back around on the end of their second formation lap. And I think, let's face it, they certainly needed it, because that was quite a downpour. And it looks as though now the cars are going out and dispersed in the water. By the time they got the first couple of laps in, any standing water that was on the circuit should have started clearing away a bit more off the racing line. So that should start to improve a bit more. The one corner might be a bit more water-filled, might be the Murray's corner, where there's that small dip on the apex, but it's quite a slow-speed corner anyway. I don't think it will cause too much trouble. So heading round onto the grid for this race, and it's actually getting a bit brighter out here, rather than being too overcast. It's actually starting to get a bit lighter. There is the apex of the final corner, and again, not being too fast. It's probably not going to be an issue, I don't think, but we'll wait and see. So the Barons then make their way around to the circuit, and I've just seen a board that's been held up saying start delayed. So I think we're going to get a bit of a hold up at the moment whilst we assess the weather conditions. Yeah, start delay there. It is confirmed on the electronic board and in the start in the marshal's hand at the top of the light gantry. I suspect that's due to the fact that the rain has brought quite a bit of standing water to one or 2 points of the circuit, which might require it to possibly be quickly cleared away as best as possible. So the car's been brought back around to the grid. One car's come into the pit lane. I might be able to see that on my timing screen if I can find it. Well, it was going to, but because it's been start delayed, it's now been pushed. Timing screen's now been cleared because we haven't had the start done yet. I wanted to say it was possibly Gareth Pilling that's coming. Another car's coming to the pit lane in the background as well. So two cars are coming maybe to do a bit of a tweak of the setup, I think. And still the rain comes down pretty hard, so it's not. I think it's eased off a tiny bit, but it's still at a level which it's been tough. I have to say credit to the spectators on the banks here, because those are dedicated motorsport fans. You don't stand in the rain at Snetterton watching club racing without being a true fan. So kudos to anyone who's here watching STXR, simply just a fan of club racing at Snetterton. For those of you with umbrellas, I'd take, if I had a hat on, I'd take it off to you, because that's absolutely superb to see you there and being dedicated to the cause, which is great. So, just looking at some more of the track conditions out there. That's on the right of the bomb hole. I think there's a little bit of water on the curb there on the inside, so that's one to watch out for when we get racing underway in a while. So majority of the field has formed back up onto the grid. So we said there was a couple of cars which came into the pit lane, and even though it is still quite wet out there, there's still the rain, it's not quite having off. Now, there's a couple of cars, there's some smoke towards the back for some reason. That's just a hot exhaust or something, whatever it is, it's causing something there, but I'm not 100% sure why there's some smoke on the grid for some reason, or steam. So, just waiting for what will happen coming up shortly with the start of the race. I think they're setting up one of the course cars to have a look at the weather conditions and see if they can try and clear up some of the, maybe some of the standing water, but cars back on the grid then, waiting for it to get back underway. Once we, if we do, hopefully we will get this race underway shortly if the rain starts to, hopefully, I'm hoping, eases up in a few minutes' time. But out on the track looks to go the course car to try and explore out on the conditions to see what they're like out on track. You can see that the rain continues to fall here, and while the circuits do have quite good drainage, if the rain is getting harder and harder, it can only do so much before it's like a little puddles and bits of standing water on the circuit. So particularly when you've got drivers heading down from the pit straight all the way down towards Ritchie's corner, it's not the easiest thing to do, particularly when you've got spray from the one driver that has the best view down towards turn one in weather conditions like this is the leader. Everyone else behind has a wall full of water, a wall full of spray they have to try and get through. So that's a key thing. So the course car makes its way out to see what the conditions are like. I think some of the press points might be probably at some of the tighter corners, like the hairpin here at Wilson, the bomb hole, also at Murray's as well, where some of the standing water might start to be forming up. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is still steady rain falling at the moment. At the apex at Wilson, it's not too bad by the looks of it. So that might well be okay. I think the senior clerk of the course, Tony Weatherly's gone out, I think, in the course car to take a look at the conditions and see what he reckons. And it's an understandable reason to delay the start, mainly because, of course, you know, without an assessment of the track conditions, given the rain coming down, without it, it would have been very much going into the unknown for the drivers. And you can see some of the water forming in the pit lane as well. You can see where the rain's been coming down pretty heavily. So, again, big thank you to all of our marshals and volunteers who, you saw a couple of them there, still are on the grid. Bless them, with no umbrellas or no kind of, at least, coverage for their heads apart from a hat or something, because it's not the easiest conditions out there. And what's ironic is it looks relatively bright, as if there's some kind of brightness around, but of course it's still raining pretty hard. So whether this is just a storm or a shower that's trying to pass, at least there's a few marshals they're keeping dry in these wet conditions. And again, big thank you to them, because of course, come rain or come shine, they do take part in motorsport, whether for the love of it and the fact they like to be involved and just be a part of something which is one of the most integral parts of being in motorsport. So kudos to them for all the hard work they do and giving up their free time to come to events like this to get involved. And without marshals and volunteers and officials, motorsport events really just couldn't happen at all. So thank you to them for everything, all the efforts they give. And whether it's at the British Grand Prix or at a rainy afternoon at Snetterton, that can be it. Now, I don't know if it's just me looking outside, but that rain looks as though it has eased off a little bit more. It's not as prominent as it was. My judgment is I've got a parked car, and so if I can see depending how much the rain I can see against the colour of the car, is how heavy it is. And so I can see the fact that it appears to have eased off a bit more. It's not as hard as it was earlier on. So I think the worst of the rain shower appears to have potentially cleared. As for the track conditions here, I think the circuit drainage is doing quite a good job actually, because there isn't as many patches of water as I thought there would be, at least not as far as I can see. So out it goes to explore that lap. Just a reminder, this should be the third race of the weekend for the ETSL STXR Challenge when it finally is able to get underway due to the conditions. We then should have our second Track Attack Race Club race of the day, as well as the fourth and final race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, and I'm pretty confident this will be a wet setup they'll need for this final race. And then the 45-minute Clubsport Trophy race, which is at the end of the day, if that doesn't clear the water away, I'm not sure what will. So, looking at the time, we were actually a little bit further up on time, it looks like. So, because we were set to start that race at 5 to 4, It's now currently just coming up to just past 5 to 4, going on towards 4 o'clock. So we actually were a bit ahead on time. So actually delaying the start I think to do it anyway was fine, but wasn't too much of a problem, I don't think, to do so. I think one of the problem layers that we're going to check there was through the bomb hole, but that doesn't look too bad either. So I think given the fact that it is, yes, still raining, it's doing so to a point where it's forming up loads and loads of water anymore. I think the problem corner they might be looking for now is maybe Murray's. Even though it's a slow corner, there's quite a lot of standing water on the apex, and of course that's got to be one thing that's tricky to negotiate at any speed. So round goes the course car to continue to check the conditions. And now he'll have a look at Murray's and sees whether or not the water there is of a level which means they have to try and clear it away a bit. So he turns in. How's it looking? It actually looks okay. In fact, actually, despite the rainfall that we've had, the drainage has worked pretty well here at Snetterton. So kudos to Dr. Palmer and co for putting the circuit together like that. So into the pit lane comes the course car. Now, I'm not the senior clerk of the course, but I would look at it and suggest that on the parts where it matters, I think the circuit is looking better than it was a few minutes ago. So hopefully we'll be able to get racing underway very shortly as we continue to wait for the judgment of the drivers. Some of them who, going enough, I say, it's a bit of a comparison in some cases, a weird combination because it's raining out there, but at the same time, it is also quite warm. It's 20 degrees out there, so it feels almost slightly like tropical weather conditions out there in many cases, where there's lots of rain, but it still feels quite warm and humid. And you can see the water in the pit lane as well, but that's quite a slow speed anyway, so that's not too much of a problem, I don't think. So I'd imagine there's also radio communication from the course car back up to race control to give a judgment on the conditions and how they look. The rain at least does look as though it is still falling, but it's definitely not as hard as it was earlier on from what I can see out of my commentary box window. So just a reminder, of course, if you want information on any of the championships that are and series that are racing here this weekend, you can head to the website, brscc.co.uk. We have a dedicated section for Formula 8, so head through there and you have to get individual pages for all the championships on the roster. And that includes the ETSL STXR Challenge, of course, like the Fiestas we've had this weekend as well. Clubsport Trophy, there's dedicated pages for each of the AMOC series, the BMW Compact Cup, the CityCar Cup that were here yesterday, and also Track Attack Race Club have a page as well. So if you want to find out more about them and other popular championships like Mazda MX-5s or Caterhams or other championships like the Clubsport Trophy, the new Supersport Endurance Cup, which is happening next weekend here at Snetterton on next Saturday. That's a 100-minute race with a mandatory pit stop and up to 3 drivers allowed in the cars, and that for just a £500 to £600 is pretty good value in terms of club-level endurance racing. And that race joins a cacophony of Mazda MX-5 with all 3 of their championships, both Mark 1 championships, the Mazda MX-5 Championship, the main one, and the MX-5 Clubman Championship, as well as the Mark 3 MX-5 Super Cup, are all going to be out in action, and hopefully they'll be praying in better conditions than this. Now, again, looking visibly, it looks as though that the circuit has gotten better out there, so it looks as though I think if they are going to go racing again, I don't have too much of a trained eye, but from visibly, it looks to me as though I would say that's probably good enough to race, but I'm not senior clerk of the course, so I can't give that call on that one. But it looks to me as if it's much better than it was when it was hammering down with rain a bit harder about 5-10 minutes ago. So I imagine that we might well be okay to get going again, hopefully. So just a reminder of the STXR Challenge. Of course, there are 5 classes out there. You have the Class A, which is for the Fiesta XR2s. You then have Class B for the Ford Escort XR3Is. There is a Class C for the Ford Fiesta SI 1800s, but we had one at the start of the season at Croft that unfortunately has not reappeared since. Hopefully it will do throughout the series, but we have a few of those over the last few seasons. Class D is overwhelmingly the most popular class with the Fiesta ST150s, which run to more kind of Group N specification rather than those you see in the Fiesta Championship or Fiesta Juniors. And then Class E is for it's a good entry point to the championship, which is Fiesta XR2s, which don't run limited slip differentials. So pretty much identical spec to Class A cars, but without the diff, which means that it makes them a little bit sort of not as grippy in the corners, and therefore slightly a bit more handful and a little bit slower than those cars out there. Particularly those that have in conditions like this, where limited slip diff can or can't be an advantage, depending on what you prefer. So. Great championship, which, as we talked about earlier on for the second race, usually visits more northwestern-based venues like Alton Park and Anglesey, but this year they've decided to go more of a national approach and go to a few more further-reaching circuits. They've gone to Croft that they've been to before. That was for their season opener. They went to Knockhill in Scotland, which is the furthest north they can go, and thoroughly enjoyed their visit there with 2 races. They've also got on the cards a visit to one of their favourite places to go, which is, of course, Alton Park. And, of course, they'll also have as well a run at Cadwell Park next time out towards the end of August. Alton Park will be in October, and then right at the beginning of November, they'll be heading to Donington Park for the first time in quite a while. Just saw a quick glimpse there of the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car. Haven't seen too much of it this weekend for good reasons, and because we've had racing that hasn't required it in terms of a safety car. Of course, the end of that BMW Compact Cup race required an early finish because of the fact we had such a heavy downpour. But the safety car, as we say, very kindly provided by the new partners for this week this year at the BRSCC, which is Run Your Fleet. And just a reminder, Run Your Fleet is the most cost-effective and flexible way to buy, lease and manage everything you need for your fleet of company vehicles through their managed fleet services. From breakdown cover, fleet management, risk management and fleet funding to the latest telematics, rental and short lease options, Run Your Fleet has every solution for your fleet requirements. So if you're a company that wants to run a fleet of vehicles and have some assistance in every aspect of it, whilst having to do all the complicated stuff, they can certainly help you out. Head to the website, runyourfleet.com. You can find them on social media. There is quite a handy 2.5-minute explaining video about everything that they do on their YouTube channel as well. And whilst you're at it on their YouTube and social pages, do give them a like and a follow as well and subscribe to their channel, because it's certainly worth it. And they are very, very valued partners at Run Your Fleet. And thank you to them for their support. And again, thank you for the supply of that wonderful Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car, which tends to come with us wherever we've got a live stream, whenever we have some of our bigger events. It's even been as far afield as the British Silverstone 500 on the Grand Prix circuit with the British GT Championship, where it was there in attendance with some of Run Your Fleet's guests. So thanks to them for turning up, and thanks for them for once again the supply of the car. But again, you can't say they're not die-hard racing fans when they're stood out there in raincoats and umbrellas waiting for the race to get underway there. But kudos to all of them that are trackside waiting for this to get underway. And I think we'll get a judgment hopefully soon as to when this race can get underway. Yes, it is still raining out there, but it's not rain to... I don't think it's rain to the extent where it's going to be too much trouble, I don't think. It's not... you can see the entire grid and all the surrounding areas, so I think it's not a case of visibility. I think it's even a case of too much water around, I think, because the cars getting out there should be able to dissipate it. And I think it's enough... I think it's an acceptable level of steady rain that's not going to cause a problem to the drivers. But again, I don't make the decisions. It's down to the clerk of the course to do so. The safety car's had a quick run down out of its position at Coram. It's now making its way down into the pit lane. Just going to turn my race control messages on to see if there's any word from them at all. The safety car has now just parked its way at just about the end of the pit lane, so I think the marshals are giving some of the drivers a bit of an instruction now as to what to do for the race. I think they just give them an instruction, let them know if the race is getting underway. So I think just let them know that the race will be getting underway, hopefully within the next few minutes. Just communicating that to the drivers. And so they've been waiting patiently in these wet conditions for quite a while. Wet but warm conditions. I say about 20 degrees at the moment, so it's quite almost tropical weather out there for these guys to have to contend with. It's quite a weird combination for being in the UK, but nonetheless, we're usually quite known for weird weather in the UK, so it's not surprising too much. There's some more of our hardy spectators watching trackside. Hopefully they've enjoyed the action here today so far. And again, wonderful to have spectators back at race circuits after being so long, and first of all, and initially coming back with restrictions on what they could do, but now there's been a bit more lifting of restrictions throughout the UK. It's now nice to see them back at trackside and enjoying club motorsport at its finest here at Snetterton. So thank you to them for coming to support the club and the championships and their local circuit being Snetterton as well, if they are local. So always nice to see them trackside watching, because it's nice to watch a race on our live stream. It's also nice to watch it in person as well, which is it's a unique feeling that you don't always get on a live stream, which is always good to have. But being trackside and hearing the visceral, raw sound of the cars and the cars heading around and all the noises and the atmosphere of it all is just a fantastic thing to experience. Just noticed on the grid whilst I was looking there that I hadn't spotted before, unless it's one of the cars that came into the pit lane towards the end. There was 2 cars that came into the pit lane, one of which is the car that would have started in 10th. And ninth place, and that's Gareth Pilling. I thought he was one of the 2 cars that came into the pit lane. So he's come into the pit lane. Also, so has, I think Adam Bissell was the other car, because there's a car missing alongside Alec Townley just towards the back. I think there's also another car missing somewhere on just next to... Let's work out where they are, unless they need to get them back into position where they stopped. So just count where they are. So front row is Chris Grimes and Michael Blackburn, which we can count together on the front row of the grid. Chris Jones and Lee Barron are there on the second row. The other 2 Barrons, the Lee Barron's sons, that being Lewis Barron and Ryan Barron, 5th and 6th. Then we have 7th place of Mark Robinson on the grid, who's there. There's no Michael Heath. So Michael Heath isn't there, so maybe he was one of the ones that came into the pit lane. There's no Gareth Pilling, who should be starting 9th. Sam Beckett's on the grid there in 10th position, and the silver and black car with the yellow trim, that's the yellow piping, that's in 10th position. The 11th placed car on the grid is Mark Blunt, and Luke Woodward, I think, is alongside him, but just a bit further back from his grid spot, so you'll have to pull up a bit further when they start to, I think, hopefully re-grid them. They should be Adam Bissell is there, and he's alongside Alec Townley, who I think is just a bit further back. I think what I got confused by is that they weren't all immediately in their grid spots. Some of them are kind of parked up a bit further back when the start had been delayed, but they'll start to bring them back into position, I think, to get this race underway. And then we have Christopher Rowlands and Ross Craig, who are also on the back there as well. I think the other car we had was maybe Tony Mumford, so he might have come into the pit lane along with Gareth Pilling. Just a reminder also of the XR grid as well for the back. Or behind these guys, Alex Corser will start on pole position for them. If you can see just towards the back of the shot, it's the orange XR2 with a little white sort of triangle on the bonnet. Alongside him is the Escort, the white Escort with the blue bumper. Alongside him, that is the XR3i of Jason Hennifer. And it's Ben Thomas who should be on the grid alongside Daniel Cooper. Although I can't, unless he's parked right behind Alex Corser, I can't see Ben Thomas. And then we've got Danny Lee and Simon Robinson, who was the runaway leader both overall and in the XR category in that second race, remember, if you're watching earlier on. And then we had a retirement from him, mechanical issue, which forced him out of the race later on, so that's a real shame that he will have to start towards the back. Now, they are moving cars back into position. We haven't had an official time as to when the race is going to restart, but the fact that we've got cars moving back into their original grid spots, or properly into their grid spots towards the back, suggests we are going to get going, I think, relatively soon, thankfully. It might mean that we have to be quite quick in terms of turning around races between now and the end of the day, because we have this race, which is 15 minutes. Then we have 2 more 15-minute races, which are going to be for the Track Attack Race Club and then Fiesta Juniors. And the 45-minute race for the Clubsport Trophy is the last race of the day. So I imagine they'll want to try and get this race underway as soon as possible, if it's been deemed safe to do so, which I presume it is, given the fact that cars have been moved up towards the back into position. If they even shorten this race, it probably wouldn't surprise me either. Right. Okay, sorry. I thought for a second we had a scheduled start time, but it's showing the original start time, which was scheduled to be at 5 to 4. So it's now 11 minutes past 4. So we've been on the grid now for roughly, I'd say, a good 15 minutes or so, waiting for the rain to subside. And I think, dare I say, it mostly has. It's now a bit more of a lighter shower or lighter rain rather than being a full-on deluge. So I think we might well just be good enough to hopefully get things underway. The safety car's now moved away from its position. I'm seeing out of my commentary box window. Whether that's just going out for a quick final check to make sure it's all okay. But again, no notifications either from race control yet, either on TSL or on our end here on the in the commentary box. So we're just waiting for a clarification. We'll be able to get underway very shortly. So just a quick reminder of some of the drivers in the field. Chris Grimes, who was racing last year, not just in the STXR Challenge for the first time, but until then had also been running several seasons in the Fun Cup Championship as well. I remember he had quite a successful weekend where he got a good result on the Saturday, I think it was, on one day in the Fun Cup, and also managed to pick up a win in his class in one of the races in the XR portion of the race he was running when it was a combined grid last year with the Fiesta Championship. So he's also the man who essentially heads up 10 Sport Performance, and so after their initial foray into the championship with 2 cars last year, they've expanded it to a 6-car effort with some extra drivers. There's a hire car he's got available as well, so if anyone happens to want to race his hire car, you can obviously get in touch with him there amongst other options. Michael Blackburn alongside him. Michael Blackburn, who has graduated up from the last year from the Escort XR3i that he'd regularly driven over the last few seasons before 2020 into his ST. As we look through there, we see our Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car supplied by Run Your Fleet. He is out to give it a check of the track conditions itself. So out it goes to have a look and to observe the conditions, see how they are, because as I say, it hasn't been raining as hard as it was before earlier, and I think the track looks a lot cleaner this time in terms of less standing water. If there is water on the circuit, it's not as, doesn't look as severe as it was before. It looks manageable for the drivers out there compared to how it originally was. So plenty of spray coming off the back of the car as they come down towards the complex of Brundle and Nelson. And this will, of course, in the conditions, means that when you've got wet conditions like this, your braking points change, your turning points change, your racing line changes as well, because you want to stay off the line where the racing line is. Now, ironically, you think, well, for those who don't know, you might ask the question, well, why would you stay off the racing line in the wet conditions? The reason is because rubber, when it's dry, is obviously, particularly on a circuit, is quite grippy, and therefore you stay on the racing line, have the fastest route around the circuit, and gain the most time. When you then apply water, or therefore in this case rain, to the rubber on the circuit, becomes the opposite. It becomes incredibly slippery, it means you have no grip. So what tends to happen in these conditions, and what you probably will see throughout the race, is drivers basically taking what's called the wide line, or some people call the karting line as well, which is essentially drivers staying off the racing line because that's where there's no rubber, so therefore you've got a cleaner contact patch between the circuit, between the tyre and the circuit, where there's kind of, even though there's water on the circuit, ironically more grip than staying on the racing line. So that's why you'll see drivers taking what looks like wider or more unorthodox lines on the circuit in these conditions, because it's not them simply forgetting where they've gone or running wide or making mistakes. They're doing it on purpose in order to get the most amount of grip out there and to set the fastest lap time compared to the conditions. So just in case anyone looks at some of the drivers and thinks, why are you running wide or not taking the regular racing line? That's the reason why, is try and find the grip away from the regular racing line where there's lots of rubber on the road, and it might cause problems in terms of less loss of grip. So you remember the picture we had a short while ago when we saw the cars heading on that double formation lap to get used to the conditions, and the apex there at Murray's was quite substantial in terms of standing water. That thankfully looks as though it's much better. It's not perfect, but it's much better, it seems. The runyourfeet.com safety car looks like it's gone back around to its regular position, which is down where it is on the service road at Coram. What I've also noticed is that Daniel Cooper's car in the background, that's one of the XR2s, that's now been pushed into, I think it's been pushed into a position where it needs to be pulled back into the pit lane, so that's a shame. So Daniel Cooper had issues in race 1 which forced him out mechanically he parked up at Ritchie's and managed to get out for the second race, but unfortunately it looks as though whilst he's been sat there on the grid, whatever he's obviously gone to try and refire the car up. It's because of that he's obviously had no luck, and as a result he's having to be pulled off the grid by the service truck. So that's a shame for Daniel. It means that we don't have him, and I don't think we have Ben Thomas either, because I didn't see him out there. So whatever reason Ben Thomas is not on the grid, that's a real shame. So it looks as though, I think we've also got a marshal in place now back on top of the starting gantry. So it seems to me that once we get Daniel Cooper's car removed from the grid, we should be able to get back on, should be able to finally get this third ETSL STXR challenge race of the weekend underway. Just dragging Daniel Cooper's car up the pit straight and back around into pit lane as quickly as possible. And then once that's completed, they'll be able to set them off onto the grid, onto their what should be just one green flag lap, I think, because when they went out there originally, that was to adjust to the wet conditions. They should have adjusted in those 2 laps because it was wet enough, let's face it. And then it should then be just 1 lap around to the grid, I believe anyway, and then lights on, lights off, and away we go. So just pulled back into the pit lane there. You can see Daniel Cooper's car. It's not been the best of weekends for him in terms of luck and reliability, but I'm sure he'll be back next time when the STXRs are back out in action towards the end of August at Cadwell Park. And so I think they're just going to put Simon Robinson's car, I think. He doesn't need to be in position, so he should be fine. So yeah, we've got 4 of the STXRs left. So now then, the 1 minute board has gone up on the timing board, so it looks like we are going to get this race underway in a few moments' time. 1 minute board is up, followed by the 30-second board I can see outside on the grid, which means then they'll set them off on the green flag lap in a second. And thankfully, we'll be able to get this race underway very, very shortly. So green flag flies, and away they go off the grid. So out to see what the conditions are like now. They've been still on the grid for 15-20 minutes. So that's the recap as they go on the formation lap to head back round to the grid. How they'll line up for this third race of the weekend for the ETSL and STXR Challenge. Again, the grid set by the results of race 2. So Chris Grimes then, after he was declared winner of that photo finish that was originally given to Michael Blackburn, he in fact actually was to look back at the photo and actually saying it was him that won by 31 thousandths of a second. He starts on pole position for this third race. Alongside him is the man that he thought had been beat. He thought he'd been beaten by, but in fact he had actually beat. That being Michael Blackburn on the front row of the grid. Then it's Chris Jones, who's been the most successful driver this season so far. He starts on the second row in third. Alongside him is the first of the 3 Barons, Lee Barron in fourth position, who's his main rival is Chris Jones. Then it's Lewis Barron and Ryan Barron to make it an all-family affair on the third row of the grid. That's then followed by Mark Robinson and Michael Heath, 2 former champions on the fourth row. Gareth Pilling, who was in the pit lane, so I'm assuming if he's possibly starting for the pit lane, I presume, or maybe just had some problems that forced him to miss the start. But either way, he should be starting from 9th on the grid. If not, he'll probably be starting from the pit lane. But who will be starting on the 5th row of the grid is Sam Beckett in car number 96. Then it's Mark Blunt and Luke Woodward from Adam Bissell and Alec Townley. And it should be Christopher Rowlands, Ross Craig, and then Tony Mumford to round out what should be 17 cars starting. I don't think we'll get that, possibly missing 1 or 2 because of the conditions and maybe 1 or 2 issues. Then it's the couple of rows gap back and the 20-second delay to our XR contenders. We're just at the back of the field there forming up, and that's Alex Causer who will start on pole position after his win in the second race in the XR category. And Jason Hennifer will start alongside him on the front row of that particular group. It should have been Ben Thomas and Daniel Cooper on the second row, but sadly both of them have had issues which has forced Ben not to take the start originally when they were forming up. And then after the initial 2 green flag laps, when the rain was coming down harder, it means that Daniel Cooper's had an issue which has forced him to miss this third race. So he will not be taking part, I'm afraid. So it's an empty second row. But the third row is certainly full of Danny Lee in his bright yellow Escort XR3i. So in these conditions, he certainly isn't going to be hard to spot. And Simon Robinson, who many will confirm definitely should have won that second race had his luck not run out with his reliability. He was winning overall and in the XR category, but then whatever issue he had forced him to pull up on the pit straight with just a few minutes to go. And so it means that he's got to do all the work in the XR category from the very back. There's only 4 of them, of course, after the 2 we've lost from the second row. But it should be, hopefully, quite a strong battle between them, particularly if Simon Robinson can get a good start from the outside of the third row of the XRs and try and get himself quickly up behind Alex Causer and then hopefully in front. So here's the field making its way now through Brandon Nelson. You can agree that the standing water of the spray that's being kicked up is much more manageable and much better than it was initially going around when it was absolutely dumped down with rain. Thankfully, the rain has mostly subsided. There's still a bit of a shower, a light, very light shower out there at the moment, but it's much more manageable than it was before if they raced just then. So, justified decision to delay the start by the senior clerk, of course, Tony Weatherly, and everyone involved in race control. So, well done for their quick thinking, and well done for that decision to allow the rain to subside and allow the conditions to improve. So it's still wet and rather it's still a bit wet, a bit windy out there, but still much better than it was before. Now that's Chris Jones, is that into the pit lane? Yes, it is. Chris Jones, championship leader, and third in. Okay, well he's third in the championship. Now that's interesting. He's. I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to line up exactly parallel to where he is on his grid spot alongside Lee Barron, but he's being told, no, you have to go to the end of the pit lane. You can't start from there. You have to start at the end of the pit lane and wait for everyone else to go through. So that's a bit cheeky from Chris Jones. I wasn't quite sure what he was trying to do there. When he was trying to line up and start from the pit lane, which he absolutely can't do. You can't do a racing start from there. But it means now that Lee Barron's all on his own on the third row. And of course it means now that Lewis and Ryan behind him have a bit of clear air to shoot for, to try and get through alongside their father on the run towards turn 1. So, thanks for bearing with us, everybody, on my live stream. It's been a bit of a wait, but it has been justified given the conditions were not ideal at the time when they were about to start the race. But thankfully, the 5-second board has gone up. We can finally get our third STXR Challenge race of the weekend underway. Chris Grimes and Michael Blackburn on the front row of the grid. Lights out, and we are underway as they slip and slide their way away from the grid. Nice steady start from the STs. XRs will go away in a few moments' time, being started by the Union Jack. But down towards turn 1 for the first time. It's on the outside line. Michael Blackburn on the inside, Chris Grimes. Side by side into the right-hander. The three Barons get together as they head towards the apex. Also, great start from Mark Blunt at the inside of both Lewis Barron, who's dropped back a couple of places, and Mark Robinson. Sam Beckett's also fallen back a little bit more. Here go the XRs. Cracking start from the front row from Jason Hennifer. He's beaten poleman Alex Causer away to lead them down towards Ritchie's for the first time. As for the STs, a little standing water on the inside of Montreal, but apart from that, everyone's getting through safely. So it looks as though it's going to be Michael Blackburn who is going to lead the way. There goes Sam Beckett up the inside of Mark Robinson. So after a strong start for Mark, making up a place or two, he's now lost one back again to the 96 of Beckett. Up through a left-hander and off onto the grass has gone Chris Grimes, running wide on the exit of Palmer's. It now gives a chance on the run to Agostini for Michael Blackburn to get past here. And watch for Lee Barron as well in the silver car with the orange front. He'll be racy from the second row of the grid. Currently in third and right behind the top two as they turn in. Blackburn has got through, so he has got past on the inside of Chris Grimes into Agostini. He's made that move stick. And I wonder if Lee Barron might sense an opportunity here to possibly try and pick his way through and get up the inside line. Here goes Chris Grimes again, trying to recover. Blackburn takes that outside line, which will be favoured in terms of grip. And Chris Grimes then has to settle back for second place and might well be under threat here from Lee Barron in the moment if he plays his cards right and takes that wide line. He's gone a little bit deeper into the corner to find that wider line, to find the grip on the outside. But so far, Michael Blackburn's holding all the cards at the moment. As he turns out of Williams, he leads the way from Chris Grimes to second place. Barron third and Barron fourth. It's Lee ahead of Lewis. Then we have, by the looks of things, I think that's Sam Beckett in fifth position. And Mark Blunt's made a great start. He started back in 11th on the grid, up 5 places into 6th. So a cracking getaway from Mark Blunt in one of his first few races in the STXR Challenge. I think it's his first year in the series and doing a grand job in this, one of his best starts of a race to date so far this year in 2021. So good effort from Mark as they turn in through Brundle and Nelson for the first time in front of the spectators on the banks. Most of which have been very hardy in terms of, and very committed in terms of staying out there with their umbrellas and their raincoats and to survive the worst of the weather. And while it is still raining out there, it's definitely not as bad as it was earlier on. There's Adam Bissell. Currently, he started back in 13th on the grid, so he's going to try and make his way through the mire. Michael Blackburn then. Oh, and Chris Grimes just arrives into shot completely sideways through Coram. How on earth he caught that, I've absolutely no idea. What would have helped it is it being a front-wheel drive car, so usually in a slide like that, you boot the throttle and wait for the front end to come back around. Thankfully it worked, but Chris Grimes, goodness me, arrived there with such gusto. The car was fully sideways as he came through the right-hander and just about caught it up. And I'm pretty sure Sam Beckett and co just thought, I am not getting involved trying to pass him there. Completely backed off and let him have his, what was perceived to be his incident, but thankfully he's made sure it wasn't. So, incredible stuff. Meanwhile, speaking of incredible, Simon Robinson has not hung around at all. He looks as though he's going to be leading the XR contingent from Jason Hennifer, but then Danny Lee is third, so the question's got to be, there he is. I was going to wonder where Alex Causer was, but I think he's possibly had an off or had a spin somewhere on that opening lap because he's fallen back down the order to now to fourth in the XR. So he's got some work to do if he can try and catch back up in this last race, which is only 15 minutes. The first race of the weekend yesterday was 20, and then races 2 and 3 today are both 15 minutes in length. Oh, where's Chris Grimes got to? Chris Grimes disappeared again, so Michael Blackburn comes to him the lead, but the next car coming in the shot is actually, in fact, Sam Beckett, so it's changed around again. So Michael Blackburn leads, but it's Beckett in second place. Chris Grimes has disappeared off the road. Third place for Lee Barron. Lewis Barron is fourth. Mark Blunt is fifth. Sixth is Mark Robinson. There's Chris Grimes. So there he is in car 81. Now, he was, of course, in second, had that big moment at Coram a few moments ago. He's obviously had another one. I suspect he's either had one either at Ritchie's or at the Montreal hairpin, where he's gone either just run wide on the exit at Ritchie's or he's gone straight on and onto the grass at... There was all three abreast as Mark Robinson goes up the inside of both Mark Blunt and Lewis Barron. Goodness me. It's all action here in the STXR Challenge. Mark Robinson was having a big dive up the inside, though. Didn't quite work out. Lewis Barron runs wide on the exit, lets both Mark Blunt through, and also diving through is Mark Robinson, who doesn't appear to be hanging around. So straight up the inside he goes, but he runs wide. Lewis Barron tries to get him back on the exit. He might get a better drive off the corner, and back alongside him he comes. So down side by side, they'll go down the back straight. Meanwhile, Danny Lee's under threat from a recovering Alex Causa as they make their way out of Agostini for the second time. So everywhere you look, there's all sorts going on in this third race. And what's not helping is that even though whilst it's wet, it's also still quite warm, sort of 18, 19 degrees, so it's quite humid, which I think if you saw on the back of those two XRs, what's not helping is that the rear windows are steaming up. So I'm sure pretty much if they've got some kind of way to windscreen heater or way to kind of clear the humidity, either that they've rubbed some Rain-X on the inside of the windscreen to stop it from misting up. Either way, you have to be careful. It's not just the visibility outside of the car, the external factors that are affecting visibility, but also maybe internal factors, being the fact that the windows might start to steam up. But probably the reason why most of them have got the windows open to ensure that doesn't happen. Impressive stuff from Mark Blunt, though. I have to say I'm very impressed by Mark in this third race. It's his best run so far in a STXR Challenge race, and you couldn't tell really at the moment that he's a novice. He's got the cross on the back of it, the yellow square with the black cross. That denotes that a driver's done less than 6 races and is considered a novice. So incredible stuff from Mark. He's actually coming to threat now from another Mark, that being Mark Robinson, former multiple XR champion, and was up in contention for the title last year in car 69. Turns in through Ritchie's corner, chasing after Mark, but so far Mark's got the measure of him in these wet conditions, so very impressive stuff. Let's see where exactly he is in the order, because I need to give you the proper order now as they come through. So Michael Blackburn leads then with the new fastest lap of the race. It's then Sam Beckett in second place. Lee Barron's currently third. Mark Blunt is up to fourth, so this will most definitely be his best result of the year if he can hold on here. There's Mark Robinson in fifth position. Lewis Barron is currently sixth. It's Lewis Woodward in 7th place. He's had a good start as well. Lewis Woodward, he started back in 12th position and has made up so far 5 places from 12th up to 7th. So that's good drive from him as well. There he is, looking the sort of purple, black and white camo liveried car, number 26. There he goes. Just with Ryan Barron behind him and the recovering Chris Grimes as well, who has had quite an adventure this afternoon. He had a much simpler race earlier on where he ended up pinching the win. We thought it was Michael Blackburn's, but he just got him on the line when he looked at the footage again and reset the result by 31 thousandths of a second. But Chris's wild driving has seen him fully on sideways through Coram, and then either through moments later at Ritchie's or in the Montreal hairpin, a problem that's caused him to go off the road and lose more places. So he's probably in contention for the championship, but that certainly won't have helped his cause. And also, I didn't see where Chris Jones got to. Well, Chris Jones, actually, I can tell you actually now, he's in 13th, because remember, he started back from the pit lane. So back in the pit lane was Chris Jones, but he managed to claw his way back up to 13th position. And a couple of other cars we didn't have to take that start. So actually had 5 cars that didn't take the start. We had Daniel Cooper, we saw being pulled off the grid. Ben Thomas didn't start this race either. Neither did Tony Mumford. And we lost both Gareth Pilling and also, sadly, Michael Heath. So those 5 cars sadly not able to get out there in the wet conditions and try and pick up some more points for the championship. There's Mark Blunt in car number 3. Oops, off the road goes Lewis Barron. And now, being on the grass in these conditions is the worst thing you want to do, because, of course, wet grass actually can make the car accelerate in terms of speed it up in terms of the rate it's going, rather than slow it down or maintain the speed. So if you're braking, if you're trying to brake, the slippery nature of it means you just skid and you start to speed up and gain more and more momentum. So it's got to be very careful not to hit the grass too much. Otherwise, if it just drags you off onto the road, you can find yourself going faster on the grass than you would be if you were on the track at the moment. Mark Robinson then keeping Mark Blunt honest then, as James Beckett. Beckett goes through. Sam Beckett goes through in second position. There is Lee Barron in third. It's not the worst conditions these guys have dealt with before, although probably at least one driver might say that in the interviews with Josh later on. I can almost guarantee it. Lewis Barron holding on to sixth position, so running well so far. Quick nod to our XRs quickly, whilst we watch the leading STs. So far, it is still Simon Robinson who leads by 6.9 seconds from Jason Hennifer. Alex Kors is up to third, and Daniel Lee is currently holding on to fourth position. So the XRs having their own little race at the moment towards the rear of the field. And there's our top two. Michael Blackburn looking as though he's on course to take what would now be his second win of the season. A second win of the weekend, forgive me, because we thought it was going to be his second win when he crossed the line, according to the timing screen, 0.08 of a second ahead of Chris Grimes. But of course, when it was looked back, I'm sure at the photo finish camera, it showed apparently that it was Chris Grimes who managed to pip him at the checker flag. But at the moment, it looks as though there's going to be seemingly no troubles for him at this point. Michael Blackburn turns his way into Oggies. Just under 5 minutes to go now in this final race of the weekend for the STXR Challenge. It's great to have them at a circuit that's outside their usual venues of Alton Park and Anglesey. As we mentioned, they'll be heading to Cadwell Park at the end of the month, at the end of next month in August. They've then got a bit of a break, about a month and a half, before they go to, again, arguably their most fancied circuit that they tend to go to quite a lot, which is Alton Park. And of course, we then have the finale at Donington Park at the beginning of November, where they'll be able to settle the championship, not just overall, but also the class champions as well. Of course, between mainly, I'd say A, B, and D, we do have one car out for Class C, and no one's ventured out for Class E just yet, but certainly the Class Ds, the Fiesta STs that are the most popular out there in the STXR Challenge paddock, certainly making the most of the fact that they have plenty of top contenders in them. And Michael Blackburn is certainly one of them. He makes his way now through Coram. It's a long right-hander. It never used to be this long, because remember the days of back in the late 80s and 90s, and before they made the changes in 2010, I think it was 2010, 2011, when it used to be a slightly shallower corner, a long corner that Coram was, but not as long as it is now. They're actually going to throw the checker flag early, it seems, to try and possibly gain back some of the time they lost in the delay. So Danny Lee heads to the pit. It's Michael Blackburn who takes the checkered flag, takes his second win of the weekend in race number 3 for the ETSL STXR Challenge. Sam Beckett rounds off his weekend with a P2. And Lee Barron on the podium after a worthwhile weekend for him. It's been a bit up and down for him, but third will do. Fourth goes to Mark Blunt, and he's going to be overjoyed with that. His best result to date in STXRs. Brilliant stuff from Mark Blunt to come from quite deep in the field. Fifth for Mark Robinson, sixth for Lewis Barrett, seventh for Luke Woodward. He'll be delighted with that too. Seventh, his best result today. Frustration for Chris Grimes, though. He'll feel it could have been more than that and inside the top 5 or even a podium, but sadly the mistakes he made saw him throw that away. It's then Chris Grimes 8th, as we said. It's then 9th place for Ross Craig. He started 16th and finished 9th. Good stuff from him in the opening laps to pick his way through in the wet conditions. It's 10th then for Ryan Barron, 11th for Chris Jones after he started from the pit lane. He would have started 4th, but for whatever reason started from the pit lane. I think he obviously did that to try and avoid any potential incidents in the first couple of corners. Alec Townley finishes 12th. Simon Robinson comes home and wins the XR contingent, so he wins that ahead of Jason Hennifer, who finishes 15th overall, and then Alex Kors, who'll come home 17th overall. And we just saw Danny Lee just before Michael Blackburn crossed the line. He was in the pit lane with what seemed to be an issue late in the day. So thank you to everyone in the STXR Challenge for putting on 3 brilliant races over the weekend. Thanks to them for making the visit to Snetterton. And as we say, they'll be back out in action, back on the live stream, of course, for their next meeting, which will be at Cadwell Park at the end of August 28th and 29th. So if you're around Cadwell Park area and are looking to go, be sure to head down there and check it out. So I'm sure tickets will be available on the Cadwell Park website. And if you want to watch them, of course, you can check out, of course, everything here on the BRSCC YouTube channel and also on the BRSCC Facebook page as well. And again, any information you want on STXR Challenge, either head to their dedicated website or the brssc.co.uk website. Head to the Formula section, click ETSL STXR Challenge, and all the info that you need there is available for you to download and consume. So, quick recap of the result then on the top 10. Michael Blackburn then wins that slightly shortened third STXR Challenge race. It's a win for Michael Blackburn. Sam Beckett picks up second. Lee Bowen is third to round out the podium. Fourth for Mark Blunt, one of his best results ever. Fifth for Mark Robinson. Sixth for Lewis Barron. Seventh for Luke Woodward. Eighth for Chris Grimes. Ninth for Ross Craig. And 10th for Ryan Barron to round out the top 10. Of course, the order of the XRs was Simon Robertson taking his second win of the weekend in that category from Jason Hennifer and Alex Causa. So not quite the Fiesta action done just yet. We've still got one more race for the Fiesta Junior Championship to go, but that's the STXRs done and dusted, and I think they're going to bring them yet just part of the assembly area here before we hopefully have a chat with them in Parc Ferme with Josh Barrett. You can see he's down there on the ground waiting for him to get out as Sam Beckett retrieves his hands device. I think we're good to go, so we'll hand down to Josh now. I'm sure it'll be glad for the drivers to be quite dry in the cars, but and it wasn't as wet as we thought it was going to be for the race. Let's head down to Josh to have a chat with our top 3 from race 3 for the ETSL STXR Challenge.
So we haven't got our race winner at the moment, Michael Blackburn, so we'll get him in a moment. We have got second and third here, Sam Beckett and Lee Bowen. We'll speak to Sam, who came second first. Second place there for you, Sam, after some adventures earlier on today.
Oh yeah, second race, yeah. We made up for that in that one, but horrendous conditions out there. I mean, it's so slippery everywhere, and then just managed to, I don't know, work my way past people on the first lap, and then a couple of people made mistakes, and I just kept it smooth, kept it clean, and you know, ended up with second. So couldn't catch Mike obviously because he's absolutely rapid against. But yeah, once you've got a gap and you're in the wet, it's so hard to try and make yards or like gain anything, because usually you gain on the brakes, but round it you can't gain anything on the brakes, and you're so gentle around everything. But yeah, I mean, mega race, come back from, I think it was 10th to second. Yeah, I'm really happy with that. So.
Obviously, when you did your original green flag laps, the rain was coming down in extreme measures.
Yeah. On the green flag laps, I think it was an absolute pond round Coram. The bomb hole was absolutely flooded. You know, you couldn't steer, like, you couldn't turn in, you couldn't hit the brakes at all. Like, not like you're trying to, but yeah, it's just absolute water everywhere. And you know, like, these tyres aren't the best in the wet, but you know, you have to make do with what you got. And yeah, they came good in the end, but yeah, that's it.
So I guess you're on a dry setup as well.
No, not a dry setup. I knew the rain was coming, but we're limited to what we can do. You know, you put your best tread of tyre on and then soften the suspension off a little bit, and that's all you can do really. So, you know, we don't have full wet tyres, we don't have a proper wet geo setup that we can do quickly. You know, it's just go as is and put these on.
Enjoyed your weekend in Norfolk?
Yeah, it's been all right, to be fair. I mean, could have been better, but yeah, 2 second places and a 10th or 11th or whatever it was. You know, I'm pretty happy with that.
Well done on your second place finish there. Third place was Lee Bowen. Third place there for you, Lee, in tricky conditions?
Yeah, exceptionally tricky. That was, well, treacherous, I think it'd probably be a better way of putting it. Yeah, it wasn't pleasant, to be honest with you. I think I'm just hope everybody's got back all right, to be honest with you. I didn't see any cars on track, but yeah, it was pretty treacherous out there, I have to say.
Was there standing water around?
Yeah, there was, and you hit the standing water, aquaplaned, and I had a full dry setup, so that didn't help things. But yeah, just glad it's over, to be honest with you. I didn't quite enjoy that one.
What about the 2 dry races over the weekend? Did you enjoy coming here for them?
Oh yeah. I mean, Snetterton's great, isn't it? Cracking track. No, it's fantastic, especially the 300 over the 200. No, great, absolutely great. Yeah.
Did you race here before this weekend?
Yes, yeah. We were racing here a month ago in the KAs.
Oh, right.
So we do the Enduro KAs. So we did that on the 200 circuit. Yeah. Been here a few times now. So. Great.
Congratulations on third place. Michael Blackburn has made his way down to Parc Ferme now, I think via the pit lane. So we'll grab a word with our race winner. 2 wins out of 3 for Mike after an incident, or not an incident, there we go, finish in the previous race where he just lost the win. 2 wins out of 3, and that third win, unfortunately, when we spoke to you earlier, that's not come off, but you redeemed yourself with a huge win that time.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, difficult conditions, but got a rhythm going at a reasonable pace, and I literally just, I've obviously got my lap timer and just stuck to the same lap time, where you know, could see on my speed, showing me where I was quicker and slower, and just stuck to the same. Literally just kept copying it each lap. And I think my lap times in about 1/4 of a second to each other. Kept me on the circuit,
and obviously you had to sit on the grid for a long time, waiting and waiting. How does that make you feel when you're sitting there?
Shut my eyes and dozed off for 5 minutes. You have to get in a relaxed state before a race. I just shut my eyes and disappeared into my own world for 5 minutes.
So a good weekend here, and now looking forward to the rest of the season.
2 wins and a second, and when I did get a second, it wasn't by much. Yeah, I've got to be pleased with that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the season.
Congratulations on a great weekend. So that was our race winner, Michael Blackburn. We spoke to Sam Beckett and Lee Bowron, who comes second and third. So rain continues to fall, nowhere near as heavy as earlier, and we've got a few more races. So back to Scott Woodward in the box.
Thank you, Josh. Good to hear from our top three from that rather wet and wild ETSL STXR Challenge race. And I think, wouldn't you know it, I think the rain's just about subsided now. It's getting a bit brighter out there, which means it should be nicer conditions for our second race of the day for the Track Attack Race Club, who, of course, are have their grid set by the finishing positions from race 1. It was red flagged towards the end after a rollover for the Jim Dimmon's Peugeot 206. But here's the grid as they ended up being classified for race 1. So it's Simon Tomlinson in the Volkswagen Golf who starts on pole position. Alongside him is Nick Gwinnett in the Renault Clio. Then it's David Clark in that brilliant little Renault 5 GT Turbo. And then David Sheed in the BMW Compact. Jamie Anderson's Honda Civic comes next on row 3 alongside Tony Hunter's Renault Clio. And it's the VW Scirocco of Ken Lark alongside Chris Adams in his Volkswagen Golf. Row 5, as we move on to the second part of the grid on our screen, it's Tony Markham's Honda Civic alongside Charlie Heatley's Mini Cooper. David Maiko's Renault Clio alongside the Volkswagen Golf Mark 1 of Donald DeVar. Michael Bland's Peugeot 306 next to Gerard Merriman in his Clio Cup car. And it's Brian Roberts' Golf, Peter Dunmore's Honda Civic, starting in 16th place on the grid. Moving through to row 9, we have Philip O'Halloran, who'll start towards the back in his Audi TT. Then there's a row's gap. Then we get to our Peugeot 206 GTI Production Cup cars. It's Carl Powell, who is declared winner in the first race, who will start from pole position alongside Kevin Housen on the front row of their grid. There's Will Powell and Paul Rice behind them on their second row. And we move backwards to Matt Anderson, Stuart Cheeseman, Samuel Watling, Harry Greenhill, Edward Simmons and Andrew Mitchell, John Allen and Craig Walker. And then we come back towards the last couple of cars on the grid. It should be the last one, should be Nick Lee Ball. If he's there, Jim Dimon, if he is, I'll be severely impressed, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's not, given the rollover that he had. It was a gentle one, but I think I have to put him out if it's smashed under the glass. I think I saw him on the track at the time. And then Kevin Matkin and Chris Farr round out the what should be the last two cars in the Production GTI Cup, the 206 GTI Production Cup grid. So away they go then on the formation lap. They will get 2 green flag laps, of course, because conditions have changed since they were out there last time earlier on this afternoon. Just a reminder for those who are watching earlier on, for all those who weren't watching earlier on, to get a bit of a breakdown of what Track Attack Race Club is. It's pretty much a collective of different series and clubs that are kind of all put together into one grid together. So you have a mixture of French, German and Japanese cars on the grid together. You have, and the Japanese contingent is put into the Nippon Challenge class, or Nippon Challenge category. You then have the Tricolor Trophy category for cars such as Peugeot 306s and an abundance of Renault Clios on the grid. And also you've got David Clark's brilliant little Renault 5 GT Turbo. It's got plenty of straight line speed, as we've seen earlier on. We then also have the Deutsche Marks Cup, which also incorporates the classic VW Cup drivers, and that's for German cars, mainly the VWs on the grid, and there's a couple of other cars I think should have been racing here today, but I've not been able to make it out on track this afternoon. And then you also have the 206 GTI Production Cup, which is a separate little series that's been latched onto and part of the Track Attack Race Club paddock for the last couple of seasons. It's been growing very steadily, and this weekend sees its biggest entry of 16 cars, although I suspect after the rollover for Jim Dimmond, might well be 15 for this afternoon's second race. But again, what I've understood and what reports have been, it was quite a slow rollover, so it wasn't too harsh, and hopefully that regardless of the severity of it, I hope the Jim's okay and that the car is repairable enough for it to get back out the next rounds in a few weeks' time. So out they come. I did spot one car that was also on the grid as well that wasn't out there on the first race, but is out there on the second. I think it went out in a lunch break, and that's Mark Diath's Subaru Impreza. It's kind of like a WRC-looking Subaru Impreza, and I'm pretty certain that if his car doesn't have an advantage in these wet conditions, I'm not sure which will. The front-wheel drive cars that are out there, which there are plenty, will have quite an advantage. The rear-wheel drive BMW Compact of David Sheed will be in the mix. There's the Subaru. You see the blue car heading through the shop. He's at the back of the non-206 runners towards the front. That's the combined first part of the grid, which incorporates the Nippon Challenge Tricolor Trophy and the Deutsche Marks Cup cars. And then the 206 cars are sit a couple of rows back with I think a 10-second delay to their start. So it's a 20-second start delay. 20-second delay to their start, if I get my words out this afternoon. It's been a long weekend. As they come back around to their formation lap. And again, as I mentioned, they're going to get a second green flag lap, so plenty of time for them to assess the conditions, because of course earlier on this afternoon they had a bone dry circuit, and it was still warm conditions, but not as wet a circuit as they've got right now to have to contend with. So ample opportunity for them to get to grips with how much the track has changed. Yeah, as the first few cars go past the pit lane past me, they are carrying on for a second lap to confirm that. So that's a pretty straightforward thing, a straightforward fact to confirm. So the pack makes its way around at its own pace to try and get to grips with what conditions are like. I have to say, it genuinely is looking as though on the camera, so it's brightening up, and it is going to be getting a bit brighter out here. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a rainbow at some point, because given the fact we've had the rain, but also the warmth and a little bit of brightness around the circuit now, it's starting to get a bit better. And certainly the warm conditions have helped with the drying of the circuit pretty quickly. So it will probably get to the point where it'll feel pretty wet out there, but it'll start to get more kind of what we call intermediate conditions, where it's not fully wet, but it's not fully dry. There's still a little bit of spray around there for the drivers to have to contend with. And I'm sure drivers will still be reaching for that karting line, wet line, which they're using, regularly used in conditions like this. So watch out for them to take some alternative lines through corners, which might look odd, but the reason whoever they do it is to try and get the most amount of grip they can on the circuit given the conditions. So everyone just taking a different line out there to try and search for a bit of grip and just see what the track's like on certain parts. See Charlie Heatley's number 44 Mini Cooper there, which has got this, it's the same one, it's got this beautiful whining supercharger in it, which as it goes past, it's absolutely brilliant. So watch out for him if you can hear it on the track, on the cameras, the microphones on the cameras. If it picks it up, it's quite a fantastic sound to listen to. So be sure to keep an eye out for that. And he's becoming a regular in the Track It Out race. There are several drivers, particularly of which, if I look down some of the names that are familiar to those who have raced before. Nick Gwinnett, who is in second place in his Renault Clio, is also one that's been out for quite a while with the club. As is David Clark, he pops up every now and again in his Renault 5 GT Turbo. Tony Hunter, who is kind of one of the main members within the Track It Out race club in car number 1 with the bright white Renault Clio. It's one of the certainly the cars that you definitely can't miss out on circuit. Also in there too, I recognise Tony Markham's quite regular here as well. So is David Maiko, Gerald Merriman, and so is also Peter Dunmore and Philip O'Halloran as well, as they move up through the order to try and pick up the best results they can. And looking at some of the 206 GTI Production Cup cars, you've got the likes of Carl Powell and Kevin Houghton, Paul Rice, who, if I'm correct, is one of the main men behind that as well. So he's been working hard behind the scenes to build that up in the last couple of seasons. And as I said, biggest grid they've had so far this yet to date in the 206 GTI Production Cup. 16 cars here this weekend. We've got 15 starting, of course, I imagine, because no Jim Dimmond after his slow rollover at Murray's. And the series does throw up some unique cars in there. You saw, of course, Donald DeVar's Mark 1 Golf. There's another Mark 1, which is a Mark 1 Berg, which is driven by, I think, Tim... or Berg, which is driven by Tim Berg, I think, or... I haven't got that name right, but it's a one that certainly sounds quite phenomenal when you hear it on circuit. It was out at Mallory Park at their first round of the BRSCC back in May. So they've also been on a BRSCC race weekend last month in June at Alton Park. So their next one, I believe, will be somewhere around about, I think, August I think it's August at Brands Hatch, I think. We'll then go possibly to Cadwell Park. I need to check the schedule to double check that. Onto the grid they come then. So it's Volkswagen Golf and Clio on the front row of the grid for Renault 5 and rear-wheel drive BMW Compact, and Honda Civic and another Renault Clio. And it'll be BMW Corrado and Volkswagen Golf Mark 4 on the fourth row of the grid, and it'll be another Honda Civic and the Charlie Heatley Mini Cooper. So plenty of different hot hatchbacks all set to get underway here. The last few cars in that top half, they're going to start to form up just behind, and then it will be the collective of 206 GTI Production Cup cars that will be getting set to get underway this afternoon. Simon Tomlinson in that ex-VW Cup car. He's an ex-VW Cup driver, so certainly finding a place to race that car, and he's now jumped in, of course, with the classic VW Cup. This, of course, now part of the part now of the Deutsche Marks Cup with Track Attack. There go the 206 GTI cars. I think the rain starts to fall a little bit more again now. I can see outside, but it's still steadily falling, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. But it's still getting brighter out there, which might help give a bit of a saving grace when it comes to potential improving conditions. So we are getting set now for our second Track Attack Race Club race of the day. Rain continues to fall here at Snetterton, but it's not going to dampen anyone's spirits this afternoon. As now Simon Thomas and Nick Gwinnett prepare to launch themselves off the line and down towards Richie's corner for the first time. Lights out and we're going. It's a great start from the Renault Clio of Nick Gwinnett, trying to squeeze in the middle of both Tony Mark and Charlie Heatley. There was David Maiko in his Renault Clio. Meanwhile, just behind them, it is going to be a start in a moment for the 206 GTI Production Cup as they get underway. They make the charge down towards Richie's corner for the first time. Meanwhile, the front half of the field turns its way into turn one for the first time. Lots of spray around as they turn their way through to try and get as much visibility as possible and try and pick their way through and find the right line. And the lead is actually now going to be, whoops, it's going to be, well, it was, well, it is David Shee that leads the way, and David Clark and Nick Gwinnett are having so focused on each other having a braking duel, they forgot where the corner was, and they almost skated straight off the road. They just about got it anchored up, but they have lost several positions now to roughly about 6th and 7th each, and they're still going side by side, as now that's David Maiko going around the outside to try and hold on to the position. So now it's David Sheed in the BMW Compact that leads then, and Ken Lark from what was 7th on the grid up to 2nd in that start. Brilliant stuff from the VW Corrado to get himself up into the penultimate spot on the runner-up spot already in these early stages. David Clark and Jamie Anderson are going side by side for position. That's the little Renault 5 GT Turbo going round the outside of the Honda Civic. And so for 6th and 7th place they turn in. Simon Thompson runs a little wide on the exit of Williams of Hamilton's there towards Oggies. So around the outside, I'm sure the fast starting David Maiko might try and move around the outside. He's going for it because he knows there's more grip on the outside line in these conditions. Jamie Anderson says, I want to play two. Up the inside he goes with the Renault. And Maiko seems as though lets him have it. But again, the outside line will be favoured for David as he goes round the right-hander. And he'll stay side by side. There is Charlie Heatley in the supercharged Mini Cooper. Now down the Bentley straight they go for the first time with the spray trailing behind them. Ken Lark is actually starting to get very close to David Sheed. In fact, actually trying to go for the lead here into the complex at Brundle Nelson. Here they come. Oh, he had a look up the inside there, but David Sheed quickly shut the door and made sure he wasn't going to make any progress. Meanwhile, Tony Hunter also, he's always a formidable driver in Track Attack Race Club. Never count him out at all in any race. He swept around the outside of Jamie Anderson. And there goes David Maiko in 6th position. Now, Nick Gwinnett's dropped quite further back because it is a red clear up there, but there's Nick Gwinnett, just the bottom of the shot. He's about roughly 7th or 8th now, so he's dropped from where he was on the front row of the grid. But now, rear-wheel drive BMW ahead of front-wheel drive VW Corrado. The Simon Tomlinson and VW Golf is also in there as well. They now turn their way in through Murray's for the first time. It's BMW, Volkswagen. Then the two Renault Clios followed by Jamie Anderson's Honda Civic. The Renault 5 GT Turbo remains in around about 7th place ahead of Jamie Anderson. As the rain starts to come down once again here at Snetterton, and the spray starts to get kicked up down the pit straight from the cars as they charge down towards Richie's corner again for the start of lap 2. So just to confirm the order on the timing screen as they come back past. So yeah, Sheed from Lark, from Tomlinson, from Hunter, Anderson, Maiko, then Clark, Heatley, the Nick Gwinnett in 9th position, and then there we just saw Chris Adams in P10. Now there's the car to watch out from, sure. Mark Diath in 11th place. He's in the Subaru Impreza, which has 4-wheel drive, so you'd imagine 4-wheel drive has a big advantage here, but so far hasn't made up. He's from the back of where he was on that grid, which I think was, if I get it right, that was 17th, 18th on the grid. He's up now already 7 spots into 11th, so see how much more progress he can make. As a big sideways moment for David Sheed. That's what rear-wheel drive does in these wet conditions, and it really has given the chance for Ken Lark to breeze past him down the straight towards Agostini. Also now in the mix there appears to be both Simon Tomlinson and Jamie Anderson, who's kept ahead of Tony Hunter, who himself is under attack from David Maiko. So side by side for the lead here, Sheed on the outside. Lark has held the inside line through Agostini, and that gives them the right line to go inside and towards Williams. There was a really big wiggle there for Sheed as he got the throttle on under acceleration, exiting the left-hander at Agostini. Now into the right-hander at Oggies. Oh, off the road's gone Ken Lark. Ken Lark's gone off the road at Oggies. Oh, we cut away just as it happened. So I just saw Ken Lark was off the road there. So that, unfortunately, was possibly a premature end to the race for Ken Lark. So I saw him going straight on. It looks like he went straight into the barriers. So hopefully he's okay. But I think we've lost Ken Lark, sadly, which is from him in the lead. If we can get a shot of his car if he's got going again, that would be quite handy. But there's the 206 GTI Production Cup as they head their way out through the left-hander at Williams and into Oggies for the first time. And is Ken Lark's car still there? As he kept on going, he might have just run quite wide. But even so, there's a couple more of the 206 GTI Production Cup cars as they head through the right-hander at Williams and onto the Bentley Straight. There's car 74 in the 206 GTIs. And that is, just for reference, that is, if I find them on my program notes here for a second again, it's car 74 is Samuel Watley. So there's the 141 of Kevin Houghton, who was one of the front runners earlier on. There's Paul Rice in car number 42. It's been quite a stalwart of these cars ever since they came into fruition a couple of seasons ago. I mean, good battle there with the 25 car. That's Matt Anderson. Then the 116, which is Harry Greenhill. Same team that runs Ben Greenhill in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. Top two, meanwhile, in the lead. That's Simon Tomlinson now, who's taken to the front. Ahead of Jamie Anderson. David Sheed down to third place, ahead of David Maiko in fourth. Charlie Heatley in fifth. And it's Clark, Hunter. But Ken Lark did carry on, so he must have just ran wide. And he's down to 8th position after he was challenging for the lead. But I'm sure, given the pace that he's got in these conditions, he might not stay there too much. I've just noticed as well that I'm going to refresh my timing, because the timing said there was 30 seconds left to go. So just check if that's not a typo. That's actually, no, there's only 25 seconds to go. So it's quite a short race, in fact, actually, maybe only 5 minutes or so, which is quite interesting. So they must have shortened it quite substantially in order to get this race in, so they could fit the last two in on the programme. So it's only quite a short 3-lap sprint for these cars, or a 4-lap sprint, because they're on lap 4 of this very shortened race. Must have only been about roughly, what was that, about 10 minutes or so. So, and the lap times are roughly about 2 minutes 48 or so. So maybe it was a shortened 10-minute race by the looks of things. There's Mark Diath in car number 48. He's currently 12th at the moment. He's leading, well, the only Nippon Challenge 300 car in the field, 12th overall at the moment. In terms of the class leaders, the Deutsche Marks Cup is led by Simon Tomlinson, who leads overall. Jamie Anderson leads the Nippon Challenge. He's second overall. And then we have the Tricolor Trophy. He's led by David Maiko. That's his Class E car that leads in Tricolor Trophy, 4th overall. And the Maturo 6s are led by the 55, which is Will Powell, and he leads that class as well. There's Tony Hunter, who's having a battle with the two Volkswagen VWs behind him, that being Ken Lark's recovering Scirocco, and then the Mark IV Golf of Chris Adams, and there also is David Clark. So he must have got involved in some skirmishes too to drop down as low as he has. He crossed the line in 6th position, so he's made a mistake somewhere. And just again, look at the straight line speed this little Renault 5 has. It's not a Renault 5 turbo like the Group B rally cars. It's a GT turbo, so it's more akin to the proper standard road going version. It's got plenty of speed in a straight line. Round the outside of the position goes Ken Lark, and also looks like Chris Adams up the inside of the Renault. Yes, there he goes. That's 2 positions lost on the last lap. But Tony Hunter tries to fight back on the outside line. Adams tries to squeeze him across and take the racing line into the bomb hole, which he does, and just about holds on there. Meanwhile, I think we're going to get ready for the checker flag, because the clock has gone to 0. So the leader of things, it seems, is going to be Simon Tomlinson. Checker flag is being raided on the pit straight, so we'll have to wait and grab a shot of our leader to come across the line. And here he comes down the pit straight, and the victory does indeed go to Simon Tomlinson, who wins that second race here at the track attack race club at Snetterton. We're still watching the battle that's going on for 6th, 7th, and 8th. Cross the line, in fact, goes actually, no, that was changed on the last lap, forgive me. So Jamie Anderson, there was so much going on in that last race, we didn't quite catch it. So Jamie Anderson actually wins that race, forgive me, at 2 minutes 43.662, was also the fastest lap of the race. Tomlinson in second place. He wins that by 6.6 seconds. David Maiko charged up to third in the end and managed to pick up the final podium place and win the Tricolor Trophy category. It's fourth for David Sheed, fifth for Charlie Heatley, sixth for Ken Lark after his brief excursion wide at Oggie's under braking a couple of laps ago. Chris Adams is seventh, Tony Hunter eighth, then it's David Clark ninth, and then it's rounding up the top 10 Philip O'Halloran, who drove pretty well in his Audi TT from the back of the grid of the first half of the field, ahead of Nick Gwinnett, who didn't have the luckiest of races in that shortened race, and then it was Daniel Devar who rounds up in 12th position. The 2 of 6 has come across the line. It's the Powells first and second, so it's going to be Will Powell ahead of Carl Powell. So a Powell 1-2 for them. It's Kevin Houghton who also picks up a podium again in third position. The rest of the field comes through to take the checkered flag. And a big thank you to the Track Attack Race Club for joining us on this race day. And looking forward to seeing them again. I think their next outing is in fact at, if not Brands Hatch, I think it will be at Cabell Park. Yes, at Cabell Park at the end of August. So got a while to go until we see them again on a BRSCC meeting. But when we do, it's going to be back again on live stream. And I'm sure it's going to be quite an occasion for all of those in attendance. So thank you to them for their 2 excellent races. And now we have, of course, 2 more to go for this afternoon's action. One more kind of shorter race, that being the final race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, and then our kind of weekend-ending sort of main event, if you like, in many cases, which is the 45-minute multi-class Clubsport trophy race, which is a mandatory pit stop, up to 2 drivers, or solo efforts if you want, and a 5-class structure, which makes it quite a fantastic, popular series with just over 40 cars enter this weekend of all sorts of shapes and sizes that fit within the power to weight ratio bracket as well. So if you want more information on the Track Attack Race Club, you can either head to their website or you can head to the brscc.co.uk website, and you can head to the Formula section, click on Track Attack Race Club, and you can go ahead and find out more about it. So let's head down to the Parc Fermé area where Josh has got our race winner, Jamie Anderson, on that second Track Attack Race Club race.
We're down here with the race winner then of the Track Attack Race Club, and it was Jamie Anderson. Jamie, a slippery old circuit, but you made the most of it and came through.
Yeah, definitely. You know, we separate the drivers, and that made the difference. It's all right. We struggled in race 1. You know, we're massively down on power, you know, against some of these machines here. We showed a driver ability in race 1 off the start line, but then it obviously proved it in race 2, you know, and it sort of separated the men from the boys, if you like to say that.
And when you got to the front, you really drove away?
Yeah, definitely. You know, I was getting held back heavily by them, and I suppose that's experience in some ways, but no, it was good. I was struggling with a bit of vision, but other than that, no, it was good. A good finish to the weekend, and that's probably good in this weather.
Is your car pretty standard Type R?
Yeah, definitely. It's a Cup car, so everything on it is totally standard. You know, engine runs about 218 brake, 216 brake, so nothing special. I suppose it just separates from a driver and the setup, you know, and that's a big thing, really.
Well, congratulations on the win. So that was our race winner, going to get his winner's trophy. In second place was Simon Tomlinson in the Gulf, who's behind us. Well done, Simon. Second place again. The car not the quickest off the line.
No, it's terrible off the line. Thank you, Steve. Yeah, I knew it were going to be hard work. I even started in second. It just spools up and that's it. So, but I got back to first for a short while, but I couldn't see. He had no lights on the front, and I was steamed up, so I didn't really want any damage. I'd come away with damage from Alton, so I thought, do you know what? It's I'm quite happy to. If he's faster, and that's it. But yeah, really good weekend. Again, track attract. Made us super welcome, and really enjoyed it.
What were the conditions like from your point of view?
I've been in worse, but I've never raced on road tyres before, so it were quite a learning curve to what I could and couldn't get away with. I probably would have made one more change to the car, and that would have been to take the rear roll bar off, where I did the front bar, soften the car, but left the rear one on just to see if it probably wanted to come off, just to help it a little bit, and probably some more softening of suspension. But it's the first real wet race we've done with them, so good testing, really.
Well done on second place.
Thank you.
And I think it's David over here, David Moko, who finished in third place. David, third place for you, well done.
Cheers, thanks. That was an interesting race, yeah. It was first time on the rain sports, and so yeah, I'm not used to being this far up before. Usually Class E, I'm quite far down, but yeah, no, I was happy with that.
Obviously, you must start a bit further back on the grid. So you had quite a lot of overtaking to do.
Yeah, a good start in the inside of 2 people, and then just picked them off around the outside throughout the race. Yeah, it was interesting, very slippy. But
is again your car quite standard?
Yeah, it's standard 182 pretty much. Still got electric windows in it. So yeah, but the rain sports make a big difference, you know, on the wet track. So yeah.
In these conditions, the tyre choice is very important then.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, because you know, deciding whether to go out on the semi-slicks, but with it still raining, I thought, I'll try the rain sports, and it was the right choice to make. So.
Was there any standing water still out there?
Yeah, it was quite a bit. Yeah, it was a bit in places, but the spray was unreal. We couldn't see anything. Yeah.
Well done on your third place finish.
Yeah, thank you.
So that's our top 3 from the Track Attack Race Club. Already cars are on the track for our next race.
Thank you, Josh. And once again, thank you to the Track Attack Race Club for their brilliant 2 races today. And of course, more information can be found, as I mentioned, on the BRSCC.co.uk website. Right, time for our final Fiesta Junior action of the weekend. They've had quite a busy one this weekend with 4 races, this being the 4th of them. And it looks as though, thankfully, all 15 are back out again, because I know that particularly Joseph Knight's had some problems, but there is car number 88 on the grid and ready to go. Of course, all the grid being set by the second fastest qualifying times from this morning's qualifying session for today's 2 races. So, for one final time, let's take you through the grid then for our 4th and final Fiesta Junior race. So, on pole, thanks to his second fastest time in qualifying, is Deegan Fairclough. I think it's the 4th time he started on pole today. Pole position for all 4 races, which is pretty impressive stuff for Deegan. James Wallace will start alongside him on the front row of the grid. Jensen Brickley once again is back in 3rd. And it's Alex Lee in 4th. Sid Smith in 5th. Jake Maynard starts in 6th this time on the 3rd row. And it's Jake Triggs and Albert Webster on row number 4. Rounding out the top 10 is James Pope, who starts one of his personal best positions in 9th. It's Harry Garman alongside him to round out the top 10. Daniel Lewis and Archie Handy come next on row 6. From George Davis and Joseph Knight will hope for some better fortunes in this race from 14th on the grid in row 7. And at the last but by no means least, Alex Sprange, who starts back in 15th on the grid. So once again, as they did with the last couple of races, they will have 2 green flag laps to get used to the conditions. As I mentioned earlier on, it's not the first time the juniors have had wet weather for their race. They did have so. It had wet weather at Croft after it was quite a deluge for them before the start of the race. Then it just chucked up so much spray. It gave us quite an incredible spectacle. In fact, one of the best pieces of car control I've ever seen in a junior race car, which is when Jensen Brickley went down towards the complex, sunny in and sunny out, went through Barcroft, the back end of the car started to drift around. He did a complete 360, gathered it back up again, didn't hit anyone or anything, lost a couple of positions on track, and kept going. And that was some incredible car control for a junior driver aged, 15 years old? It's incredible stuff from there. And these guys are really taken to these wet tyres. They have dedicated Goodyear wet tyres in order to handle the conditions. And that's done, of course, primarily for the reasons of safety, because to go out on something with an all-weather tyre, it's a bit too much of a risk. So to make sure they have maximum grip in these adverse conditions, they do have a dedicated junior wet tyre that they go out and race on. And it certainly does benefit them in terms of levels of grip, and at least safety, at least for those guys when they head out there to try and get as much as much quick lap time as possible. So out for their second formation lap they go. Be careful, 1 or 2 drivers weaving from side to side, particularly with the stiffly sprung nature of these 4 Fiestas. Although for the wet conditions, I'm pretty confident all of them will be on a wet setup. The cars will be slightly more softly sprung in order to try and deal with some of the, give them a bit more grip on the front and rear end of the car, stop them sliding around or stop them from losing grip. You do soften everything up a little bit more to give you a bit more sort of grip and a bit more sort of contact with the road in the slightly more adverse conditions. So in terms of results so far, we've had 2 wins for Deegan Fairclough, the championship leader. 1 win for Jensen Brickley. Now Jensen's going to have to work hard from 3rd on the grid, but he was in a similar position in yesterday's second race of the day. He managed to pick his way through, but that was only after there was a great battle at the front of the field, like we possibly could be poised to have right now, between James Wallace again and Deegan Fairclough. And Deegan was in contention for the victory yet again in that second race, but then mechanically she dropped him out about midway through. So sadly, it was with James Wallace also kind of falling back a little bit behind Jensen Brickley, it meant that Jensen could cruise away to his 3rd win of the season after he took a double at Alton Park last time out a few weeks ago. There is George Davis. Davis family, of course, quite well invested in the Fiestas. They've got got George here in the juniors, and of course his older sister Bryony, now racing in the senior championship in exactly the same car that she drove in the juniors. And that's actually quite a good advert, the most recent example of being a great advert for the fact that these Fiesta Junior cars can be used to move up into the senior level BRSCC Fiesta Championship. And simply all you need to do is for the same car, just simply change the tyres from the dedicated junior dry weather tyre to a dry weather slick for the Goodyears, and then the engine restrict that's on there to restrict the power for safety and for regulation reasons. Take that off, so it makes the full power it needs to underneath the senior championship regulations, and the car genuinely is ready to go for senior level racing. So that's exactly what Bryony Davis has done, and the example I'm sure a few of these drivers might well take up as well when they make the step up out of the Fiesta Juniors and hopefully into the senior ranks within the ST150 class. So the cars then make their way down the back straight, weaving from side to side, trying to get some heat into the tyres, into the brakes as much as possible, which might be a little bit a more difficult task given the fact that the circuit is quite saturated. But then again, the weather conditions are still relatively humid and higher temperature than you'd expect in these wet conditions. 17 degrees at the moment, so it's not exactly cold, but it's not hot either. But it's probably still humid out there and quite helping some of the track conditions here in terms of drying up the circuit a bit more. There's Joseph Knight. He's had a really tough weekend this weekend. He's had issues in qualifying, then in race one, didn't take part in the second race yesterday. He did go out earlier on today for the first race, for the third race of the weekend, first of today, and had to retire towards the end. And that sadly meant he's had to start from the back of the grid with issues. In fact, I think he came in, had some problems, fixed them, and went back out again to try and salvage some points. Because in that situation, all you can do is go back out there and try and get the car home and pick up a few more points, because depending on where you are in the championship, it can make the difference between finishing above or behind somebody, particularly if you're in the fight for the championship or the top places. So that's pretty crucial. So we've already seen what these juniors can do in adverse weather conditions at Croft, as we mentioned earlier on. Let's see how they handle Snetterton. It's an equally fast circuit, long straights, long corners, and certainly some very tricky braking zones that the drivers have to cope with here, but they've certainly got their fill of track time this weekend. 4 races, including 2 qualifying sessions and a practice session. If they don't know Snetterton like the back of their hand, I'm not sure what will do. What will do it, but either way, cars are just forming up. That way, 1 or 2 cars a bit possibly out of position. I think probably James Pope might be a bit too far across to the left, so let's wait and see. Anyway, the green flag is flown at the back of the grid, so we're all set then for the final time this weekend in the wet weather conditions. The BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Fairclough and Wallace go on the front row of the grid. Lights out, and we're underway. It's a better start from the front row from Wallace this time. A cracking start I also noticed from the third or fourth row of the grid. From Albert Webster from the outside, they come down towards Ritchie's for the first time. So on the inside, Deegan Fairclough from pole. Outside on the front row, you can see him on the outside line is James Wallace. Alex Lee's also in there as well alongside Jensen Brickley. They all turned in for the first time. There's Joseph Knight as they come back through the right-hander. Look at the wall of spray they have. You can hardly see anything exiting Ritchie's corner. A little wide there for Archie Handy on the inside line. Meanwhile, up the inside for second goes Jensen Brickley on James Wallace, running wide onto the more karting line, which they're probably used to. It's both Sid Smith and also Albert Webster. And Sid Smith runs wide onto the wet grass and the wet curbs on the outside, loses out to James Pope, but also Jake Maynard, and I think almost Harry Garman, who's quite used to slower levels of grip, being a former junior rallycross racer. So he's certainly trying to make a few more places. But Deegan Fairclough leads then. Jensen Brickley second, James Wallace third, Alex Lee in fourth position. No, it's Albert Webster around the outside of James Wallace, and trying to go up the inside to shoot the gap between Alex Lee and James Wallace, and that didn't really work for Albert Webster. James Wallace, who was going to be a front-running contender, I think, in this race, has had his race severely compromised. So Albert Webster continues on, but what about James Wallace? He has carried on. I'm not sure he'll appreciate that, though, but he's going to carry on regardless of the contact. So I think Albert Webster, he tried to look up the inside to get a pass on Alex Lee, or at least thought he could maybe shoot the gap between Alex Lee on the outside line and then break later to go up the inside on James Wallace, but it just couldn't get it stopped in time, and then ended up sort of making contact with both of them. Just ahead, it looks like we've got Jake Maynard battling with James Pope and a couple of others there, as there's George Davis trying to make up some ground. Down the back straight they go for the first time. Alex Lee, who was, of course, in amongst that as well, has dropped to 5th position, and that is James Pope. I've been told he's quite handy in the wet weather conditions, and and they weren't kidding. Look at that. He's up to 4th place. What a drive so far on this opening lap from James Pope. All that tuition of Molly Turner's been helping. Oh, but I spoke too soon. He's gone right on the exit. Oh, goodness me, the commentator's curse. He runs wide on the exit. He still stayed in 4th position, so he's still there just behind Jake Maynard in 3rd position now. Sid Smith is also running well in the wet weather. He's just behind James Lee, so that's 5th and 6th for them. Here goes Deegan Fairclough then in car number 87, the junior driver supported by Sicily Motorsport and running with Jam Sport in that machine. He There's Sid Smith having a look up the inside of Alex Lee, squeezes up past him into the Murray's corner, completely outbreaks himself, back up the inside with Alex Lee, and through he goes. So that was an energetic first lap, wasn't it? Plenty going on in this first talk. We've still got quite a bit to go as they come down the pit straight. So Fairclough leads, Brickley second, Maynard's up to third, fourth is now Alex Lee, fifth is now Sid Smith, sixth is Harry Garman, seventh now is going to be, that is seventh to cross the line. I think, are we missing, I hate to say it, we're missing James Pope, which is, if we are, that's a real shame. So we've got, seventh for Daniel Lewis, eighth for George Davis, ninth for Joseph Knight from the back of the grid, 10th for James Wallace after the contact he had earlier on, 11th for Alex Sprange, 12th is Archie Handy, in the pit lane is Albert Webster, and sadly he's had some problems after his contact he had earlier on, had at the Agostini hairpin, and I think we're missing one more car in that order as well. I'm trying to look at the order we've got here, and I think maybe we are. Shame if it is. I think this race has also been shortened to 10 minutes rather than 15, because we've got 4 minutes to go in this one, so maybe that's why they're getting a bit more rushed in terms of trying to take positions, because that was certainly quite a frenetic start to things. And Sid Smith almost gets shown the edge of the road there by Alex Lee as they come out of it. There's Albert Webster's in the pit lane after his contact there with up at the Agostini hairpin when he collected both Alex Lee and then James Wallace. So James is, of course, back in 10th position, a little bit further back than where he should have been. Jensen Brickley, meanwhile, after that start, was actually the first. And there's James Pope. We'll talk about advanced aerodynamics. That certainly will be helping. Might not be helping him too much in terms of the airflow, but at least he's got an extra rear wing. I'm not sure that's quite allowed in the regulations, but James Pope though carries on with the rear tailgates up in the air, so that will certainly be helping in terms of rear end grip, but I think nothing much more. That's a shame, because he was running so high up as 4th position, and then all of a sudden the fortune didn't really go against it well. He ran wide here at the exit of Brunswick Nelson, and then whatever happened after that, I'm guessing possibly on the exit of Coram or through into Murray somewhere, but he's dropped him down to 13th position, so that's a shame. But trying to make up positions. There's Dan Lewis, who goes a little wide and just picks up a little bit of standing water on the curb on the exit of the right-hander at Nelson. And so I think they're going to get, apart from the end of this lap, possibly, I think, maybe one more, because it's a shortened race being 15 minutes, so they're going to get 4 laps here in this race. I think it's done just so they can make sure they can get the Clubsport Trophy race underway with enough time to be able to meet the curfew. So that's the only reason why. Otherwise, it probably would have been cut short and wouldn't have been 45 minutes. So James Pope carries on then, still with the boot lid sticking up fully on the back of that car. I think what's happened is maybe he's had a tag from somebody behind, and it's probably dislodged the pins at the back of the boot lid, which keeps it held down during the race. And because of that, it's dislodged one of them, and the pressure might have possibly gone ahead and forced it up again. So I know it's been quite an exciting race so far, but last lap boarded out already because it is a shortened race of just 10 minutes. Sid Smith loses the position he just gained on Alex Lee, so that's been back down to 4th. But still, the top 2 in the championship so far, battling away between Deegan Fairclough and Jensen Brickley. 3rd is now Jake Maynard. 4th is going to be Alex Lee at the moment from Sid Smith. Jake Maynard, meanwhile, I should mention, hasn't had a podium so far yet in the Fiesta Junior Championship. He came into the weekend 3rd in the points, having only scored a best result of 4th or 5th. So a podium for him will certainly be quite a just reward for his hard work over the last couple of opening weekends at Croft and then at Alton Park. But weather certainly favouring the main championship contenders as Deacon Fairclough turns his way out of Agostini for what will be the final time. With just over half a lap to go, he looks as though he's on course to pick up the 3rd win of 4 this weekend at Snetterton. It really has been his circuit, hasn't it? And particularly, come rain or come shine, he seems to be quite the man to beat so far. He heads now into Oggies for one last time. And quick check on the rest of the top 10 outside that top 5. 6th is Harry Garman. That'll be one of his best results of the year. Daniel Lewis is up to 7th. George Davis 8th. Joseph Knight will be happy with 9th and starting at the back in 14th, up 5 places where he originally started. And it's James Wallace after the contact. I'm sure he would have been hoping for a lot more than that, being contention for the victory or at least a podium, but 10th place is all he can manage at the moment. So P10 for him, and it's Alex Sprange followed by Archie Handy, and then James Pope, who's I presume still carried on despite the fact that the tailgate is fully up on that number 47 car. But that's something to watch out for, because James has made a lot of progress this weekend, and he was been up there in the top 10 quite regularly. And I'd always heard that he'd been quite a prominent wet weather driver, particularly from his days in karting. So I think his nickname is Seaweed, not my choosing. It's somebody else's nickname is Seaweed. So and simply because he seems to be just that good in the wet conditions, seems to just obviously anytime he's out in the wet, he just seems to stick to the road, I'm guessing. So hopefully we'll see him, if it is wet again, a bit further in the field. As Deegan Fairclough gets a little sideways to the middle through Coram. Hold it together, Deegan. They've got one more corner to go. Heads it through Murray, a little wide over the curve, but he manages to hold on to the position. And again, he has been the man to beat so far. As the sun shines on him and on Snetterton, it's going to be a third win out of 4 this weekend for Deegan Fairclough. Heads up to the checkered flag and completes a triple of race wins here at Snetterton. He takes victory in race 4 from Jensen Brickley second. Jake Maynard gets his first podium. A sprint to the line for 4th between Alex Lee and Sid Smith. It's Lee ahead of Smith there. Garman 6th. And Daniel Lewis in 7th place. 8th for George Davis. And then rounding out the top 10, it will be Joseph Knight. He'll be happy with that, salvage the top 10 after his troubles this weekend. And James Wallace, I'm sure, will be quite disappointed with that 10th position. I'm sure he would have been hoping for a bit more than that. But certainly, great for the most part, great racing all round from the Fiesta Juniors. A little bit of a unfortunate incident at Agostini with the 3 cars coming together. But these guys are still learning on the go and learning on their feet, so they're still trying to pick their way through the order. Rest of the cars are going to come through in a second. We've got Alex Sprain, who's going to pick his way through into 11th place through all of the mire. 12th place will go to Archie Handy in the distinctive pink and grey number 41. And then the last car we'll have across the line is going to be... last car across the line is going to be James Pope. And the one car we didn't have start that race was Jake Triggs, because he had that incident where he had the problem that put him out at the beginning of race 3, the first race of today. So his car pulled up just at the Wilson hairpin, and because of that, unfortunately, it looks as though whatever issue he had has put him out for the rest of the afternoon, sadly. Across the line comes James Pope, whose boot appears to have, I think, has it gone down? Yes, it has, so it's gone down by itself, it looks like. So James Pope's boot does indeed drop, and he goes down to 13th. But I'm pretty sure him being up as high as 4th at one point there shows what we could see in the future from James, particularly in wet weather conditions. So, big thank you to the Fiesta Juniors for some brilliant entertainment. I'm sure they'll certainly sleep on the way home tonight, because they've had quite the busiest weekend they've ever had. 4 races, 7 sessions in total. And again, like I said at the top of the program before the race, if they don't know Seston by now, they probably never will. So, out of the cars get our top 3. And Josh will be down there in a moment to have a chat to them. But again, if you want to find out more, if you're a parent of a junior racer who might be coming up to being 14 years old, you can start from 14 years old in these cars. Head to the website, BRSCC.co.uk. I'll tell you more about that in a second, because for the final time for the Fiesta Juniors, let's head down to Park Ferme to have a chat with our 3rd-time race winner here at Snetterton. It is Deegan Fairclough.
So with Deegan Fairclough once again, another win, Deegan. 3 finishes you've had this weekend, you've won every time you finished.
Yeah, I'm so happy with the weekend. Thanks to Jam Sport and Sicily and Mac Tools and Car Gods, they've made it possible, and it's just been a mega weekend. Got a good, well, not an amazing start, but was able to keep a nose in front of James going into turn 1, and then from there managed, there was aquaplaning down the back straight, and then yeah, other than that, I managed to hold it off. Had a big moment at one point, but yeah, super happy.
First time you've driven the car around here in the wet today. How did you find that?
I mean, yeah, the car was a little bit rear end happy, and then understeer mid corner, but nothing we could do about that. And yeah, just happy that I got another win.
And obviously, it's been a good weekend for you. What are your future ambitions?
One day, hopefully, touring car. Luckily, with a touring car team that's backing me, and a load of people that are helping along the way. Hopefully, can get into touring car or GT one day.
Good luck with all that. Well done this weekend. Great driving by Deegan Fairclough. 2nd place was Jensen Brickley. Meet you for the 4th time, Jensen. Well done, another podium.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to do it without JBS Commercials and 2010 Racing. So yeah, thanks to them.
And that particular race, tricky conditions?
Yeah, it was tricky conditions. I was just trying not to push it too hard. I knew I needed a second to stay ahead in the championship, so I think I could have had him at one point, but I just didn't want to go off. There's no point wasting the championship.
Yeah, obviously, this weekend it would have been about building them points. You may not have won any of the races, but you're the only person that's got all 4 podiums.
Yeah, I won the second race yesterday, and then at 2/3 and a second. It's an alright weekend, really, isn't it?
What's next for the championship?
It is Cadwell.
So it's a very different circuit to get used to.
Yeah, it's technical. I've been there before last year, and I've done a test there this year, so hopefully we'll be alright there.
Well done on second place, and for the first time on the podium this weekend was Jake Maynard. Well done on 3rd place. So do you like these wet conditions?
Yeah, definitely like the wet. It's fun getting the car out there. Definitely shows driver talent at the end of the day, and it's nice out there getting the car sideways, getting it forward. Yeah, it's a good race.
So good. It's a busy weekend for you, having 4 races. A great way to end the day for the journey home with a podium and a trophy.
Definitely looking forward to the next meeting now.
Cadwell Park next, which is a very different type of track. Have you been there before?
Never been there.
Are you looking forward to it?
Definitely. It looks very technical, which is what I love. So.
Well, good luck with that. Well done. So 3rd place, Jake Maynard, 2nd Jensen Brickley, and Deacon Fairclough the winner in the 4th of 4 Fiesta Junior Championship races today, this weekend. There's one more race today, and it's a longer race, Clubsport Trophy. It's a big grid, I think the biggest grid of the weekend, so Scott Woodward can talk us through it.
Thank you, Josh. Good to hear on Fiesta Juniors. And again, if you want to find out more about them, you know the place to go, BRSCC.co.uk. Head to the Formula section, click Fiesta Junior Championship and get in touch with coordinator Laura Payne. If you've got a junior driver, if you are a junior driver, kind of who'd be coming up to 14 to start racing next year, or want to give Fiesta Juniors a try within that 14 to 17-year-old age range, and you've done karting or junior short oval racing like junior hot rods or JASCAR or mini stock or something similar, or even junior autograss or junior rallycross or any of those junior formulas. But if you haven't ever raced before, but you've done plenty of sim racing in many cases and want to give it a try, do get in touch, because it's a great way to start circuit racing regardless of your experience. Right. Now on to our final race of the day, which arguably is one of the main events, one of the longest races we've had today, and it is for the epic 45-minute Clubsport Trophy race. And look at the size of that grid. It is essentially... We expect it to be, I think, 40 plus, but it's actually turned out to be 37. We had a couple of withdrawals, I think, sadly, but 37 cars are set to race here for 45 minutes. It is a mandatory pit stop race. You can either have a solo effort for the whole 45, or you can share the drive between 2 drivers, and the cars are set into 1 of 5 classes by true power to weight ratio. Now, what does that mean? That means that essentially when the cars are put on the dyno, rather than just having anyone jump into the car and set the power to weight ratio, the dyno is done with the driver in the car in full race kit with full consumables in it, such as fluids like oil and coolant and water and everything else in there, to give you pretty much the best accurate representation of what the power to weight ratio is going to be of that car when it's out on track racing. And that means when it gets allocated into a class, it gets allocated into pretty much the right class as accurately as possible. So we've got 5 classes here with a maximum power to weight ratio in the top class, 235 brake horsepower per tonne, and 2 of those cars are on the front row of the grid. Now, I have got starting drivers for this one, because we have got some crews with 2 cars. There's lots of variety here, lots of cars to get through. So if they head off onto their formation lap, I think they should have 2 formation laps here, because, of course, again, they were qualified this morning out in the dry conditions. As they do that, there should be plenty of time for us to reel off this mammoth 37-car grid as to who's where and who's driving what and who should be starting what car when they get out there for this first race, for this first ever race for the Clubsport Trophy, the first visit at all to Snetterton. So, from the top, let's take a look at the grid then for our final race of the weekend, the BRSCC Clubsport Trophy. So, here we go. Pole position is going to be Ollie Sandways, the local favourite in his Toyota MR2 Super GT. He starts on pole in Class A. Alongside him is the David May and Mark Skeets Nissan 370Z. That starts on the front row alongside in second place. Then in the top invitation class car, which is one of the 7 or 8 Fiesta Championship ST240 class cars, that could be Lucas is on 3rd on the grid. Alongside him is the BMW 328i of Tom Stanway. He is on pole position for Class B in 4th overall. Jamie White and his Fiesta ST180 comes next in 5th. And it's the car we've seen in Track Attack a couple of times today. That's the David Sheed and Malcolm Edison BMW starting 6th. But it's the John Cooper and David Nye number 88 Fiesta ST180 that starts in 7th place, and then in 8th place on the grid it's Richard Clark in car number 66 in his Renault Clio. Quick start drivers for those. In fact, actually quickly, I'll tell you that I believe it should be, let's quickly look at my text. So I believe it is David May starting the Nissan 370Z, David Sheed should start the BMW, and I think it's going to be John Cooper starting the Fiesta. So the Kellets come next, Alistair and William, and it will be Alistair Kelly, who starts that car in car 52. Rowan Lundin then comes next, solo in his Toyota Celica. Row 6 is then Stuart Robbins and Simon Horrobin, with Stuart Robbins starting the 100 car, another Fiesta ST180. Dominic Bush in his ST180 comes next in 12th on the grid. But it's Matthew Higginson in his Honda Civic FN2 Type R next from Peter Jokinen, and he is in his Mini Cooper. First appearance he's had since the first ever Clubsport race at Brands Hatch in 2019. Marco Ricci in another ST180 comes next in 15th on the grid. And then Stuart Donovan, another regular for Clubsport Trophy, in his 7 Motorsports Toyota Celica, starts in 16th on the grid. Next comes Sam McKee and Darryl Bennett. That's cars going to be started with Darryl Bennett in car 361, the BMW 3 Series. Bennett's Mark Court and Colin Newbold, former Fiesta Championship rivals, now teaming up in the Honda Integra Type R DC5, and that car's going to be started by Colin Newbold. Then it's Michael Heath and Justin Roberts, who have been regulars in STXR Challenge, but of course for this race now are moving into a Honda Civic for this race, and it's going to be in car number 19, and that car being, sorry, car number 4, that car being started by Michael Heath. To round up the top 20, Feroz Billamoria in his Mini Cooper on the 10th row of the grid. Then it's John Wyatt in car number 20, in 21st position in his Mini Cooper S. 22nd on the grid, another Honda Civic Type R with James Butcher at the wheel. Then next is 23rd on the grid is Mazda MX-5 Mark III of Stuart Humphrey, and it's Richard Daniels and Lewis Judd in their Ford Fiesta Mark IV. Starting that car in car number 42 is Richard Daniels. And still they come. We've got the Poulton and Mills car. That is Poulton and Mills in their Mini Cooper S. Starting that car is going to be in car 155, Matt Mills. We then have alongside them Richard Sutherland in his BMW Compact Cup car. Lewis Field in the Renault Clio, and the Holiday in the Mazda MX-5 come next on row 14. Row 15 is Philip Adcock and Waters. I should have the entry list in front of me here for a second, shouldn't I? Adcock and Waters. Starting that car in car 129 is Philip Adcock. It's then, it says there, 181 May and Skeet. That's not quite right. No, that shouldn't be right. That's a different car on there, so I'll have to work out who that is in a second, but that should be a different car on row 15. The Keith Isett and Kevin Fulbrook Mini Clubman. No, I didn't stumble. That is a Mini Clubman. 31st on the grid. And starting that car is going to be Keith Isett. It's the Claydens. I think Reese and Gareth Clayden in car 46. And it's going to be, doesn't tell me who's starting that car yet. It's going to be Claydens in 32nd position on the grid. And the final 5 cars we had are Edward Raprager in his BMW 116, Stephen Somerville in his BMW Compact Cup car, the Butterworths, Craig and Gary Butterworth in their Renault Clio, with Craig Butterworth starting that car, and David Thomas in his Toyota MR2 Mark I. At the back of the grid, last but by no means least, Mark Stewart in car number 43. He will start that car from the back of the grid in another BMW 116. And breathe. That was quite a few cars to get through, but quite a big grid, of course, here for this final race of the weekend. So just to confirm the car that I thought it might have been, I think it's Toby Hotston in the Ford Fiesta ST180. It's a different spec ST180 car to the ones from the Fiesta Championship. I think he's the one that's starting in 31st. There's been a bit of an error, I think, on the timing sheets. So there will be a specific pit window for the cars to come into. Everyone has to make a pit stop within that window to do so. The minimum pit stop time is 2 minutes. So from pit in to pit out, it has to be at least 2 minutes to make sure pit stop is a legal one. Anyone who pits outside the pit window, it will not be counted as their mandatory pit stop. They have to come back in again to serve one. If a driver doesn't serve their pit stop at all within that race, if they forget for whatever reason, then they'll be essentially, I think, excluded from the results, because that's part of the regulations on that side. Also, if a pit stop is less than 2 minutes, if it's too quick from pit in to pit out, a time penalty, or either a time penalty or a stop-go penalty can be applied, and it's for the length of the time of which it's been short by. Whoa! Ollie Samways, the pole position man, has had a spin on the exit of Nelson as everyone starts to check up to allow him to regain his position. That was not a precedent for the rest of the race, but Ollie Samways getting a bit of a fright there from the pole position. Almost lost our pole position car, but Ollie manages to get it back onto the road safely enough to resume his position at the head of the field. So that would have woken him up, won't it? So round onto the grid they come then, as they head around onto the right-hander at the bomb hole. But I was explaining just what that happened, is that if any driver or any car has a pit stop which from pit in to pit out is less than 2 minutes, they have to then have a time penalty or a stop-go penalty, if I'm correct, which is for the duration of the time it's short by. So, for example, if the total time of the pit stop is put at 1 minute 55, they have to come in and have a stop going for 5 seconds to make up those 5 seconds that they were short by from their pit stop time when they went back out again. So as the race goes on, if there are any penalties, they will come up on the screen and we'll confirm who they are and for how long they're for, based on how short their pit stop might have been. So everyone getting back around to the grid. It will be a standing start for the record as well. It won't be a rolling start like other kind of endurance type races, but quite a nice variety at the front of the field. We've got, of course, a Toyota MR2 with its mid-engine rear-wheel drive layout, the front-engine rear-wheel drive layout of the Nissan 370Z. Then we have the front-wheel drive, but very powerful, Ford Fiesta ST180 with Zachary Lucas at the wheel, and Tom Stanway in his front-engine rear-wheel drive BMW with its sort of Super Touring-esque body kit on it there, which is quite a nice-looking car, actually. And that car starting from fourth on the grid. He and the Sheed Edison BMW had a great battle for the lead at Silverstone, and while Tom Stanway did take the victory on the road, it was deemed that there was a time penalty given to Tom Stanway, sadly, which gave the victory to the Sheed Edison BMW. We should note as well that whilst we have the Fiestas here, none of them are eligible to become overall winners. So if you get a Fiesta that wins the race, they won't be classified as the overall winner, but they will be the winner on the road. So the actual winner of the race will be any car in one of the 5 classes within the class structure of Clubsport Trophy. All that should become clear by the time we get towards the end of the race, but until then, the last couple of cars get into position, and we're all set for the first ever race at Snetterton for the BRSCC Clubsport Trophy. It's a Toyota MR2 and a Nissan 370Z on the front row of the grid. Who's going to win the sprint down towards Ritchie's Corner for the final time today? Lights up and lights out. We are underway for the Clubsport Trophy. Decent start from the front row from the main Skeet 3 Nissan 370Z. They all pull off the line together, all 37 of them in one big group down towards the first corner. The 2 BMWs at the back also making up the tail of the field, but it is the Nissan who leads into turn 1 for the first time. And it should be, I think, as they come back through, the Toyota in second place. There's the David Thomas Toyota MR2 Mark 1 to MR2 towards the back of the field, at the front of the field as well as they turn their way through. There's also the Mini Clubman as well. Ollie Sandway's exit stage right, so unfortunately his spin at the complex wasn't just a one-off, and he's gone off the road in some rather tricky conditions. He's now dropped down to, I think, below the top 10 it seems, so he's got some work to do now. He's behind Dominic Bush in their Fiesta ST180, and oh, what's happened there? There was a bit of a stack up there. Something's happened in the background. One car's been involved with car number 90. That's the Jamie White Fiesta. I think someone's had a spin, and Jamie White's collected him and possibly had some kind of an incident. It's behind the barriers, so couldn't quite see exactly who was involved. I think also the other Fiesta, which I think there's another Fiesta in there involved, which was the John Cooper and David Nye car, and also look, the Tom Stanway BMW is struggling and possibly pulling off the road out of the race early on. Is that possible suspension or steering damage for that car? Either way, the number 95 BMW that was contending for the lead at Silverstone last time out of the Clubsport Trophy, sadly looks as though it's got damage to the right front, which might well put it out of the race. That's a real shame. That's one of the not to have too many favourites, it's one of my sort of favourite cars in the field in many cases, and that car, I'm afraid, is having 1 or 2 problems. I think it's possibly had been collected on the right front. That right front sitting down a bit with some damage to either the suspension or the tyre, or something else has happened to that car, but sadly Tom Stanway will limp round back to the pits, and I'm afraid he's going to be out of this race straight away. You can see the safety car's also been scrambled as well out of my commentary box window, which suggests that we're going to get, just before the end of this first lap has even been completed, we will have the field under safety car conditions as they make their way out of the right-hander at Williams, and I can see out of the window as well, and on the screen you can see now too, safety car has indeed been deployed. So the incident there for the opening lap, it seems to have caught out 2 cars at least, which was the Jamie White number 94 Fiesta and the number 95 BMW that started on the second row of the grid. And that was the BMW 328 of Tom Stanway. So unfortunate for those 2 cars that have come to an early end. What it does mean now, the result of that is that from all of that, how it's shaken out, is that the May and Skeets Nissan 370Z leads the way from a trio of 4 Fiesta ST180s that are still going. It's Zachary Lucas in second place, the Kellets in third, and then the Stuart Robbins and Simon Horrobin car in 4th position. So those cars are still continuing on, and it was almost as if it was pretty strange watching the cars on the angle that we had, because everyone started braking and started really backing up, and it looks as though something had happened in between, and that was, of course, the reason for everyone having to back up, and the fact that Jamie White's car was stationary in the road. So unfortunate situation for both cars to be out at this early stage before the end of the first lap, but maybe possibly a consequence of the very tricky conditions out there, which have been very tough. And Clubsport has run in wet conditions before, because they had it at Croft, of course, as they were the last day there when they were part of also that experiencing those very wet and damp conditions in North Yorkshire. The race at Silverstone, thankfully, was bone dry, so it was quite fast running for all involved. But we now get to at least take stock a little bit here to see if we can just sort of see where everyone is now that they've all shaken out. The Ollie Samways Toyota is still in the mix, but he's just outside the top 10 by the looks of it. And just there we can see the Marco Ricci Fiesta. There's Jamie White's car that's come to a stop on the just on the approach towards the left-hander at Palmer's. So, unfortunately, that's his race done before it even really got going, sadly. He lasted about 2.5 corners. So everyone now forms up behind the runyourfleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car. And it is, as we say, the main Skeets Nissan who leads the way. So let's just see how that all shook out after those first couple of incidents. So May and Skeets lead the way in Nissan. It is then the it's actually a quartet of Fiesta Championship ST180 turbos with the Zachary Lucas number 111 car in second place at the moment. Then the Kellets, Alistair and William in third position. Fourth place, currently Stuart Robbins, who's at the wheel with Simon Horrobin in that number 100 car. And then Dominic Bush in fifth position, who is in that car solo. Then the next kind of car that can count towards an actual Clubsport Trophy victory is the Matt Higginson Honda Civic Type R, car number 183. Next in the order is the Petty Jokinen Mini Cooper, car number 85 in 7th overall. Then we've got the Marco Ricci Ford Fiesta ST180 in 8th position. Ollie Samways from pole is down to 9th. So he's essentially outside the invitation class cars, 4th in the Clubsport Trophy order. And then rounding out the top 10 overall is the Firoz Bilamoria number 27 Mini Cooper S around the top 10. Next coming is the 11th place car, which is the Heath and Roberts Honda Civic. 12th place for Stuart Donovan in the 112 Celica, and its teammate Rowan Lundy just behind him in 13th place, just gone through the shot. Then we've got James Butcher's Honda Civic in 14th place, and then in 15th place the Richard Clark Ford Fiesta, car number 66. 16th place currently is going to be Stuart Humphrey in his Mazda MX-5. Lewis Field is 17th in the Renault Clio, 18th for Colin Newbold and Mark Court in their Honda Integrity Type R DC5. And rounding out the top 20, we have Daniels and Judd in their Ford Fiesta Mark IV. And then in 20th place, despite starting towards the back of the grid in... Where were they at the back of the grid then? That was 33rd on the grid, was Edward Prager in his BMW 116i. And I always said before to me in conversations that he has a bit of lack of power in that car, but regardless of that, it's how you use the power, and he's already up to 20th position from the back of the grid. 13 places made up on the first lap, which is pretty thrilling itself, but showing actually he's made up 11 places. It looks like he started in 31st position by the looks of it. So impressive stuff from Edward Prager to move the 40 racing BMW up so far up the grid. One car that really lost out, and I wonder if he was possibly involved in what happened with the Tom Stanway car and also with the Jamie White Fiesta, maybe, was the Sheed and Edison BMW, because they have tumbled down the order from what was a start around about the first few rows. Where did they qualify? Just to double check that. They qualified in 6th position. But they're now down the order in 21st, so they've lost 15 places on that opening lap. So whatever happened to them, whether they just the rear-wheel drive and the BMW got away from them and it's all spinning around, but unfortunately it seems to have caught out, as I mentioned, not just whatever happened in that sequence exiting the Wilson hairpin before Palmer's, seems to have caught out, as I said, not just the Jamie White Fiesta, but the Tom Stanway BMW as well, sadly. So I'll just see if there's anyone else who's been affected by that as well. Yeah, the Cooper and Nye Fiesta also was in that too, so the car 88 also. It's just not really been the weekend for John Cooper, has it really? It's been quite a tough one. He's had mechanical problems in the first 2 races of the Fiesta Championship. He made the finish in race 3, and then unfortunately just only last 2 corners before his race is over again in the Clubsport race. So again, you quite want to see the back of Snetterton quite quickly, I think, after this weekend. But 3 cars out of the race, sadly. Still 30, we choose a 37 start, but 34 actually took the start here by the looks of things. So 31 cars are still running here at Snetterton. A couple of cars just taking a slightly wider line to try and find some more water on their tyres. There's Ollie Samways in the Toyota MR2. Just behind him there is Firoz Bilamoria. Made his debut in the Clubsport Trophy last time at Silverstone. Good to have them back again. And it's nice to see in the Clubsport Trophy that we're not just getting drivers who are part of other championships that are already racing on the same weekend, like on any given weekend, whether it's a Mazda MX-5 or a BMW Compact Cup car or a Fiesta or an STXR Challenge car, whatever else it might be. But we're also getting drivers who are coming through that are becoming regulars in the series. So you've got cars like the main Skeets, Nissan 370Z has been around for a few times, the Tom Stanway BMW, Sheedon Edison and their BMW as well, Ollie Samways in the Toyota MR2, and drivers that you see for the first time but then start to come back more and more, which is great to see. And it's nice to see some regulars that are popping up, are more dedicated to Clubsport Trophy in many cases than any other championship on the BRSCC roster. Don't forget, next weekend we have a slightly almost slightly longer and slightly bigger version of this next Saturday here at Snetterton, which will be live streamed as well. It's the first ever BRSCC Super Sport Endurance Cup race, and that's going to be 100 minutes around the Snetterton 300 circuit, 6 classes with a maximum power to weight ratio of 350 brake horsepower per tonne. A maximum of 3 drivers per car is allowed. Also refuelling as well as pit stops or mandatory pit stops is also permitted as well. And that for an entry fee of just a fiver under £600, £595. If you're watching and thinking, I've got a race car free, I've got a weekend spare, I might give it a go and see if I want to give it a try, do be sure to head to the website, you know where it is, brscc.co.uk, and see if you can get yourself involved, or even get in touch with the BRSCC office this week. And there will be places on the grid, I'm sure, to fit you in alongside the entry that we already have. So there is Jamie White's car being recovered on the back of the quite fantastic looking low loader. I've never seen that before with a proper extending sort of loading platform. That's fantastic to see. That's not quite fantastic to see, of course, with Tom Stanway, whose car is now heading back to the paddock on the back of said low loader, which is unfortunate, but that's, as the phrase goes, that's motorsport. So these things do happen, unfortunately. Tom Stanway will have to come back next time at the next Clubsport Trophy race in order to try and recover himself for hopefully another strong result. So the car's then still underneath the runyourfleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car. It's still on board, so we've still got some time to recover these cars. I think probably at least I'd say another lap, maybe 2. And we're starting to get into the point where we have the pit window open very shortly. I think the pit window will probably open, and by the looks of it, I think at the 15-minute mark, and probably will be open for 15 minutes, I think, and then we'll close again when there's 15 minutes left in the race. So it will open at 15 minutes into the race, and we'll probably close at half an hour into the race. So it gives them that short window to be able to go ahead and make those stops. And the strategy will be which team decide to pit early, if they've got possibly a fast driver that wants to jump in for the majority of the race, or if there's the fast driver already in the car to begin with, if they start to pit towards the end of the pit window, stay out as long as possible. The kind of neutraliser is the fact that everyone is now behind the safety car means that really gaining or losing any time, really. It's all kind of a case of everyone's in the same position, and the field is essentially frozen. So where you are at the moment is where you are in the field. They don't turn their way out of Murray's now back onto the pit straight. Safety car brings them past my commentary box window. And some of the cars just keeping their tyres warmed up and weaving from side to side. It's still 18 degrees out there, which is relatively mild and relatively decent enough temperature for the day it is, but past a bit of encouragement on the pit roof from some of the team personnel. You can see the variety. There's BMWs, Minis, Ford Fiestas. They've got the Toyota MR2s in there, Mazda MX-5s. If it was a Mazda MX-5 Championship weekend, there would be a few of those cars in the field. But it's nice that you get some unique machines on the grid as well. Of course, we've got the Mini Clubman, being driven by Keith Isett and Kevin Fulbrook. We've also got the Nissan 370Z, the Toyota MR2, the Super GT version. There's the Mini Clubman there, look, the blue and black machine. Just a pair of BMW 116 with the large rear wings on the back. There's the Sam McKean Darrell Bennett, number 361 BMW 3 Series. And he's at the back of the field in 31st position. Excuse me. And now as they come through the hairpin at Wilson's, the field will start to continue to form up here. Now, hopefully, I think, because to be fair, the recovery crews here at Snetterton have been fantastic in terms of getting things together and quickly scooping up the cars that have been involved in any incidents. And I think, to be fair, the driving standards, for the most part, have been pretty decent so far this weekend. We've hardly had the need for the safety car. So, I think it'll be the third time I think we've had it, if not the second time, because the first time we had it yesterday was right at the start of the weekend for the first CityCar Cup race, where we had Andrew Dyer off into the barriers at the Brundle and Nelson complex, and the safety car came out to punch the field back up again. So safety car's not really had too much to do, but when it has been out, it's been pretty efficient to do so. And once again, supplied by runyourfleet.com, so big thank you to them for all their support and all their generosity in donating the use of this Jaguar safety car throughout the season. Of course, wherever we have a BRSCC live stream is wherever it travels, so you'll be able to see it on circuit whenever it's needed. So the field now just making its way through the infield section. One thing this will be helping, of course, is the fact that since the rain has long stopped, all the cars on circuit moving around will certainly be helping to dissipate and get rid of some of the water on the circuit, which means that they're starting to get drier and drier and a bit quicker and quicker. I anticipate that possibly we're going to get the pit window opening in about a minute's time, because I'm expecting when the clock ticks to 30 minutes to go, we're going to get a signal on the message and race control saying the pit window is open. So keep an eye on that, but also we'll see if it actually opens just as we're about to restart this race. So we might get a few drivers jumping in straight away to make their driver changes under green flag conditions. Others might want to get a couple more laps under their belt to get a bit of a pace going again, and we'll be able to carry on. I think, given the fact that that's Jamie White's car being recovered back down to the paddock, and it's going to turn right in a second into the back of the pits, we should get racing hopefully back underway. The car's just making their way, I think, through Brundle and Nelson at this point. And there's the unfortunate front-end damage to Jamie White's car as it turns back in on the back of the low loader. Everyone's just bunching up a little bit more here down towards the chicane. And I wonder if it's in anticipation of the safety car lights going out, which, as it goes past the picture, I can't really tell. They may or may not have done. The fact that David May is still quite close to the safety car suggests that maybe not quite just yet. Our safety car's in this lap, so I've just seen it on the timing thing, and the pit window indeed has just opened, so this should be intriguing. We should get either some cars that will jump in straight away, and other cars that might leave it a few more laps before they come in towards the end of the pit window. So this will be quite a crucial restart for some drivers, and others might choose it to jump in and get out of the traffic. So the Jaguar XS Sport Brake safety car, lights are out, and now David May resumes the role of the safety car. He now chooses when he wants to go to get the race back underway again. So he now turns his way through Murray's, might choose to go now on the acceleration zone exiting Murray's corner. Just back a bit more, now he puts his foot down and goes for it. But Zachary Lucas in the Fiesta has gone with him too on the restart. Green flag is in the air, and after what was about just half a lap of racing or so before we went under safety car, we're back under racing, getting Clubsport trophy here at Snetterton. So across the line they all pour one after the other. And it is then Nissan from four Ford Fiestas, then the Honda Civic of Matt Higginson. Here goes Petter Jokinen battling away with Marco Ricci, and then the recovering Ollie Samways in the Toyota MR2 Super GT. There's Feroz Billamori in the Mini Cooper, the Heath and Roberts car with Michael Heath at the wheel in the Honda Civic. Now the Fiestas are going into combat here. The really thing about the Fiestas is we've seen them 3 times this weekend in the Fiesta Championship, and now they're getting back to more scraps here amongst each other, whilst they're also fighting the May and Skeets car, which is run, ironically, by JamSport, which is a prominent Fiesta team. So very much a Fiesta theme at the beginning. Oh, that's big out of shape as soon as I speak about it. The May and Skeets 370Z all out of shape on the exit of the left-hander at Palmer's, and managed to gather it back up again. Great car control by David May. They do say that if the car's oversteering and sideways everywhere, it's usually David May at the wheel. Now, I think also what's happened there is whether he's made contact with somebody, I don't know, but I have noticed that I think the bonnet's starting to lift up a bit towards the top where the windscreen is. I'm not quite sure. That shouldn't affect him in terms of pressure. In fact, the pressure should push that down rather than push it up again. But the 3 Fiestas that were chasing him have managed to make him crack under the pressure, and it's now Zach Lucas who leads the way from Alistair Kellett in second place, and it's then Stuart Robbins in third. So as they turn their way out through the right-hander, and yeah, look at the bonnet on David May's car. It is, yeah, it's poking up a little bit, isn't it? But that's just for cooling or just for aerodynamics. So we should remind you that the 3 Fiestas here are an invitation class, which means that even though they might finish ahead of the Nissan, they won't be classified as the winner of Clubsport. It will still be the David May and Martin Skeets car if he stays there by the end of the 45-minute race. First couple of the cars are in for their mandatory pit stops. There's one of them being the David Thomas car. As a change on for second place here between Stuart Robbins and Alistair Kellett. Robbins goes round the outside in the wet conditions and gets past Alistair Kellett. He's up to second place, trying to chase after Zachary Lucas here as he comes through the bomb hole. But yeah, pit stops happening in earnest then, so we can check out a couple of cars that are a bit further back that have pitted. The other car that's in the pit lane is the Sheldon Edison BMW, so whether that's And there must be a mandatory stop for them, for it's in the pit window. I'm sure that if it's David Sheed at the wheel, Malcolm Edison will jump out. He will jump in instead. David Sheed will hand the car over to him. So out goes David Thomas. I just saw out of my commentary box window. There's more battle going on here. That's the Richard Daniels Lewis Judd Fiesta battling away with car number 40. And that is the Edward Prager BMW that's having a great one around the outside of both the Fiesta and indeed Stuart Humphreys in that Mazda MX-5 Mark III. So I think he joked about the fact the car was a bit underpowered, but in wet conditions, it doesn't matter. He's been able to use it to full effect. Two Toyota CityCars going into combat here, the two teammates. The black and green car, Stuart Donovan, the white and green car with the black bonnet. That is Rowan Lundy with the bigger rear wing on the back. I think it's a scrap further back. This is the James Butcher number 14 Honda Civic battling with the Daniels and Judd Fiesta. Also there is Stuart Humphreys. And then we've got the Mini Cooper just behind them as well. I'll check out who that Mini Cooper is. I think it is... who's that? That's the Wyatt Mini Cooper. It's in 21st position at the moment. So the Edward Prager BMW is up to 17th overall. He's one of the biggest movers in the field, and he leads Class E at the moment now, so he could be in line for potentially a class victory if he carries on playing his cards right. So just to fill this in with where we are in terms of the classes, yes, in the invitation class, it is a Fiesta 1, 2, 3 with Lucas ahead of the Robinson Horrobin car, and then the Kellets in third position. But for the 5 classes outside invitation, for Class A, still leading the race technically, the race on the whole for Clubsport Trophy in Class A is the Mayer Skeet Nissan 370Z. He leads that class from Ollie Samways in second place, and then the Newbold and Court Honda Integra DC5 Type R is back in third position. In Class B, that lead's now gone to Matt Higginson in the Honda Civic Type R from Petty Jokinen in the Mini Cooper S, and then in third in class is Ferro's Billamori in another Mini Cooper. Class C is a 1-2 for the Toyota Celica, Stuart Donovan ahead of Rowan Lundy, and third in class for Class C appears to be, if I can find them, there's quite a few. Are there only 2 in there? Or is that another couple in there? I think, yes, I think they are. So whatever Class C cars we have, they've, oh no, sorry, the David Thomas cars in there, right at the bottom of the table. So David Thomas and the Toyota MR2 is currently in third. So it's a Toyota 1, 2, 3. So any Toyota fans will be happy with Class C nonetheless. For Class D, it is at the moment, it's the, who's in Class D lead? So it's the Heath and Roberts Honda Civic leads that class. Second place is the Lewis Field Renault Clio, and third in that class is the Stuart Humphrey Mazda MX-5 Mark III. And then in Class E, it is the car that's on screen right now, Edward Prager in his BMW 116, and he leads that class from, in Class E, the Poulton and Mills Mini Cooper, and then in third place, Adcock and Waters in their BMW Compact Cup car. So all sorts going on here as the pit window opens. I imagine we might get quite an influx of cars coming in for their stops in a second, because we only had the 2 that came in. That was the David Thomas. Well, in fact, 3 have come in. Of course, we've had David Thomas, the Toby Hotston Ford Fiesta ST180, and the Sheed and Edison BMW Compact. They're the only 3 that have come in. We should get some more pit stops as we come past the pits this time by. In the pit lane has come the first of the front-running cars is the Marco Ricci Fiesta. I think the might be coming around next time by. There's Edward Prager having a great run so far around the outside of, who was he around the outside of? That was a Renault Clio, and it was Lewis Field's Renault Clio. So he's past number 44 then. He's getting up to superbly 16th place. So again, remember, he started back way towards the back of the field, at roughly what should have been, I think, 31st position on the grid, but he's passed half the field already, which is pretty impressive. So great stuff from them. As we looked at 3 Fiestas on track, another one is in the pit lane for its mandatory stop. Also in the background appears to be, looks like that's a Mini, and also one of the Mazda MX-5. Stuart Humphreys is in the background, and I think that's possibly, is that maybe Wyatt in the background too as well? It's a Mini anyway. So who was behind Stuart Humphrey? It was a Mini. It's the Poulton and Mills Mini Cooper. So in the pit lane, I think that's Matt Mills, and taking over from him in car number 155 is going to be James Poulton. So Matt Mills started that car. James Poulton is going to jump in. So driver changes are plenty there. Any more pit stops as well? Let's have a look. The Adcock and Waters BMW is in. So that's the number 129 car in Class E. And the 129 has, that was, find them on my timing sheet. So Andy Waters for Adcock, and it was Adcock who started that car, so Andy Waters will jump in. Also in is the Stewart and Foster, so I think Foster was an addition to Mark Stewart's entry. So it's Mark Stewart handing over to his co-driver, Foster. And those pit stops continue in earnest. So those are the first 8 cars that are pitted. I expect we'll get more on this next time around. As James Poulton Mini is just waiting to get the thumbs up from his crew to get underway. And again, none of the main frontrunners have pitted in just yet. So I'm just waiting for the mix. Hopefully we can have a look at some of the other cars in pit lane at some point whilst we're looking at the Mills and Poulter car. I'm sure there's a couple more that must be in pit lane that we can have a look at, but the James Poulton Mills car, I think we're looking at possibly the whole pit stop here. So James Poulton then is being killed for quite a while for this 2-minute stop, and he gets the signal for the countdown to head off, and away he goes. So that was, we got the full pit stop there from the that one. And he heads out. Ooh, that's close. He almost made a bit of an unsafe release on Stuart Humphrey there. So getting out there. Also, there was the Adcock and Waters car. Behind them, more cars are in the pit lane now. So we've got the Stewart and what was it? The Stewart and Foster car that came in as well. A couple more cars that have also pitted since then. Just behind them, we've had Petty Jokinen in the Mini Cooper S, and also the Heath and Roberts Honda Civic in from the Class D lead. So Class D leader Heath and Roberts is in. There is Petty Jokinen with his pit stop underway. I think we're also expecting, in fact, I recognise Steve Andrew there from the Mazda MX-5 paddock. We're expecting Lewis Field, I think, in the Renault Clio. There goes the BMW in the background. So that is Mark Stewart handing over to his co-driver Foster. Pete's just sat there waiting for his pit stop to tick down, and back on the pit, back in the race. And there's the number 43 BMW, Stewart and Foster, so he's come out of the pit lane, finished his stop, so away he goes. He's actually rejoined just behind the Ebra Prager car. There behind Petty Jokinen, there we can take a look, is the Lewis Field Renault Clio. And more pit stops going on behind as well as they continue in earnest. I think that's another Fiesta in the background in the pits. That might be the Finn Sport car. It looks like the Finn Sport car in the background, I think. That would have been the names here. So we've got the Richard Clark cars in the pit lane. So is also the Daniels and Judd Fiesta Mark IV. Mazda MX-5 Mark III of Lee Holland is also in, as also is the Butterworths, Craig and Gary Butterworth. And the Heath and Roberts cars also been in as well. So we've had getting near to almost kind of half the field have made their pit stops now. The top half are yet to do so. This is the Isett and Fullbrook Mini Clubman. And he's up the inside of, looks like Colin Newbold in the Honda Integra. I keep going to say Honda Civic. It's a Honda Integra Type R DC5 in the Spoon Sports livery. The blue front end and the yellow back end of this car. And he's now been chased down by James Butcher in his EP3 example Honda Civic Type R. They're battling for, I think, for position at the moment. Yes, that was a scrap for position for 12th, 13th and 14th overall between them. Right, now one of our leading Fiestas is in the invitation class. This is the Kellett. So Alistair Kellett has jumped out, and it's double ST150 class winning son William Kellett who's going to jump in for his first experience of one of these turbo Fiestas. And to do it in the wet conditions, I wouldn't blame him for being a little bit nervous. Also, I think looks like, is that in the foreground? I think that is the Robinson Horrobin car that's in as well. So Stuart Roberts will have jumped in. Simon Horrobin will have been taking his place. After pit lane goes Richard Clark's Ford Fiesta, so he's back out again. So is Lewis Field. I can see in the background Matt Higginson's car's also in, the Honda Civic Type R. A couple of the BMWs also in the background too. Out comes Lee Hollin in his white and green MX-5. It's got a sort of the old school 787B-esque style livery, but it's got different colour scheme on there. Rather than being orange and green, it's now white and green. They've got the Butterworths in their Renault Clio. Into the pit lane is going to come the Ollie Samways Toyota Celica, Toyota MR2 Super GT. And he's pitted from what would have been, I think, that was second in class. I think when he came in, where was he? Yeah, second in Class A, so he's making his mandatory pit stop. Local man, so I think it's the second of 4 races he's doing in a matter of weeks here at Snetterton. So certainly a circuit that he loves, and it's the second of 4 visits this year. So he was here last weekend doing other endurance racing. So you can see him in the mix, and all the paint Skeets, Nissan 370Z just jumped out. Mark Skeets at the wheel. He jumped out just in front of the Fullbrook and Isaac Mini Clubman. So a bit of a tricky release there. I think also there we saw there was one car pulled in, the other one was also being moved out. Some of the cars, of course, pulling at a 45-degree angle for sort of safety reasons, to make sure they're not sort of double parked in the acceleration part of the pit lane. There's now William Kellett at the wheel of the number 52 Fiesta, having taken over from Alistair Kellett in his car. Change on with Isett and Fullbrook. So that's Kevin Fullbrook who's being strapped in. Keith Isett has jumped out. So it's now getting strapped back in. Out the pit lane in the background of my commentary box window, I've just seen Matt Higginson go out. So he's now back out on track. But there goes Dominic Bush's Fiesta in the background. As now back on track, we see some more battles going on. This is Justin Roberts at the wheel of the Honda Civic he shares with Michael Heath. He's having a scrap there with Foster in the second number 2 4040 BMW 116s with those huge rear wings on the back. And picking his way past both of them appears to be William Kellett in his Ford Fiesta ST180. As he turns his way up through Williams and into Oggies. There is the number 17 Mini Cooper. That is of John Wyatt, the Mini Cooper S Turbo. We're just looking on there, Keith Isett just having a little final conversation, a little brief there with Kevin Fullbrook to let him know how the car is and what the conditions are like. And as we go look at there, we switch back to our battle here for on track between William Kellett and the Justin Roberts Honda Civic, and then the John Wyatt Mini Cooper S Turbo, as thanks to the turbo in the Fiesta, he blasts past both of them, and looks like Justin Roberts is in the tow, and we'll pull past him as well. Now then, the pit window is going to close in the next 15 seconds, so it means that both the two cars that are left to make their pit stops at the moment are the John Wyatt Mini Turbo, but also the Rowan Lundy Toyota Celica, and I suspect possibly, unless there was a rule that means so long as you pit on a lap that the window closes, that it means you might wait, unless that's not enforced, they might well possibly get a penalty for pitting a bit too late. But then again, they might argue that the lap time is that long that they have to try and accommodate within the mix. So Rowan Lundy, I thought he'd just gone through, but he hasn't actually. So Rowan Lundy, Zachary Lucas has gone to the pit lane and made his pit stop. But what is interesting is that Rowan Lundy's gone through, but I don't think he stopped and made his mandatory pit stop. So I think he might be in trouble there for not pitting within the window, which has officially now closed. So has Wyatt now pitted from his pit stop window? I think he has now. Where is he on the commentary? Yes, he has. So John Wyatt into the pit lane for his mandatory pit stop. I'm not sure if he'll get a penalty for that or not, for pitting just outside it rather than being within it. If it's allowed to pit within the pit on the lap in which it closes, then he may well be okay. If not, he might have a time penalty coming his way for a late pit stop. So how it's all shaken out with the pit stops then, we're kind of ignoring Rowan Lundy for the time being here because he's still going to make that stop, and I suspect he will get penalised for a late pit stop. So Rowan Lundy then, out of the equation, it means that Zachary Lucas in the invitation class leads the way on track at the moment, with the William Kellett car in second place. What this has done incredibly is, out of all of this, it's given the lead to the Class D Honda Civic of Justin Robertson and Michael Heath. So Michael Heath did pretty well to pit when he did, and the strategy's played out perfectly. So I think that's looking good for them. I think after those pit stops, there has been several driver changes, so we can quickly hand down to Josh in the pit lane, as one of the drivers has jumped out after that first to see what they thought of the conditions here in this wet Clubsport Trophy race here at Snetterton.
Down in the pit lane with David May up the Nissan. A good start there, David.
Oh, wonderful start. Yeah, I thought I was going to bog down, but I just shuddered a bit, got the wheels spinning, and then it just bit way I went. I got in front of the ML2, which I was worried about. I thought he was going to totally swallow me up on the start, but wonderful. And I just got 2-3 corners and thought, yeah, looked in the mirror and see everything all over the place behind me, which was nice for me, not so good for them, I'm afraid. But and then with them Fiestas behind me, those STs, I thought, oh, here we go. I knew I was never going to keep them for long, but I thought I'll back everything up round Cora, and then I'll try and out-drag them, up the start straight. I've got more power than them, but they weigh half as much as I do, and they handle a lot better. But yeah, no, it was good. It was snow up the curves. I was on the grass a few times, and I thought I didn't want to throw this away. You know, we've been good all weekend. You know, for the car we've got, me and Mark have really worked hard to get the car up to this standard, so it's good.
There's not many racing 370s out there. You brought this one out this year, really you can get it better every time out there by the sound of it.
Well, I bought it believing it's a fully blown race car, but sadly, after we built the wrap off it, it's a road car. So we've got there, we've got some good companies, put us on the right direction, and now we're getting there. The car's got loads of potential. It's very heavy. We've got to get still got to get so much weight out of the car, but it's handling well now. It's going well. I love driving it, and it does look nice as well.
Absolutely, it does. Well done on your
No, well, thank you very much. Thank you.
Hope it was a good one. So that's David May out of the Nissan 370Z.
Thank you on that one, Josh. Yeah, good to hear from David May there. Of course, I'm sure was regaling of his slight fright there when he lost the back end of the Nissan, which currently now, look at the moment, is on course to, but has now just retaken the lead of the Clubsport Trophy Contingent, because, of course, remember, the invitation class cars aren't counted towards being the overall winner, even though they are in the mix, so they will be ahead on the road. But in terms of being the actual winner of the race, it'll be whoever's within classes A to E. So they are currently at the moment the Clubsport leaders, with the Heath and Roberts Honda Civic currently holding on to second place. The next car on the order is cars in the main class structure is the 8th place car overall, which is the Class B leading Matt Higginson Honda Civic Type R. And we'll go through Class E's in a second here for a moment. I have noticed also that I don't think Rowan Lundy's pitted yet, so the pit lane is closed, so his teammate's gone through just past me, but I think this might be a worry for Rowan Lundy. I think he might well be in a bit of a shock for getting a penalty for not pitting inside the pit window, because it could be a penalty for him on that one. So I think we're going to have another interview down in the pit lane. So whilst the leaders carry on, that's the current overall leader being Zachary Lucas. We head back down to the pit lane with Josh, who has another one of our drivers that's jumped down after his first stint earlier on today.
So I'm down with Mark Burton out of one of the BMW 116. It's probably one of the slowest cars in a straight line on the grid, but it looked like you were gaining some positions, particularly at the start.
Yeah, it was good fun. So this car, it's a bit of a development year this year. It's got 130 horsepower, so down the straights we're just left behind, but it's got a bit of aero on it, and it works so well. And in the wet, around the outside, that thing was almost unbeatable out there today. It was really good fun, really good fun.
And a very different type of racing to what you're used to with the low cost in the past.
Yeah, although there's a lot of things that carry over. It's a low power car with not a lot of grip, so carrying momentum, finding unusual lines and placing the car right for it for the next corner is really important. And it's similar in that thing, because you can't get on the power and just drive your way out. So I learned a lot from low cost, and I've carried it over to this, and it seems to be working.
What were the track conditions like?
Horrible. It started off really well, although it was wet, a lot of grip, especially on like the outside karting line, but as it's drying up it's getting greasy and there's a lot of understeer. The front wheel drive cars are just going straight on. It's pretty bad, but it mixes it up. You know, we're normally last and we're midway through the pack, so it's interesting, although tricky to drive.
Well done on that, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Cheers, thank you.
So that's Mark Burton out of the, I think, number 40 BMW 116.
Thank you, Josh. Good to hear from one of our BMW 116 drivers in the mix there. I think that was Mark Stewart who was out there, one of the two BMW 116s with 40/40 Racing. Good to his experience of that race so far. I can tell you that the Rowan Lundy Toyota has finally pitted, but I suspect there is a penalty coming their way for pitting outside the window. So it does now, how it's all shaken out with just under 8.5 minutes to go. This is how it looks then. So the top two cars in the field are the first two invitation class Fiestas, that being Zachary Lucas and then William Kellett, who's taken over from his father Alistair in first and second on the road. The actual top Clubsport car is right there on the screen. That's the Mark Skeets driven Nissan 370Z that survived that hairy moment on the exit of Palmer's when it was battling with those three leading invitation class Fiestas. That leads essentially the Clubsport Trophy race. And it's then second place in the order for the Heath and Roberts Civic, still in second place overall. And then the Lundy Toyota Celica has got back out in third in the Clubsport Trophy contenders amongst the invitation cars, but I suspect with the penalty it probably won't stay there. It will probably go, in fact, to the current Class B leading Matt Higginson Honda Civic Type R, which is there on screen there, just behind the Marco Ricci Fiesta. So the order, counting everyone, is Zachary Lucas, who leads in the Invitation Class Fiesta. Second in another Invitation Fiesta is the Kellitts, Alistair and William. May and Skeets who lead Class A, and then this Nissan 370Z. Robbins and Horrobin, who are third in Invitation Class in their ST180 Turbo Fiesta. Fifth overall and leading Class D is the Heath and Roberts Honda Civic. I think that's the highest the Class D car's ever been. I've never seen it that high in the order. The weather's obviously playing a part in terms of being a performance leveler, but good effort nonetheless from Heath and Roberts to get up as high as they are. Sixth overall and fourth Invitation Fiesta is the Marco Ricci number 50 car. Currently at the moment, although I'm presuming a penalty, is going to be the Rowan Lundy Toyota Celica at the moment, 7th overall and top of Class C. Then it's 8th place overall and Class B leader for the Matt Higginson Honda Civic Type R. 9th is the 5th Invitation Class Fiesta with Dominic Bush at the wheel, and then it'll be in 10th position, and I suspect will be inheriting the Class C, the win, is going to be Stuart Donovan in his Toyota Celica, the teammate to Rowan Lundy, as that car sits in 10th position. And the rest of the order is the 11th and 12th place cars are the two minis in 2nd and 3rd in Class B. That'll be Petr Jokinen and Feroz Bilamoria. The Ollie Sandways car, after its early excursion at the beginning of the race, hasn't really recovered so much. It's back down in 13th place and 2nd in Class A, so it's got not much it can really do from back down there. Not the race that Ollie was hoping for on home soil, but we'll be looking to try and rebound, I'm sure, the next time we see him out in the Clubsport Trophy. I'll give you the rest of the top 20, which is 14th place and 4th in class for the Sheldon Edison BMW, 15th place and 5th in class for the Richard Clark Ford Fiesta, 16th place and 3rd in Class A, apparently, for the, I think that's quite right, that should be the Toby Hotston Ford Fiesta ST180, and that car, in fact, is actually in Class B, so that's not quite right on the timing screen. And it's Lewis Field in the Class 2nd place Class D Renault Clio, 18th place for David Thomas. Good drive from him from the back of the grid into 18th place, and 3rd in class in the Class C Toyota MR2. That it's 19th place for Daniels and Jones in their Mark IV Ford Fiesta, 6th in Class B, and then rounding up the top 20, 4th in Class A apparently, I'm not sure if that's right unless they power tested it, was number 81. And that's the Keith Isaac and Kevin Fulbrook Mini Clubman to round off the top 20 runners so far. Just also note as well to Class E leader, which is Edward Prager in the car in number 40 BMW 116i, doing well from towards the back of the grid into being 23rd overall, after being as high at one point as about 16th or 17th place through the pit stops. So there is your Club Sport leader. And well, they've come close on many occasions in the first couple of rounds they've been involved in. Haven't quite managed it in the Nissan 370Z, but so far it's coming good for them. The quite unique car. You don't really see many 350s, 50Zs or 370Zs racing outside of kind of high levels of GT racing in the last previous seasons in places like Japan, but it's good that there's a slightly different, slightly more unique car on the grid, that being the Nissan, and certainly proving its worth here. Now it's going to come towards Murray's then, well, I think 2 laps to go. We've got 4 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock here on the timing screen, so I think this lap they're going to start on one more. Top lap times at the moment are showing as being, particularly for our leader there, is 2 minutes 34 was the last lap. The best lap of the race so far for the main Skeets Nissan is 2 minutes 31.289. So yeah, 2 more laps easily in this one. 3 minutes 50 to go. So through Riches it goes with Mark at the wheel. Of course, David and Mark have been stalwarts of the BMW Compact Cup in recent years, but they've now jumped into something quite a bit different. Still rear-wheel drive, but with a rather than a BMW engine at the front. It's got a thumping great big V6 in the front of this Nissan 370Z. Of course, looked after by Jam Sport. They've had quite a successful weekend this weekend. They've had a win in the Fiesta Championship courtesy of team boss Jamie Going. They've also had 3 wins in the Fiesta Junior Championship courtesy of Deegan Fairclough, who also still leads the points coming away from Snetterton. So not a bad weekend in Norfolk for the Jam Sport boys. Boys and girls, of course. It's both boys and girls as part of the team. Down into the Agostini hairpin for the second to last time goes the David May Mark Skeets car. And again, I can't fail to be impressed by the Heath and Roberts Honda Civic, which is still currently a moment. It's 5th overall, but it leads Class D by quite a margin. Looking at where the next Class D car is in the order, and that car is 2nd in class, which is the Lewis Field Renault Clio. But compared to where Heath and Roberts are in 5th, it's Justin Roberts at the wheel. Compared to where he is in 5th in there, he's 13 places ahead of the next Class D car, which is the Lewis Field car. There it is. impressive stuff from these guys. It's one of the best finishes ever. In fact, the best finish ever, I'm sure, for a Class D car and Clubsport trophy. So they'll make a little bit of history today, which is nice to see. Now down the short straight towards the left-hander at Hamilton's it goes. It's been followed there by the Sam McKean, Darryl Roberts, BMW. What car they're running in there? The McKean Roberts, they are in. McKean Bennett, Darryl Bennett car, that's the BMW 36328i. That's come up quite well. That was at the lowest 31st at one point, and that was a bit of squeeze at the exit of the hairpin. Lee Holland gets around, he gets squeezed between, I think it was the Matt Higginson Honda, and I think also Marco Ricci's car as well, and Lee Holland just quickly adjusts his wing mirror. Right, back to work, and onto the road he goes again, so that's 3 into 1 on the exit of the corner, wasn't really going to go. Now then, here comes Mark Seeds to start his last lap of the race, because they've got 1 minute and 30 on the clock to go, so it will be the last lap, not just of the race, but of the weekend here at Snetterton. It's been quite a mega summer festival race meeting from start to finish. We've had plenty of action from the Fiestas. What Fiestas haven't we had, really, with the STXRs, the Fiestas and the Fiesta Juniors. The Compact Cup's been brilliant. We had their 3 races, including the first ever 30-minute Compact Cup race. We had the AMOC GT race earlier on, which was won by the Ross Millington Ferrari 488. Had a trio of CityCar Cup races, all won once again by Nick Ryandrad, still unbeaten so far in 2021. Of course, we've also had some excellent racing up and down the order from the Track Attack Race Club too, and their massive variety of cars in their pack as well. But to round off today's action, this 45-minute Clubsport Trophy race has had plenty of moments in here to be notable. And as Mark Skeets brings the 370Z down towards the Agostini hairpin for the last time, he's about to put a lap on Firoz Billamoria's Mini Cooper, which at the moment is running in, I think it's on a podium position in class. Firoz Billamoria is, whereabouts is he in the order? He's currently, yes, he's 3rd in Class B and 12th overall, so that's one to watch out for there. Of course, we should give a nod to the fact that we do have Zachary Lucas's car currently in the lead at the moment overall in the invitation category, and still the Kellets in 2nd place, but this is the car that will take home the overall and Class winners and Class A winning trophy. Round the outside of the Mini, who should see him, but first Billamoria takes the racing line and then thinks, well, which way do you want me to go, Mark? Left or right? But finding the V6 grunt of the Nissan sends him past on the pit straight. And Billamoria slots in behind him, and they'll come up to put a lap on, I think just before the end, the Craig and Gary Butterworth Renault Clio. So up towards the checkered flag to at least take the win on the road. It's going to be Zachary Lucas, who wins invitation category, but it won't be the overall Clubsport Trophy victory. So he wins invitation class. And then next up with the Kellets, who'll come past in 2nd place. There goes Stuart Donovan, who I think will win, I'm sure, Class C. I'm sure that Ryan Lundy will get a penalty for pitting outside the window, I would suspect. So if not, it will be a win for Lundy, and Stuart Donovan will be 2nd. It'll be a 1-2 for that team. Now we await our overall winner. Here he comes. He has put a lap on the Butterworth and the Renault Clio, and now he heads into the left-hander for the last time. They haven't had the best of luck in the Clubsport race. They've come close and tried again, but finally it's all going to come good. For Mark Skeets and for David May, and the Nissan 370Z, they will charge the checkered flag, take Class A victory, and the overall win in the BRSCC Clubsport Trophy. Congratulations to Nissan 370Z. May and Skeets do it here at Snetterton. Fantastic drive from start to finish. And then they come across third on the road, but they will take the overall win in Class A as well. The Robinson Horrobin cars come through in 4th position. We now wait for the Honda Civic to come past. Here comes Ollie Samways, who will come across in Class A. He finishes 2nd in Class A and 13th overall. But now we wait for, pretty sure, the drive of the race throughout the Clubsport Trophy. We wait for the Heath and Roberts Honda Civic. This is the Sheedon Edison BMW. Not quite the best of days for them in Clubsport, but they'll come back next time, I'm sure. And here comes up to the checkered flag. I think this is the Richard Clark Ford Fiesta. Yes, it is. That's the Vinsport entered car. Across the line he goes. And we now wait for our Honda Civic to come past. Remember, this is essentially 2nd overall of non-invitation class cars. Here he comes. I think this is him. Yes, it is. Brilliant stuff. Class D victory and 2nd overall in Clubsport Trophy. Brilliant drive for Michael Heath and Justin Roberts. And then the next car will come across 3rd overall, and winner of Class B we're expecting. It's going to be Matt Higginson in the Honda Civic Type R. Marco Ricci will come through 6th on the road there in that car. Here comes Matt Higginson, winner of Class C, Class B in fact, well done to him. And behind him was Rowan Lundy, who, again, I say, wins Class C at the moment, but I'm sure the fact he pitted quite late is he might well get a penalty for that and be dropped down the order, which I think makes me suspect why Stuart Donovan may well pick up that Class C victory instead. The Class E win, for our Class E winner, is he going to come across the line unless he hasn't already? Actually, no, it goes to Poulton and Mills. So Poulton and Mills took the lead on what looks like the last lap of the race. So Edinburgh Prager loses the Class E victory on the last lap, it seems, and it goes to the Mini Cooper of James Poulton and Matt Mills. So they pick up the Class E victory in the Mini Cooper. And that was looking pretty strong for the BMWs. They looked well in the wet conditions, but to that point, it looks as though that the Mini Cooper was on a charge in the end, and it actually does go to a Mini in the end, which is, of course, being Poulton and Mills. So congratulations to James and Matt for that class victory. So the cars will head round back to the assembly area, and already we've got our overall and Class A race winners, David May and Mark Skeets in Parc Fermé. So we'll confirm the results, I think, after this race very quickly before we get underway for our final podium presentation to round off to this weekend's action. And there are the cars all forming up in a Parc Fermé after what's been another excellent race for the Clubsport Trophy to round off another superb BRSCC live race weekend. We hope you've all enjoyed it watching from home, and also those who've been around the circuit as well. But for the final time, we'll head down to Josh Barrett in the assembly area, who can have a chat to our class winners, including our overall winners for the first time in 2021, Nissan 370Z of Mark Skeets and David May.
So we've been given the mission to speak to all the Clubsport class winners. So we'll start with Class A, that's the easiest, because here is Mark Skeets. You took over from David and you got a class win.
Well, yeah, I mean, Dave did a cracking job, so he got us into the lead of the race, and then I think a couple of the invitational Fiestas got ahead of us, but we weren't really racing them. So yeah, Dave got us in a decent position, so all I had to do was go out and not bin it off the track, really. So it was just going out there and trying to find where the grip was. There's some weird lines you've got to take, but if you find the grip, then it's not so bad.
I spoke to David earlier. This is a car in development, really, and it's getting quicker all the time.
It is, yeah. We're slowly but surely getting there with it. I mean, Dave's put a lot of money into it to make it work. And a few other little things we have to do, and then I think we're pretty much there. The killer with it, which isn't such an issue in the rain, is it's heavy. Yeah. And it probably helps a little bit. Yeah. Gets it on the ground.
When I first saw it, you don't actually realise a Nissan 370Z is actually that big, do you?
Yeah, it is a big old bus. Yeah, no, definitely. And it's left-hand drive, which surprisingly only took half an hour to get used to, if I'm honest. Especially Dave put a sequential box in it, so that definitely helps. We've got that. And it makes it a lot easier to drive. But it's not a hard car to drive. It's roasting. It's absolutely boiling in there. I don't know, because that whole area where the engine is just full of engine. It's huge. But yeah, no, I'm chuffed to bits from that.
Well, congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much.
So let's see what other class winners we can see. The Michael Heath and Justin Roberts Civic is over here, who won Class D. So, you, Michael or Justin? Justin, you're Class D winner and well up overall as well.
Well, right, yeah, that's great news. I don't know where I was overall. Do you know where?
Inside the top 10 for sure.
Oh, right, that's brilliant. Yeah, that's great news. As soon as it started in 19th. Yeah, it's the first time I've driven Snetterton in the wet. So really interesting. Yeah, some good driving out there, considering it was so atrocious. But yeah, hats off to all the lads, but I don't think we could live with them Fiestas on the rather sticky tyres, but it's what it is.
Well, congratulations to you. Let's see what other class winners we can find. I think the Mini here won Class E, which is James Poulton and Matt Mills. So, you, James?
Yeah,
James Poulton, Class E winner in the Mini. You're going to get past the BMW there towards the end.
Oh, really? Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Very pleased. Can't say. Yeah, very surprised as well, actually, to be honest. Mini likes the wet, as you can see.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, thank you very much.
What's it like to race one of the slower cars on the circuit?
It's probably easier in the wet.
Yeah.
The less power you've got, the more easy it is. It's just, you can't make a big mistake. That's what.
Well done on the class win. I can see our Class B winners over here. So we move back to the front of Parc Fermé, which was Matt Higginson in the Honda Civic, ex-sports car driver, now racing the Tin Top Civic. Well, and I think the Class C winner's nearby as well, so that's going to be helpful. Matt, Class B win for you, well done.
Yeah, scary that, but yeah, first lap I think I was 6th after about 3 corners from 13th. You know, there was like parting the waves, you know, people spinning off and crashing in front. But managed to negotiate it, and I think I was the leading car on semi-slick tyres here, so everyone else is on rain tyres, which is good for me, obviously.
And you telling me earlier about the car didn't qualify so well in the dry, but the wet conditions helped you out.
Yeah, we were debating. We got a new rear wing on. I thought it was just giving us too much downforce, so we took it off this afternoon. And then it obviously rained, so we put it back on, and it was a good decision because it was clearly helping in the wet and the slow conditions.
Well done on that. So good.
Awesome, thanks.
Then Rowan Lundy was the Class C winner, but I don't think anybody's around his car. So I think we'll have to go back to Scott to wrap up proceedings here at Snetterton.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you very much for your efforts over the weekend. Superb job as our pit lane reporter and podium reporter down there in Parc Fermé. Brilliant job, and ever the constant professional as always. Fantastic stuff. So hopefully you'll be back with us for another live race day at some point in the future. And also for us to say is, once again, that's it. Another BRSCC live race weekend is done, dusted, and in the history books. Thank you ever so much for everyone that's watched over the weekend. Big thank you to all our championships that took place, to the BRSCC Fiesta and Fiesta Junior Championship, to the ETSL STXR Challenge, to the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, to yesterday's Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup action, and also today as well for the Track Attack Race Club, to the AMOC GT4 Challenge in Intermarque, and to everyone in the Clubsport Trophy. Thank you for them as well. Thank you to all the marshals, all the volunteers and officials for all their hard work, come rain and shine. It's been quite a mixed weather weekend for everyone involved, but your hard work and efforts are always much appreciated and noticed, and without them we simply just couldn't go racing, so congratulations to all of them for their hard work. And thank you to you, of course, for watching, both if you're watching here at the track, but also watching around on Facebook and YouTube. Brilliant stuff from all of you guys in the comments. Thank you for everyone that's been watching and liking and subscribing as well. It always really appreciated. Of course, we do best we can to produce some really top quality live broadcasts here for Club Racing. The next live broadcast that you'll see is going to be next Saturday here at Snetterton again. We'll have a trio of Mazda MX-5 championships with the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 Championship, the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, and the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, plus the first ever BRSCC Supersport Endurance Cup race around off today. That should be an absolute cracker. Be sure to tune in for that one. And after that, of course, we'll have more action after that the following week, August 7th and 8th at Brands Hatch, which is full of caterums, Formula Fords, and more in store for that one. So be sure to keep tabs on all the social media channels, on the Facebook page for BRSCC, and also the BRSCC website, and subscribe to YouTube if you haven't already. But from myself, Scott Woodwist, from Josh Barrett, and all of us here at Snetterton, thank you ever so much for tuning in. It's been another mega 2 days of Club Racing. We'll see you next weekend back here at Snetterton for more racing here from the BRSCC. But until then, have a fantastic weekend, rest of the weekend. Take care, and we'll see you for more action from the BRSCC in just a few days' time. Thank you very much. Bye for now.